I am not concerned with the name of your God. Show me how this God has transformed your heart. Do you meet the spirit of every soul with reverence? Do you embrace all of life with the tender touch of eternity? You say you will only bow before the Christ. To bow before God is to bow before life. Your tongue seeks blood, and your words have become knives. Your sight scarred and bisected, and your actions fed by your wounds and unleashed as animus. Surely this is not the messenger of God. Burn your beliefs, for they have contaminated your heart. Let all desire reveal itself as one in a field full of flowers. You yearn to bloom, to be love, but to only feel one's pain is like a bird without wings, so afraid of the dark, so afraid to enter your heart. There is nothing in this world that will lead you back to God, except for your pain. And then, like the monarch who meets the tears of those dead of filling, your breath will recede and your spirit will glimpse grace. Within the raptured heart and mind, the spirit becomes renewed in sight. You have not reached redemption until everything becomes God in your eyes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Freedom Network. Thank you for being here. My name is Shanice Mooland. Apologies that I am 3 minutes late today, but I think that's an improvement on yesterday. Today we are going to be hosting Morgan Lee. Morgan Lee is an energy practitioner and co-creator and facilitator for the Soulogy Energy and Community that's been running for numerous years now online. If you're not familiar with Morgan Lee, I'll give you a brief introduction. She's been working with energy, with dimensions and individuals, personal energetic journeys for I think it's 20 plus years from what I've gathered from her partner, Todd Medina. Their sacred union has demonstrated So many of the shifts and dynamics of our own ascension and elevation journeys here on this planet. She's been sharing for a long, long time with such precision and real grace, and is just as powerful, just as important as each and every one of us in the way that she communicates. She's beautiful, an incredible energy, and being the other half of Todd Medina, somewhat mysterious given the space that he takes up. But we are delighted, right? I'm really excited to have her on tonight, and I'm so pleased that she said yes when asked. I know it's a big deal. She's one of the reasons why so many of us have begun really experiencing an awful lot of the last while, due to the work that she's been sharing on the invocation and 0 pointing. Is it polarities or is it something else? I'm tired, right? But I know the word, right? So I think it's polarities, but it might be the other phrase that I've forgotten. She's waiting to come on now. So can I ask, please, if you're watching, can you share this video along? My name is Shanice Mooland, and this is the Freedom Network Live, if I didn't say this already. And apologies for any mild screaming you might hear in the background. Nobody is dying. It is just my son, and he doesn't want to go to bed. So I'm going to let Morgan come in now. And I will be watching the feed underneath. So if you've got questions or anything you want to bring up with her, feel free to do so. It's going to be really special. Hi, Morgan. Hi. You're muted, I think. Yeah. Todd. It's so nice to see you. There we go. Hopefully he comes back. Yeah. You hearing me okay? Yeah, your sound is still off. You're still muted. So he can go. There we go. Hi, Morgan.
Hello.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm an absolute tech retard. So when you start, I'm like, oh, Todd.
Come here. Like, honestly, the only way I manage to do this is through watching him, right? So, like, I am not even in any way as clued up as I normally would. It took me months to get Zoom going. So thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you for asking me. Did you see my name's Todd Medina?
I did see your name's Todd Medina. Isn't that ironic? That is ironic. Of course, he would be shoving his way in some way. But so you're now based in Arkansas officially. Am I right in saying that?
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited to be here. I mean, everyone talks about all the crystals here. From what I understand, you only have to dig a couple of feet and you find your own crystals. It's amazing energy here.
Yeah, I've
Really
heard
lovely.
that. Because I've Googled it and I'm like, wow, this is actually a really nice area for you both. And after traveling so long too, to have a home up here in the way it did is pretty incredible. Like, I know that you spend a lot of time communicating with the universe and you allowing synchronicity to guide you, but that story was incredible. For those who aren't aware of it, can you tell us how you came across this house? Because you had been traveling for months, right?
Yeah, and I had this real pull to get back to Arkansas. We'd spent, I think we arrived the day before Thanksgiving, so I experienced my very first Thanksgiving. Yeah. And then we left just after New Year's Eve and went off down to Florida for a conference down there and ended up spending quite a few months there. But I was itching to get back here.
Yeah.
Very much so.
It was meant to happen then. I love that. I'm so pleased. That is so cool. And also you had a group session yesterday with the your own energy practitioner work as a channel and as a guide. And I am so excited that that's what's happening. And I love that it's occurred. For anyone who's listening that's not aware, I've talked quite often on my feed here and in every other aspect about the work that I've been doing on myself over the past couple of months. And it's with Morgan's guidance. You received the invocation a number of years ago now?
Yeah, about 8 years ago. It was it's a clearing tool. It was a clearing tool, and then after that, then I was taught how to clear all my own duality.
Yes. Yes. And you've been receiving like this for quite some time, haven't you, Morgan?
Yeah.
Like, when did it all kind of kick off for you? Like, when did it happen that you realized, wow, like, I can start shifting my life. I have the ability to communicate in the way that you do with, other dimensions, higher light. When did it all happen?
I don't think it ever wasn't happening. I think that, you know, trying to be a normal person and be a mother and a wife and everything, I used to just pretend that it wasn't there.
Yeah. I can relate to that. Yeah, well.
And then I think I hit, you know, mid-30s, and I thought, gosh, I've got a whole bunch of childhood trauma that I really should start looking at. So I did 13 years of shadow work. Then what I found after that was that I was still left with the programs. Even though all the traumas were cleared, I was still frightened of women, frightened of men, too scared to leave the house. So all the programs were still left over. So then I asked my higher self, look, I need specific directions. I need help to get rid of all these programs so I can be a free sovereign being that I was meant to be.
Yeah. And it's powerful stuff, like really, really powerful stuff. And, you know, being honest, I have resisted a fair bit of it in the initial stages. And I'm starting to realize now that the universe copies and shows me stuff that I haven't seen if I try and skip over bits. Because I'm like that. I'm like, do you know what? I want an easy route. Because it's hard. It's a bit of work, you know, but worth the application. And it's amazing what I've learned about projection. Because, you know, there's this idea that projection is something that just is. And it has its own cloak over all of us. And we're all kind of projecting in the same way. But it's not true. We all have very individual, very nuanced ways of kind of distorting the reality we're living in. And it's beautiful when that is released because you learn about yourself. Like, I think one of the biggest things I had was being able to see who I was and using the invocation to show me and in the highest way. And it's a beautiful thing. Yeah. And, you know, it was so amazing too, is like, I can see now that you two have settled and you're living in this new space. Because I know you're pretty clued up and you're plugged in. It would be amazing to hear from you about how you feel energies are shifting currently for us all. Like, do you have any idea?
Usually I'd be able to, but I've been so busy and so flat out getting these classes and everything organised that it's almost like tuned me out of what I usually get, and all my energy is going into what's happening.
I can understand that.
I do feel very strongly that this last month has been about the collapse of the patriarchal energies. I've gone through it myself, whether I've been patriarchal or I've embodied that energy. So I've watched that. It's almost been like a death and then another death and then another death. I've also watched Todd going through it and everyone else as well. And it's not just personally, but like within our relationships, and then also watching it all collapse within the systems as well.
Yeah, massively. Like, oh my God. Like, you've been writing about this for ages, Morgan, and I did not think it would affect, I'm being honest, I did not think it would affect me personally, and it so has. Like, in fact, anyone who was looking at it going, no, that doesn't apply to me, right? We're all eating our shoes now, aren't we? Like,
yeah, me included. I was shocked at how much I was affected this time too, but then I said, well, I am doing all this work over here. I'm not usually doing my normal straight onto my self-clearing stuff. So I even went through like this real wobble this month with many of those things as well.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much still to come though. I have this wonderful experience right now, and this is unusual for me. Kind of like, I'm not going to talk too much about myself, but we're on that topic, so I might as well stick with it.
Talk as much as you like.
I knew you were going to say that. Morgan doesn't often come out in front, and she's a wee bit nervous. And because I talk the arse off myself, right, and everyone, right, I'm just going to take this opportunity to share. But I got a message this morning, and it's the first one I've gotten in ages. And, you know, I'm not clear cut with everything, but it was basically kind of like excitement from the wounded perspective, that sense of adrenaline fueled energy pursuing is gone. And I feel like for the last couple of months, I went through kind of a grieving of everything I was chasing. And that right down to like self-image, identity, things I had created in my life that I thought were mine, were all gone, right? Everything's gone, business-wise, personal things I'm interested in, relationships were falling apart, stuff that I was very, very attached to as being mine, basically. And all of that shedding away left me with this sense of one aspect of me identifying with my life and thinking, oh, there's nothing left, because our physical dense matter reality is attached to this false self.
Mm-hmm.
But by the same token, there's this separate energy that is now different, and there's no force in me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's this sense of awe and grace. And because I'm an idiot, I went to write about it and then I deleted it today, right? Like, I'm not going to share this because I'm not 100 whether I'm right or not, right? But this is what I'm experiencing. Like, I think so many of us are having to kind of really look at a very large mirror, a big, clear mirror now, and sit in what's left. And what's left is very finite, very subtle, but beautiful. And Todd summed it up beautifully last night. I don't know if you saw his interview. He said, I want to stay right here, he said. Right? In terms of where he's headed, how's he experiencing reality? He said, I want to stay right here. I thought, how beautiful is that? You know, and I feel like so many of us are coming to that experience. For you personally, Morgan, is your right now feeling really powerful for you as a whole?
Absolutely. But I think like you too, there's a part of me like that observing it all, and also observing the human catch up to all this new stuff that's presenting as well.
Yeah.
But the importance of like stopping that energy of force, trying to push things to happen or have attachment to things, I think is part of the patriarchal shutting down.
Yeah, feels like that.
This for me happened, you know, totally by accident. It was the last thing I ever expected. I liked being quiet in the background and just working one-on-one. So yeah, I think we're all going through the same thing, really.
Yeah, I guess it's a pretty big weekend for you, I think, because you were taking the new group and then stepping up into interview and stuff like that. And it's so beautiful to see that that's happening. But I see it with so many women, so many very powerful, very beautiful women who have not given themselves voice. Like I posted yesterday, was it? I said, right, I'm going to stop talking now. I'm ready to listen. Ironic, given I haven't stopped talking to you since you came on. Right?
I'm good with that.
But yeah, so I feel like the noisy part of me that was useless has shut down. And I can see that there's a space available now for those who have practiced for such a long time, who have got wisdom to share and have, you know, the experience and the love behind it to really demonstrate where we're headed as a collective. I see a lot of really beautiful things happening from that.
Mm.
Yourself and Todd, for example, the relationship has played a huge role in so many women and men finding peace with each other. You know, the demonstration of your relationship and all of the messages that have come through in that time that you've been together has been really powerful for me personally, shedding away the idea of what it is to be in a divine union and also a twin flame. Could you talk a little bit about some of the work that you two have been doing maybe recently or in general, you know, to get to this point in your relationship and also as individuals who are evolving?
I think the key for us is that from the very beginning we understood, or Todd was a little bit slower, but there was an understanding that relationships aren't meant to make you whole and complete by having another person. We operated from the very beginning that we are our own individuals. Yeah. And then we have moments when we choose to come together and merge as one, and, you know, whether it's to talk to the universe or any other thing. Mm-hmm. The understanding that no other can make you whole and complete. I don't see Todd as my other half. I definitely don't see him as my twin flame. Mm-hmm. And if twin flames are real, I guess we do that because we consciously practice merging together energetically in dimensions, you know, going off to other planets, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think the key to these relationships is being 100% your own individual. And, you know, my commitment is to myself first, and my second commitment is to the relationship, and same with him. His commitment to himself is first and then secondary to the relationship.
I love that so much. And it's such a big thing for so many of us. I'd run down the wrong track years ago with this idea of twin flame relationship, and it's deeply wounded. And in fact, you know, it desensitized me to what true love was. You know, I was relating from a traumatic space to another soul and trying to almost, and it's weird to say this, but this is what's coming, steal their identity because I didn't have one of my own. Mm-hmm. Like that was a major, major thing. And even now, you know, every time I see reflections on relationship, on love, on sexuality, sacred sexuality, even, which I'm still only just starting to dip my toe into, not in practice and theory, right? You know, we're not quite there yet, right? Like when I see these mirror reflections of how a relationship can be, it's really enlightening. And I have to call myself up on a lot of stuff. Do you find yourself, like, you two together, are you triggering each other all the time still?
Not usually, but we
Yeah.
actually have a lot in this last month. It's been shocking, because usually we just, you know, flow with ease and grace. We very rarely have anything to say, but
Yeah.
I'd say for the last 4 to 6 weeks, he spent a lot more time in the RV than he, like, in the man cave. And yeah, we've actually had a few, like, you know, coming together, you know, a few times in the last 6 weeks, which is very unusual for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
But considering what was collapsing,
Mhm.
you know, she's coming up into her power, the masculine's letting go of the false power, and also trying to support her doing that. You know, I can see why that would have happened. And I've had a lot of conversations with other people in these types of unions that are saying very similar things. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
I'm ready to throw Steve out the window. I am not kidding. Like, honestly, like the last, and you know, we have this unique experience anyway at the minute going on with, well, not unique, fairly common. We had a baby. How dare us? But it is bringing up a lot about codependency. It is bringing up a lot about patriarchy. I'm seeing frameworks in his mind about what a woman should be and do that I didn't know were there. But then I see it also, and this is because of you, Morgan. That's my creation, right? What am I doing, right? What am I bringing to the table that's creating that dynamic?
Yeah.
And it's amazing some of the conversations we've had when I flip the switch like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not about out there anymore. Are you getting as hot, like heated up about, you know, some of the external communications that are going on at the minute as Todd is? Right? Or like, how are you feeling right now within yourself?
I feel pretty good. I've spent very, very little time on Facebook at all. I just haven't, I haven't had the stomach for it. 2, I've just been too busy. But yeah, no, not so much the external stuff really.
Yeah.
At all. But I mean, he's in it. He's living in it. He's seeing it every day. Like, I understand that too. But
yeah, I love it. I love his passion. I think it's amazing. Now, just to go on that point as well, with the invocation and the work that you have been doing, is that what you're referring to, and that you've been so busy recently? Do you think there's been a step up in terms of people taking responsibility for their creations?
Yeah, I think, you know, the work that I do isn't shadow work. I think we've all been doing shadow work for so very many years, and we're all becoming aware that we've got these old programs, and now what do we do with them?
Yeah.
They're limiting me. They're keeping me hidden. They're like, I think people are starting to understand that they are absolutely 100% responsible for changing those old programs. And there's so many different ways to do it. I just happened to found one, or actually it was channeled directly to me, for me, that worked very, very well. Todd calls it boot camp. He did the first step in 4 weeks, which was great because, you know, he came at the other end of that and we were able to actually have adult-to-adult relationships. So
I love that. I love that. It doesn't surprise me either that he went and did the extreme thing.
Yeah, I don't know anyone else that has done that in 4 weeks, but he did it, you know, for 5 to 8 hours a day, every single day for 4 weeks, and he came out a completely transformed man.
And you've touched upon this briefly, but I didn't get to talk to you about it, and I've not seen it yet either, right? But you've received kind of like a different aspect to this work quite recently, didn't you?
Oh, I'm getting upgraded with new steps.
Yeah.
As well. I thought I sent them to you.
Yeah, I think that Abby has them. I haven't got them off her yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think once I did a K Moon interview, and it just came out like we are now. Next thing, there were like hundreds of emails coming in, and we had to, like, how we're going to address all of this.
Yeah.
But around the same time, like, as I stepped up and stepped out, then I started getting regular, like, new steps coming in as well. I think the last one I did nearly knocked me out. One of the ladies over in Ireland did it as well, and she said the ground disappeared from under her. Like, it was really incredible.
Wow,
Yeah.
I love that. And I know already, right, to some degree, the different, like, energies that you do work with, right? I understand you have a very deep relationship with your higher self aspect, both the masculine and the feminine of that, right? When you are working energetically with an individual, right? And it's this channeled work that's come through and you're allowing these tools to be applied. Do you have specific energies or entities that come through to support you in that?
No, this program that I've been taught is very, very 3D. I mean, it's come from that 5-dimensional plus, but it's been translated down to 3D. And I think there's a good reason for that.
Yeah.
All of our programs, those programs we picked up from our parents and ancestors and society and collectively and everything, are 3D programs.
Yeah.
So by addressing it and undoing it consciously with a 3D action, we actually neutralize it and it disappears out of our field. Did that answer your question? I get a bit...
Totally. Yeah, I totally did. Totally did.
So I stay out of that. But, you know, sometimes I do other sessions with people where they want to connect with their higher selves and, you know, that stuff will happen too. I'm not a huge fan of doing that because I believe in people doing the work themselves and being self-empowered.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that about you and I love that. I love that so much, Morgan. It really means a lot, you know, to have that demonstrated for so many of us. Like, I feel so grateful for all of the many, you know, beautiful people that have come forward with incredible work recently and from that really sovereign place. And we've spoken a little bit about sovereignty in relationship. Like, what does sovereignty for a woman now mean to you for the feminine? The big question, isn't it?
It is a huge question because all the rules seems to be changing in the last month. I mean, I accepted, you know, that I was a white female and you know, unconsciously accepted that, you know, a man just has this, I don't even, like a power over her. But her behaviour, I mean, I remember years ago, if my girlfriends came to my home, they walked in the front door, put the kettle on, and they'd make themselves a cup of tea and meet me in the back. Yeah. If a man came to my home, I jumped up and I went and put scones on and I got him a coffee and, you know, can I do this and can I do that? Like there was this automatic subservient energy that, well, they're the man and, you know, you just expect that. Or they're going to have a tantrum and that's just normal for men. Or like there were all these hidden programs that had women enabling that power over sort of energy. And I think that's what's been breaking down over the last month. It's been actually quite emotionally difficult coming to terms with that. It's like another death of another aspect of you that you didn't even know was there.
Yeah.
So I'm in the middle of working the answer out to that one, Shanine.
That's a big one. I know. I knew it was, but like I'm asking for a reason because it's coming up for me so much. And, you know, I feel like these conversations, it's important that I'm kind of holding to stuff I know, you know, relates and on a really deep level. Like I kept hearing, I am my own authority in my head over the last couple of days even, right? And seeing quite clearly everywhere that I'm not standing in authority, right? And it's hard going, right? And it's also hard going to be someone who's, you know, kind of really living it, Morgan. And you have been, you know, really honoring your entire life is like this beautiful, you know, beautiful story of a woman finding her sovereignty, but from a very sacred place. It's hard, right? Like really personal, very private, and you share it all, and it is such a gift. But is there ever a moment you get up in the morning and you think, I don't want to do this anymore? Does that ever happen?
Absolutely. Probably numerous mornings a week, especially this month.
Yeah.
Yeah, this month's been a real big one. And I think it's so huge for so many people as, you know, the women are understanding how much power they've given away to their partners or men in general or systems, predominantly masculine systems, to then go, well, I was told for 20 years, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, don't tell people, like you're learning this privately, and then all of a sudden be pushed into, okay, now it's time to really get out there and share this stuff. Even that in itself was like a huge step to take.
Yeah, because there's all this, like I love the way you say it, like it's just in continual death. I feel like this journey is constant dying. And there are many occasions where I've gotten up and I went, I don't want to do this anymore. And it's on those days recently, and I have to say this, where I've got up and I've been quite rebellious, and I'm like, right, F this, I'm done. I don't want to keep going. And you're like, we are currently clearing the teenager aspect within ourselves. I was like, oh my God, I've been living there for the last 34 years. And that was amazing to me. Like when you're receiving this information, right? And it just comes. Todd was telling me you'll get it a couple of days before the wave starts to hit the collective. And that's awesome. But also, do you kind of get this stuff and go, oh no, because you're going through it as well, right?
Oh yes, I go through it. I only write when I've been through it and I fully understand it. It means that I've been through it in the last couple of days. Like I remember about 2 weeks ago hearing contempt for the human, which I didn't understand at first. I thought, well, what's that? I've done all this work. Like I've embodied my human. I've made sure that everything comes into my human.
Yeah.
And then, you know, hours later I've gone, yeah, there was actually a part of me annoyed at being this stupid little human. That sounds awful now, but that's how I felt when it came up.
Yeah, that's a big one, actually.
Yeah, it was. And I think another one of the words was destroyer, you know, to neutralize the destroyer energy in self, to neutralize this contempt for being human. Yeah, there were a whole bunch of things that came up in the last month.
Oh my God. So like there's a lot of parallels always with your work, but I even as you're speaking right now, it's such gold, you know, to be honest and present with these experiences and what we're all collectively receiving. And it's wonderful that, you know, like for me, it's amazing just to hear you being so honest about it, because then I can say, oh, this was mine and this was mine. Like I get you with all of that. Do you feel that we're going to see more and more of the feminine, you know, the voices coming through, you know, pure love, source, light that's already in existence. It's already present in so many beautiful sisters, right? Do you feel like we are heading towards a dynamic where there is more of that?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I've got so many friends that have also been studying this very privately, very quietly for decades. And we understood, you know, be hidden, be in the background. You don't want to be burned at the stake again, sort of. And we're all, it's like there's hands on our backs pushing us to go out there. You know, Morgan the human does not want to come on and do this. Yeah. But there's another voice that says, no, you've got to start saying yes to all of these things now and let them happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do. I think that there's going to be more and more women stepping up and coming out to be seen. But it has to be done very gently, because we're not coming up and coming out to be bigger than or more than the masculine. We're coming up as they're ready to stand alongside of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Equal, unique, and perfect designs.
Yeah.
There's an incredible energy and an incredible lesson that I discovered since starting the show here. I didn't know what you and Todd were going on about sometimes, you know, about like this essence, this experience of divine feminine. And I was deeply humbled, right, with all my ego and all my identities and all of my false selves that I had kind of hovering out on the internet there, and also in my reality, that I was immensely proud of and attached to. And when I started the show here and started to speak to, you know, incredible people like yourself, whose energy kind of talks for them. And there was none of this performance that I was accustomed to. There was none of these programs that I had running for myself where mysticism, the divine, the sacred was something to share and make big, made me bigger, right? And others smaller. I never thought I played that role until I met these incredible people. And the mirrors shocked me. You know, it shocked me when I realized how deeply I had played into a system that was completely against what my core essence was. You know, the shows like this, Soulogy, most especially being, you know, kind of the forerunner. I know you don't like people saying that, right? Because we're all equal, right? But I know that, right? But I'll still say it anyway. Soulogy was the first place that I had an experience of people for their essence. And more women came forward. And I found myself connecting with and finding women who were just embodied in this light that I never understood until I had witnessed them or been around them. And it's because of that I'm now in this position, and I can see it with so many of us. I know it doesn't matter, but I want to share it anyway because it's in my throat. So many of us are kind of right now hovering with nothing to say. I really meant that yesterday when I said it. People have laughed at me because I don't shut up. But what I meant was, it's like, there isn't anything more beautiful, right, than the energy of a soul. When all of these programs are removed, and these are the types of women that I've been meeting, you, right, loads of others, right, that are just beyond all that falsehood. And I was like, that's what it's all about. All that chasing around for validation, for love, to be seen, that essence is within all of us. How do you understand the divine feminine? When I speak of this energy, like, could you communicate with me? How does it present, within yourself when you're in a state of connection, when you're in a state of balance? Like, what does the world look like when touched by the feminine in its rising?
I don't know if I would put it towards the divine feminine. I think I'd put it more towards when you understand your own pure essence, like nothing else matters, not even your gender. Like, I know that I am the energy of a transformer. If I'm, doing it on myself, sharing it with another person, a piece of furniture, a house, a garden, a mandala, if I'm doing the energy of transformation, I'm in my bliss. Todd is a projector. If he's doing the energy of projecting and sharing information, he's in his bliss. Beth, who's the lady that's helped me put all of these classes together, she's the energy of a builder. Melissa Dehand just worked out, last week, she's the energy of a connector. Once we understand our true essence and, what we're all about, then you can start letting go of all the other titles and all the other rules and programs and everything, even more so, and start actually consciously living the essence and the energy of you, regardless of gender.
I've only had a taste of it so far. There are flits and starts.
Is this working? Yeah.
Lost in the skies of the world, do you see me? And now you won't be told to sound okay. Out of the break all the rules just to find where you came from. And turn away, fool. You won't buy to the blind ones no more. But to know silence like this, midnight violence to bless. Nothing more the one those hearts we stand tall and turn to life. Oh, we're turning to love. Lost in the sky of the world, see me, and now you are be told how we burn through this fight where you came from that turn away you fool. No, you won't run. You're blind until more. No more. But to know silence like that, like coward, silence to black, that we were, oh, we were so merry. Diamonds from gold.
Oh my God. Am I supposed to go after that?
Yeah.
Keep strumming. All right. As below. Okay. As below, rise above. Heart of hearts can't be contained. Always remain. Never the same. Better than fortune's blinded shames. World house, fruitless fame. So what's your game? Let go. Let life power up. Free up the vortex of reality. Ego burns in effigy. That's you standing right next to me. Clear the lines of differentiality. Oneness doesn't fear individuality. Open to antiquity. Laughing, love in heaven's humorosity. I life, I love projectionality, regain personality, human hospitality, found the Tao in me, from the A and Amen to the Z and Zen, scriptures, lectures, lessons, conjecture, rapture, captured, factual, enraptured, love the natural, elementary, heaven, hybrid, DNA, halo, apothecary, always revolutionary, never stationary, uncontainable, always attainable, loving the flavor of the soul, love, spirit, destiny, solution, freedom, penetrate, shadow pieces, darkness, light, ashes, creates the phoenix, flight, fullest love, containment, freeze, attainment, refrain the lies, you hear you, hold your space, remain, watch the heart space, clear all the same, sacred body, eclectic, electric, hopi, hippie, eclectic, sacred, geometric, powerful, reflective, never neglected, always accepted. I love you. That's it.
We were so yeah, like some numbers from some numbers from diamonds from coal. Light in the stars of the world, you see me.
Hey, Denise, and everybody else. Hey, what's up?
Hi Todd, how are you?
I'm sleepy.
You just got up.
No, I got up a couple hours ago. It's 9 o'clock here. So I got up at 7, right around 7. What's been happening, man? What's going on in South Africa?
Yeah, no, everything's been great the past 3-4 days, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah, 3-4 days been great, but today's felt very intense.
Yeah.
Today, since I woke up this morning, The energy's been intense.
Whoa. So
Yeah.
you did well the last few days, but today you're feeling some stuff.
Yeah, today I'm feeling some stuff. But then besides the whole of July, probably one of the most challenging months I've had in many years.
Months?
Mentally,
The
yeah,
month of July?
the month of July.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt there. That was
Yeah.
I don't see it
Yeah.
as it was the biggest month. I can't remember anything like that. So
Yeah,
a
another level.
lot of people, some people, I don't want to, well, yeah, I can say. Amanda Lawrence, Wanda Vitale, Morgan Lee, 2, 3 others I can't think of right off the top of my head, talking about self-worth, self-value, a higher level of self-value where you have this level of self-value in the moment and it dictates your actions. And that seems to be, I'm not saying that's the prevalent energy, but there's enough people talking about it that there may be something to it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely. Well, the month of July for me was 100% inner childhood wounds, ancestral, and it was kind of all happening at once. Yeah, so for the beginning of the month, I felt disconnected. I just went very much into human mode.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was processing a lot very quickly.
Yeah.
But then I'd say from about Monday this week, I've been feeling pretty good. I kind of made it through the other side.
Until today.
And then till today it comes back. Yeah. It was a weird day today. Just was strange. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, the only way to explain it is to try to explain it right. But yeah, man, I don't know. On one hand, it seems okay. I'm just going to say this from the chair I sit in, and I don't get on a lot. I really don't. But when I get on to the news feed, I see things, I guess, that are meant for me first and foremost. I think we all got to remember that. Whatever the hell you're seeing out there, whoever's pissing you off or triggering you or activating you, whoever it is not about them. And so what I'm seeing sitting in this chair is I no longer can look at a person and say they're conscious. I can, or look at a person and say they're unconscious. Like that's separation. And I'm not saying it for that reason. I'm just saying it because it's reality. What I can look at is I can say that the unconscious part of that person, okay, I can't speak to that on whatever the case is on this subject. And I know it applies to me as well. So it's kind of tricky. But what I'm getting at, to sum it up, is I'm seeing deep wounds in many, many people that we would consider high vibrational. And the symptoms that I'm seeing are the finger pointing, okay, the declarations, like I saw one the other day that said, if I point things out to people, I have a problem. Why do they say I'm in judgment? If I point things out to people publicly and openly, why am I in judgment? Well, I think there was a time for that. I think there was a time which was disclosure, which was 9/11, JFK, who we really are, what is a narcissist, what is an empath, and all these different things. But I think we're at the point now where we got to be real careful. We got to be real careful because you can only talk about stuff for so long, and then it's obvious that whatever you're hung up on is hung up in you, and you're not conscious of it. This is tricky, but I think the whole thing about the Great Divide, in my opinion anyway, is not accurate anymore, because the Great Divide is in everybody. I'm got a conscious part and I got an unconscious part. And my objective is to be in the conscious part as much as I can moment by moment, and the universe will support that. But to think I'm conscious and I'm in some kind of select group, 144, Starseed, Way Shower, First Waiver, and all that, I don't give a damn what kind of intel you're getting, what type of memories you have. We're all at this point right now in the same boat. Every one of us. We're all
100%.
don't know what the hell's happening. I mean, when you get right down to it. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to go.
Yeah, no, 100%. So on my side, this month as well, I've been shown from all the way a year ago, my unconscious behavioral patterns. And where maybe a year ago before that, where I was pointing fingers, I've been shown with clarity how that was just a shadow aspect of myself.
Yeah.
And everything's been set up by myself. So like you say, whatever I come across on Facebook, and whatever's triggering me, that is just a reflection of unconscious or some sort of pattern or program that is running within myself that is being reflected to me. So as soon as that's been happening for me, which doesn't happen that often, but it does happen, I get triggered.
Yeah.
I just put it into myself and I say, what is this trying to show me?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've been able to laugh about it. I've been able to, be gentle with myself and see the humor in it.
That's good. That's good. That's a good point to get to. And it's not always easy to see it. And, this transition is just has turned or twisted or something, proving that it's not a linear, it's a spiral thing, right? But back to your comment about, okay, so I look at a couple things, and I'm here just to put this stuff on the table to try to elevate and expand and hopefully offer codes of expansion for others. Not that I know what the hell I'm doing, but talking to you seems to stimulate something in me. So like there's two things I look at. One is we had a great interview with Ingrid Esteme from Norway.
Yes, I saw that.
Phenomenal lady. And so the thing that jumped out at me was, so it's value, self-value on the table, and at the same time, judgment. Okay? That's what I see. With this self-value expansion that we're having, the higher the soul goes, the higher the ego goes. So she's very cut and dry, very direct, and I really dug what she said. And she said, I no longer, I leave behind those who need to be saved, which was basically saying I'm not going to engage in a codependent relationship. I'm not going to be somebody's nipple, pacifier. So and that sounds pretty rough, and it is. But it's an all or nothing proposition where we're at, the way I look at it. Now over here, you got judgment, and that judgment, because of your value, you're going to take a stand, but not in the old way. Let's protest, let's march, let's fight. This isn't fight. The judgment thing is in my opinion, the egoic parallel of the self-value soul elevation. And so I don't know what happens at that point, but one thing I will say to myself is keep yourself in check. Keep your mouth shut. Observe, analyze, process, laugh, whatever. But, this is more than ever, for me anyway, the time to look at everyone as me, equal to me. And that's, I don't have the perfect equation for it. It's not always easy. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So from what I've seen and I do see it on Facebook and social media, and sometimes it's coming from respected people, from what I've seen. So I've just observed, really, and I think as we're changing within ourselves internally, Not that anything is good or bad or better or worse, but expanding our level of consciousness. Some teachings from some people, you know, are going to be seen in a different light now.
Yeah.
So the big theme for me now is what I'm getting is letting go. It's just letting go, not having to do anything. There's less to do now.
True.
So whatever falls away will fall away, whether it be relationships, teachers, in whatever shape that comes in, way or form. And the news coming in. So it really is about, for me personally, I'll talk about myself, is I've really had to let go. Letting go and letting go and letting go again. And making space for that which is in alignment to my highest good to come in.
Yeah.
Because it's all waiting there. It's all in the blueprint.
That's true. That's true. And I think that's actually applicable to these situations. You know, I don't block people. But when I heard Ingrid say that, I know I don't block people because I felt like it was a form of resistance. Right? And I've had people coming at me for 8 years. It's not a big deal. but unless they got like, you know, like stupid, I mean, like, you know, where they were saying like, you know, very inappropriate things, you know, curse words, whatever. Or if it was a bot, you know. So, but anyway, so there was a couple of people that actually, there was an occurrence 2-3 months ago on one of the shows, and the guest created a lot of chaos, or I don't know. I didn't know it was there. I didn't know what was happening. But some people kind of like formed a vigilante group. They went after him, and they went after me and Morgan and Soulogy. And so we just do what we normally do. We didn't say nothing. And but then one of them went public. And I've known this person a long time. I know him very well. I know their shadows. I don't talk to him about their shadows. I don't say nothing to them. I don't do that with anybody. It's just not my gig. But went out of their way to name us live on camera in front of brothers and sisters and talk shit, which wasn't accurate. And I find it on one hand, it's a little bit. I feel some compassion because in the words that they speak or write, it's easy to see their shadow. And so it's easy for me to have compassion. But when I saw this yesterday, and again, I'm not friends with that person. I was unfriended. I don't follow that person. So you pull up the thing, the universe is always speaking to me. And I see the name, made a comment about you, right? So I looked at it, and it was like, you know what? I thought about what Ingrid said, and I said, you know what? Enough's enough. Not that I don't think this person is me, but I don't want this in my field. I can choose what kind of experience I can have. And if there's nothing more that I know about because I don't know anything about this trip we're on, but if there's one thing that I know, how you do it, don't ask me, but it has to do with the creative element or the creative energy that we are, and in serving the universe, therefore serving the universe, the collective, we can actually maximize our potential and create some serious illumination beginning from the center of the universe, which is myself. And that's where I'm at with it. You know, if something's coming in, I'm not going to condemn it or damn it. I'm just going to say, that's not my monkey, not my monkey's not my circus, you know, move on. It's weird because at this point that the human is getting real involved, you know, like the human consciously is really in the game here. It's not the multidimensional running everything and, you know, hey, here's the magic word and here's the abracadabra, you know, whatever. It's like the humans right there going, okay, everybody, I know you're here and I know you're part of me and I get the game, but what the hell we do now?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. For me, whenever, and I've had similar things, Todd, and how I've interpreted if there is an attack or anything like that, with the knowingness that when there's something dark happening, there's something light happening at the same time.
True.
So if there's somebody behind the scenes, okay, who may have harmful intent, okay, that, or in my cases, has been an opportunity when there's clarity in the scenario, when maybe the individuals expose themselves, I'm able to see it and therefore make a decision, whether it be blocking the person or just saying to them nicely that, listen, this interaction is done. I'm able to remove that person, as you say, from my field.
Yeah.
So it's shining a light on the darkness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
these
the way
occurrences often, if they don't make sense now for me or in my life, whether it be a month or a year later, that interaction and what happened, I see, in fact, how perfect it was.
yeah, no doubt.
And it will make sense, and I'll know what I need to know when I need to know it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you know, like a person is no different than any other energy. It's an energetic representation. So, okay, this has been good for me. Okay, you know, it's easy to say don't take it personal, right? And don't get personal, but it's not always easy to stop from taking it personal or getting personal. And even if you're not talking personally to the people, because, you know, I've had a thing with over the last probably 12 months, getting rid of sarcasm. You know, you be sarcastic, you're funny, you make jokes, but it's not funny because it's an all or nothing proposition. You either your thought, your energy itself is either is oneness, is unity, or it's not. There's no 99%, hey, it's okay, but not including those 2-3 people because they effed me over. Or, you know, that doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It's an all or nothing proposition. And really, if there is a select group of people out there, if there is, that group is an ever-changing group. It might be a 1% or 2% or 5% or whatever it is. But just because you're in that group today, and I don't give a damn what your transmissions, downloads, and channels are. I don't give a damn. Because if you're flatlining tomorrow, you won't be in that group. You'll be in the other group, which is the group that may think they know more than they do. Because one thing about this minority, small, strong minority group, they know they don't know anything. But they know one thing is you got to keep moving and expanding and being open to growth and objective as much as possible in this suit every day. Because every day is a new ascension. Every day is a new day. Every day there's a new truth and a new set of rules. You know? I don't know what's happening. It's just coffee, I guess. So what was it that? How were you feeling discomfort today when you woke up after work?
Today, just all I got was that something big is going on.
Yeah.
That something big was going on, and the energy was very intense. It was very intense, and then it's 9:20 here in the evening, so I'd say at about 7 o'clock, then it kind of eased. But I mean, with every wave coming in, you know, this is happening every 3-4 days now. I mean, it's just, it's the norm. So I didn't think too much about it. It just, there was some kind of density in the atmosphere that I felt.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Well, you know, this thing with the self-value, and I think this judgment thing is running. I think it's very, very important for us to be vigilant in regard to check ourselves, you know, and hopefully catch these exceptions we're making to the rule for ourselves and any absolutes that we're throwing out there at our brothers and sisters, which we're really throwing down at the universe. What I mean by that is, oh, well, it works this way, or this needs to happen, you know, or this is right and this is wrong, or whatever, because ain't nobody got it all right. And ain't nobody walking on water out there. Not to say that we can't all be walking on water tomorrow, because I think we're headed to some kind of huge collective expansion that's going to be noticeable to everybody.
No, for sure. Definitely a big shift happening right now, from my perspective. So what I've been getting is there's this purple energy that is flooding the planet right now. Okay, and then also the other day, and I think that lady is her name Maya or Maja.
Maya.
She spoke about it, the Syrian connection. But the Syrian, it's a Syrian aspect of ourselves to do with divine union. Okay, is merging.
Yeah.
Is merging. So these aspects have been waiting, okay, for the right amount of time in order for lack of a better word, this shit to be transmuted, in order for, you know, them to come in and join in on the party, the experience.
Yeah.
So that's what I've got this week, is the Syrian aspect of the self coming in for merging. And then this purple, beautiful new energy that's come in, assisting with divine unions and all kinds of soul connections from a soul family, soul monadic field perspective coming into play, moving through Lionsgate. So it's the next wave of the physical unions for the divine counterparts coming into play, moving through Lionsgate into 2020.
Man, 2020 is going to be the bomb at this rate.
Yeah.
So that our friend Huna says that in let's see here. I think it's I'm trying to say Lemurian. He says they call that color the Kumara, and then you know, through this last I don't know, through this whole self-value thing, a little fuzzy, but Morgan does these mandalas. She does these sets of mandalas, and so before she starts them, I guess I don't know how she does it, but she connects with the energy that's prevalent, or the energy that's coming to be transmuted, processed, or expanded. And so she did one set through the latter part of last month. What do we want to call that? Hell month? I'm just kidding.
Someone had a good one the other day for it.
What?
I saw a woman post something. She said it felt like I've just stepped into the Jerry Springer timeline.
Yeah, no kidding, right? But when as the month ended and she started a new one, she put up this only one. She started with one. She sticks it up there, and it was that Kumara. It was this purple violet, deep, you know, and with it were some greens and a little pink. But I mean, the color itself very much reminded me of Pleiadian. I told her, and the set before was kind of a Syrian Pleiadian thing. So I don't know. Obviously, like you said, these certain things have come available. You said they've come to join the party. But that's kind of been my experience, and I'm not a practitioner or a forecaster or anything, but I think what's happening is they become available, and then as you're open to it, you can grab those expanded energies, you know, to embody.
Yeah, for sure.
I think overall, we're all doing a hell of a job. Collectively, we're doing a hell of a job. We're way ahead of schedule. We've overshot the target, you know, and blown it away. And I think we're actually doing very, very well. So all these things that people talk about with 2020, 24, 2020, whatever, mean nothing to me. You know, they just don't mean anything.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think the point being, well, from what I've got, is just there's less to do now. We don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
Just allow for it to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's something else happening too. Let's get your thoughts on this. So Morgan put up a post yesterday about, I can't remember, but it was either the morning before. We woke up and she's talking about this post, a very slice of life kind of post. I wake up, I'm looking at Todd, I'm feeling all this intense love, and we're not saying a word, by the way, to each other. And so he's feeling the same thing, obviously. She's getting these visions of packing and we're moving, and, you know, and we knew something was coming. And the amount of response to that post, and I'm not just talking about likes and hearts, I'm talking about comments. I think I looked this morning, there was 185. But it's not even the number of comments, it's the comments people are making. They're saying, I'm doing the same thing right now. I don't know where I'm going. A lot of good wishes, but a lot of energy of I'm with you. I'm getting that. I'm going to be doing that. You know what I mean? I mean, there's something about it's a liberative. It's a fearless, liberative frequency of, and it does carry self-value, and it carries emancipation and freedom. You know, liberation. Creation, and that's mind-blowing to me. If you get a small minority, you know, of people out there, even like a million around this world, that is going to light this grid up. Vera and Augusta are doing it. You know, they just got in Brazil.
Yeah, so I feel anybody who's pure of heart, you know, who joins in collectively with that, you know, support basis. I mean, the amplification there, that frequency alone is something phenomenal.
Yeah.
So it really is about sticking together, and on this show, everywhere, sharing stories, being authentic, speaking from the heart space.
Yeah.
That alone is next level.
Yeah. It's not even the words, right? Just the
yeah, they're no words.
Frequency. It's the yeah, like you said, the heart. You know, I don't know. This may be off the subject or off. So I don't remember how long it lasted, but the lucid dreams are starting to really pick up. Kind of like as an example. So the post that she wrote, referring to that morning, we both realized that we were in dream state, and that we came out of dream state into waking state with very seamlessly, you know, like there was no drop off. So we were very aware of that. So by the same token, I've been having lucid dreams picking up slowly that are seamlessly moving into my conscious awakening as I wake up each day. And last night, I don't know how long it lasted, it seemed like hours and hours. There were spiders everywhere. Like I wasn't scared of them or anything, but everywhere I turned, there were spiders. And I'm like, what
was this in a dream or in your awakened state?
No, this was in a dream. This was in dream state, lucid dream state, to where I
abundance.
Yeah,
abundance.
Is that what it is? Because I mean, it was like I never seen so many spiders in my life, and I didn't get scared. Although this one black widow crawled up my leg or something, I didn't know where it went. I'm just like, okay, well, good way to die. But yeah, I just thought I'd throw that in there because I think the lucid dreams. I've noticed that about people. There seem to be little cycles of where they start coming in really strong. You know.
Yeah, so I've had the exact same thing about 2 weeks ago. It's when you're in a relaxed state, in a rested state, and all of a sudden you've just come in and out of a dream in the form of a download or a vision.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's seamless.
Yeah.
I've had the exact same experience. And the first one was about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And then I had this thing happen to me the other night where we went to bed as we usually do, clasped hands. And then she was doing her thing. A lot of times we won't talk, but we're experiencing the same things, and that's the information we get. But mine, she said I kept snoring, and I'm sure I was. But mine, I was literally going into this deep, sleep, but then I would pop back out because I was very aware of what was going on in the room and what energies were in the room, because there was a lot of energy showing their faces. But I was really kind of amazed In fact, I got up in the middle of the night to go sit down and think about it because it was like they were the same. Like there was no dimensional difference between when I was fully awake, looking at stuff in the room, laying next to her, and then I go into this dream state where physically I'm snoring, but it's the same things playing out. You know what I mean? So
It's the same room, same type of vision, just different objects in the room than before, quickly shifting from one view to another, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's very trippy. Very trippy. No more dragons? You haven't run into any dragons lately?
I do. I've had a few. The other night, purple dragon's been in my space, but I don't see it as a physicality like you have. So I see them as energy with my third eye, and it's very connected to the divine union.
Yeah.
Always, whenever that dragon comes, I have a picture on my wall of a man and a woman coming together, and they always show up by this picture, like the Syrian aspect I saw the other night.
Yeah,
and that's how they're showing me. Listen, we are here for this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me because if I look back at the last 4 years with Morgan, there were things that happened that I mean, especially in retrospect, that I know or we know that our higher aspects came in and made something happen or didn't let something happen. And then more recently, it's become very obvious, which has made it easier to let go, which has made it, not that it's easy, but it's made it easier to say, okay, we're detaching from everything. All our possessions, except for the clothes on our back, a couple of suitcases, and we're going to head into the mainland. But we're not attached.
This is Hawaii you're talking about?
From Hawaii, yeah. From here, we're heading first to LA.
Okay.
Because and sure enough, and I had told her maybe 2 weeks ago, I said, we had somebody contact us. I said, I've been feeling LA. I don't care for LA. I don't like these big giant metropolises. I don't mind a visit, or work for a couple of days, but which I'm sure that's all it'll be, but I don't know. But anyway, my point is I felt the fit, right? I felt the fit. And just like I felt like over about 2-3 weeks before the end of the month, I was like, I think we're leaving, She's like, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. But when she got it, well, we actually both got it that morning that she wrote about. But my point is today, somebody I know who talked a bit, a supporter, sent me a note, which also further fit. And then I got another note from another person that also further fit. Geographically, collaboratively, so.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
So people will be within reach.
Yeah.
From a collaboration perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like that the rest of this year, and I'm going to pull something up here. The rest of this year and certainly next year, let me see here, is going to be a very physical, in other words, the stuff that we've been doing through the internet and etherically is going to take a very physical, part of our lives now. Physical gatherings, physical coming together, which will really tighten things up. I think, it'll really tighten things up.
That's fantastic.
I'm trying to find this post. Damn nation. But yeah, I think we're gonna be seeing some of that.
It's fantastic. So I'm interested in the Black Widow that you saw. That's fine.
Well,
no, you were thinking about that.
It went up the back of my shorts. No, this is in the dream, basically to my ass. And I thought, well, hell, I can't. And I kind of went, but I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it in time, and kind of disappeared. But I didn't have any fear at all. In fact, I actually got like a almost like a powerful thing. It was, you know, honestly, what it felt like. It felt like a feminine energy.
It was it up your left leg as well.
It was up my, I don't remember. I just
Okay.
went into my, you know, into my midsection, you know, basically. But or I lost sight of it. I don't know where the hell it went. I really don't. That was kind of weird. So you're saying that it is
Abundance.
abundance. Spiders.
Spiders of abundance.
There were so many of them. It was just ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to show you something. So this is trippy. I can put it up on the screen. So when I got up this morning, one of the first things I do, and this is going back to what you were saying about people being in proximity and what I was just elaborating on. So in the mornings, I'll wake up, and a lot of times I'll pull up memories. You know, you can pull up the Facebook memories, and I do that so that you know, I can work some material into the Soulogy group and, you know, whatever. So this is tricky. So I get up this morning and I pull up the memories, and last year I shared a post by Morgan from August 1st, 2015, which was about 5 weeks before we met. Okay, so this is trippy. Now, the first part is not the main part I wanted to talk about, but it's in the first part. Well, it's entitled Soul Gatherings, right? And it says, I could feel my both of her kids around for a month before they came, and she knew they were coming. And then she talks about that a little bit. She said, tonight I've been awake all night, feeling a new energy coming so close, I can feel his touch upon my skin.
Wow.
which is interesting. But this is where it got really interesting. So she said, now, when he was not getting in my way tonight, distracted me, and which I think is actually funny, and that sounds like me, right? And so she says, I could see the commencement of soul gatherings, not just for me, but the many I am told that it's time to gather, to connect, to share, and that we will be joined by our higher dimensional energies. The many groups are forming around the planet now, sharing tools, gifts, knowledge, skills, where the starseeds, shaman, dragons, magicians, high priestesses, indigos, etc., come together. No, not with one in charge, but all offering equally. Now, to read this today, I think, because a lot of this stuff, like she's gotten and many people have gotten, was, you know, on the linear, in respect to the linear, was way ahead, you know, a couple of years ahead, months ahead. But I think this is something that's really coming into fold, materializing, is where, with the guidance and influence of our higher aspects, you, me, we, and it, and our own conscious alignment, and courage, we're coming together in the physical, which, hey, the internet's powerful, the etherical is powerful, we all know that, but to come together consciously aligned in the physicality is an extraordinary proposition.
100%. 100%. And what I've noticed this week for me, and just to touch on your point about saying or labeling someone as awakened or unawakened, or I had a few friends at once from maybe 10 years ago who are top drawer, pure of heart individuals.
Yeah.
And at once they all reached out to me. So I think it's going to be very interesting moving forward now, you know, the people coming into our lives, you know, all in all, for the assistance on our own creations and the co-creation.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
So I agree with what you're saying, whether someone's awakened, unconscious, or conscious. I think it's going to level out, and, you know, those words might not even be used anymore, whether someone's awakened or not.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I know
these people being conscious individuals, they just don't call themselves awake. That's what I've known.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a lot of people. We've all seen people who don't run in these circles who live a conscious existence. But to your point, I know it doesn't make all the sense in the world to our human aspect and where we're coming out of, but truly, when you get right down to it, the categories of conscious and unconscious is separation too. I mean, the only way we're gonna, well, it would only make sense that the way we're gonna continue to drive to a 0-point soul highway, that the eye of the needle, whatever you want to call it, is to remove separation in every single way. And I know it sounds a little cliche and woo-woo, but really, if you refer to somebody as conscious or unconscious, or whatever label you want to give them, you're feeding separation, and I think that includes behavior. I think that in the spectrum of our experience, that some things don't look alike, but it's the same energy, and I think that goes too for what Morgan and others talk about in terms of polarities. If you tame the polarity or claim the polarity on one end of the spectrum, and you don't deal with the other polarity, it's still going to be active in your field. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of empaths and narcissists, or empaths that have been in narcissistic relationships, have that. Because he did that, she did that, and I'm not like that. I was over here on the other end of it, the victim or whatever you want to call it. But I think it's very important because again, we start to drill down into our day-to-day interactions and our life experience and a reflection of our past life experiences. We start to realize how we've contributed to separation, the energy of separation. Just not because we're bad people, but because this is the conditioning that we were raised in.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. 100%. I think I did see that video with yourself and Morgan talking about what narcissist, empath, or the victim, abuser, and how the energy is the same.
Yeah.
And when one goes up, then the others, and there's a balance there. But either way, whoever we've attracted into our lives, we've attracted that.
Yeah.
So there's something inside of us. So I know when I've been in these kind of friendships or, really, really traumatic relationships and interactions, okay, the only way for me to shift out of those interactions and relationships was to go within and see what is it within myself that I'm attracting in these relationships. And I was able to do that. I'm not saying things don't happen, and I have been attacked now and then, but nothing too serious. But I'm able to manage that. And when it happens, always go within.
Yeah, it's always safer. Going within is, when in doubt, shut your mouth. Don't say nothing to nobody. I love what Ingrid, because it's not a normal behavior from where we come from, because where we come from is one wounded child or whatever is going to engage the other wounded, you know what I mean? And so that's what we would do. But so that's hard for people to accept. But I think the more of us that stay in that silence and in that strength, the more that energy will be picked up. But I love what she said, because I asked her the question. I said, something like that. And she said, well, when I tell somebody that I'm integrating and I need to be alone and I need to be quiet and I don't have anything to say, and they come back and give me shit for it, she says, I block them instantly because I figure that what they can gain from more silence from me. They may need more silence. You know what I mean? However she put it was funny. But
yeah.
But we have to thine own self be true, I mean, this is it.
No, I've had to, not had to, but I chose to block certain individuals over the past few months. I mean, nothing serious. It's just with that person there anyway, I don't have the room or the space to go within inside myself and see, well, why am I attracting this thing?
Yeah.
I will always do my best to communicate to the individual, but sometimes there's nothing that you can say.
It takes two.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can say, and it's just better for both of you, because then that individual is not going to change their behavior if you just allow it to happen.
It takes two. takes two, and then the other thing that we've experienced, and when I say this as a learning tool, because that's what this all is, but the other thing we've experienced too is when you have that situation, and then either yourself or the other person pulls in another person,
Yes.
instead of a triad, triangulation, you know, where it's a 2 against 1 thing. So, you know, these are all I think really important things, because we can talk about the 1111s and the 5555s, and Kuan Yin, all respect, you know, gave me this information, and the galactics visited me, and the dragons breathed on me, and all this stuff. But really, it's this part of like, what are we looking at? What's your experience like? Can we talk about it and remove judgment? And can we just be honest about what we're observing? Honest observation. Part of what I tried to describe earlier, I see high vibrational people that have unconscious aspects, which is totally understandable, including myself, all of us. And what I'm saying at the top of the show was that I'm seeing it more now than ever, louder than ever. Therefore, that great divide in us, not out here. So going back to what you're saying, that's telling me, hey, heads up, kid. You better keep yourself in check. Keep checking yourself. Keep on moving, but check yourself, because if you're seeing these high vibrational people having these little blades of unconscious expression, or whatever you want to call it, then it's got to be in me too. So, you know, that's and that, to me, that's a good sign for us collectively, because if that's being shown, then means it's in the process already of being transmuted, transformed. Just a matter of when.
For sure. Yeah, for me, it's pretty simple. If something about someone else bothers me, I know it's in me.
Yeah.
I know it's in me, and I know to check myself.
Yeah. So there's one other that I know right now that that Morgan picked up on. We've been talking about experience the last few days. As we said earlier, you know, Amanda Lawrence, a few others, Wanda Vitale, talking about self-value being the big deal for the month, and what that really means. You know, like self-value means saying what you need to say, doing what you need to do, and not settling for cookie crumbs, you know, like a lot of us did, thinking, you know, coming out of a sacrificial type of loop. You know, Jesus sacrificed, so I got to sacrifice. Love is sacrifice. You know, and this is all going away. Her early intel for August is operating from unconditional love for self. You know, like, and that fits to me. It fits because you went from self-value, which is the examination and the conscious action of embodying that, to like moving into a grace of, you know, of true, or of more true unconditional love for self. You know, that's to me very encouraging, and that fits with the trajectory of the year and what 2020 with that number, what it looks like to me anyway. I don't know. To me, it looks like that's just going to be, I don't know, that could be it. I don't know. There isn't it.
Yeah, if there is an event, some people call it an event, but yeah, definitely. It's just, all I can say is that what I'm getting is it's big. This is a big moment in time.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Big moment in time. And there's no need, what I'm getting as well, there's no need to struggle financially in whatever way, shape, or form. There's no need to struggle. There's enough to go around. There's more than enough to go around.
Yeah. And of course, and there's not just always one thing, but as we talked about earlier, these people making these leaps, I think that's another thing that's happening, is our human aspect has been brought front and center, like all the other stuff came in, and hey, and you get past all of that, and there's the human, which is the wounded child from every age, every part of us, right? Sitting there, and you realize, okay, we have, like you were talking about this last day, is you start to bring in those human multiple aspects, the multi-human aspects that you left behind, that you haven't claimed, and once you do that, and I think again, collectively, it's a great sign, because I think what happens is, in order to take these leaps, obviously the human aspect has to be at a certain level of surrender / comfort or discomfort or whatever the case is. So to see that, to me alone, is like a huge igniter and illuminator that it will be a contagious, contagious energy for other souls, and it will just continue to exponentially expand. That's why I don't think we can. I think we're going to blow linear time right off the map because of this, what's happening.
Yeah, I like that. I like the way you put that.
Huna says some of us are in 2020 now. Good point.
Yeah, well, it's already happened.
Yeah,
it's already happened.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. So
and have you been noticing time? Has time been moving quickly for you, like very quickly?
Man, I can't get my arms around that. I really can't. I don't know. I'm just totally off on that one. I don't know. It certainly hasn't been moving slow, but it certainly hasn't been moving like I'm missing anything. I think the last time it was slow was when Morgan went back to Australia after we came to Hawaii the first time for 57 days. That was a long 57 days, but I wasn't like, totally off kilter. I tell you what, though, I'm just reflecting on the last 24 hours. I don't know why I'm supposed to bring this up, I guess, or whatever, You said that came in this morning. Now you're in the evening. You're 8 o'clock at night.
Yes.
So I'm 10 o'clock in the morning.
It's 11 o'clock here at night, yeah.
Yeah, so yours would have been, 11 o'clock. So yours would have been, yeah. So in the same time period, yesterday was a very, I would say, a day that had extreme energies showing, right? Like I don't know. I'll make something up. Self-value, high self-value, and no self-value, or just whatever. These big.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
So last night, this is crazy. So I had a couple of chaotic things happen, right? Just like many little nothing, and it was really I was good. I just again. So what I did was I jumped in the car. Morgan was already in bed. I jumped in the car. It was only a mile down to the beach, and I cruised down to the beach. And it's probably 11:30 at night. But over here, everybody goes to bed early, so you don't see a lot of people. So I pull over there at the beach, and I'm sitting there listening to a song, sitting in the car, and all of a sudden, 4 cop cars. Now this is Hawaii. Laid back Hawaii. This isn't LA or Houston or other places I've been where this is normal activity, but they all just 4 cars just come right to my car. With lights on, in my face, jumping out of the car, and I don't know what happened, man. I just opened my door. I got out. I stood up. There was one right in my face. And I didn't have to explain anything. He just goes, "What are you doing?" I didn't say anything. And then he says, "Well, we're out here just making sure people are doing what they should be doing." And I just looked at him. And I don't know, it was a higher aspect in me. It wasn't this fearful human. It was just like, I own this. This is my field. I own this shit. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it. And then he said that he made the whole conversation, and I don't think I said one word, but have a nice evening and be safe. But what I'm getting at is that was what was a very elevating, expansive day, a demarcation line from one month to the next, or whatever you want to say. And then here, that chaos still will show its face as we're working our way out of it. I don't know. It's another reminder to me to check yourself. To check yourself always.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard you speak about it before. Some of the things that, for me, I don't want to deal with, like renewing my driver's license or those kind of things. They're just things that I don't want to deal with, but I'm finding myself, it's still there.
Yeah.
Right now, these things are still there, and I still have to go and do things. And on my way to go and do it, I was pulled over by a cop as well.
Right.
Yeah, I went through the motions and it was fine, but that's definitely still there. It's definitely still there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's no doubt. And I sat there and I thought about it. I sat there, I got out of the car then and I walked up to the beach. And I thought about it. I thought, I mean, was that a timeline that just popped in and and I thought, well, how would you have acted 2 months ago or 6 months ago? Because there's a time I would have just sat in the car and cracked my window and said, what do you want? And I have, and didn't always work out. But I don't know, man. It was just weird. But I see that's been happening. Little chaotic mergings of frequencies, misalignments, whatever you want to call it, stories. And again, I see a great evidence of many people, which is a reflection of the collective, of doing a hell of a job. I think we've done a hell of a job. I really do. Even those that you think are unconscious, we have done one hell of a job. And we need to give ourselves some credit. And that is part of, maybe that's part of the self-value recognition that came this past month. Which, looking at, I think it was Wanda Vitale's stuff, she said that's actually going to be, as you go into the Lionsgate 8-8, whatever, that's actually going to be, in other words, there'll be further opportunity to expand and build off of that specifically. I just pass this information off just to help. I'm not saying it's gospel.
No, that makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So almost like when you talk about that, the cops arriving all at once, it's almost like this, they picked up on an energy.
I don't know, man. It's possible.
And they just were drawn to it. Because, I mean, if you're involved in a divine conscious union, there's a higher frequency involved. Well, that's why there's sometimes chaos around unions, like jealousy or any of these vibrational acts by a human being. Yeah. I know that when I was in close proximity to my partner, there was extreme chaos around it. Yeah. When people picked up on that energy, on that frequency. So maybe you're just carrying a frequency with you that's being picked up.
I don't know.
But maybe they left better off. Who knows?
I don't know. I was amazed at the, I mean, I've had that happen many, many times. Okay. And my experience overall hasn't been that good. But I was amazed at how soft it was. I mean, it was just weird. It was like I made the choice, I guess, and it was just all intuitive. I made the choice to get out of the car. So I got out of the car, and that's one of the things you don't do, as we all know. Not this day and age. But I'm in Hawaii, and I hadn't seen any chaotic stuff going on with cops and stuff like that. They're pretty laid back, and there's not a lot of them. I mean, I won't see 2 cop cars in a month. And I got 4 of them. I mean, one of them was a paddy wagon, right? So like rounding people up, like prepared. So there was like 4 of them. So they were definitely doing some type of operation. but I was just amazed that when I stepped out and I was this close to him, he was a big guy, and I didn't say anything. He just kind of said everything, you know. But his face wasn't like the typical cop, you know.
Yeah,
I'm here for
maybe an
blood. I don't know.
incognito interaction.
Yeah. But
maybe just someone stepping in there divinely for some reason that will make sense later. But I know I've had those experiences before.
Yeah.
When after the interaction, I'm like, hang on, this is something funny here.
Yeah.
There was something different. This wasn't normal, this interaction.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And and one time it was someone begging on the side of a street with a hobo, someone who was homeless. And I just had one of the best conversations ever with this person. And then only afterwards I clicked, hang on. There was something different there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if maybe it was one of those that you're talking about, or
I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was very strange. But it was good. It was weird though. It was like being in it was like having a dimensional experience. Because as I walked to the beach, I stood on the beach for a while. I totally felt like I was in another dimension. But I don't know. That's been happening too. Like we're consciously, it just feels like we're in another dimension. But we're looking at what we've always looked at. You know, so all that stuff's still going on. So, and then the other thing too, that the last, I want to say, not today so far, but the last 3 days probably, especially yesterday and the day before, the tones have just been going bananas. They're very clear. They come in groups. They don't last a long time, and most of the time, it's coinciding with truth being spoken or an experience that I'm being told, remember this, hold this frequency band, or just align with the sound. But very clear, very clear. That's a good sign too, I think.
yeah. And how have your downloads been?
What? I guess I don't know. I mean, I think.
Are you getting hit with like the nausea and those kind of symptoms with the downloads?
Oh, I think you meant like, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Those 3 or 4 days, as the processing was coming to a completion before the surge, okay? Yeah, both of us. So I might say to her, hey, I feel nauseous. And she's like, I'm fine. And like 5 minutes later, she'll be like, oh, no, I feel nauseous. Or vice versa. I had it this morning. No, absolutely. I had achy joints for 2-3 days. And I don't usually get hit too hard with ascension symptoms other than dehydration. But the achiness and the nausea was very prevalent for 2-3 days. No doubt. Yeah. No doubt at all. Definitely some major changes happening very quickly within my body. On a personal level, I can say that. I don't know how that went for everybody else, but that's a definite, no doubt.
Yeah. And you familiar with the human design?
Yes.
So that was probably one of the most incredible stories on a YouTube that I watched. His name is Rahuru. Well, his name changed to Rahuru, and he received the download for the human design in 8 days. Wow. And he tells the story from a physical perspective, what he went through exactly in those 8 days. And he downloaded the entire human design. Wow. And he was being told just with a pencil and a piece of paper. So I wonder if there are people that are going to be experiencing it to that degree, these kind of downloads coming through, and just what are people going to be creating? It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's what, August, and if you look at the speed of the experience over the first 7 months, I don't think it's slowed down. I think it's every month is sped up. So what's going to happen in the next 5 months? Wow, anything's possible. Anything's possible. But it all stems from the individual stepping into that unknown, stepping into the magic, going through the fears. That's how we're dismantling this illusionary matrix, whatever you want to call it. I will say that I think the last 2 times that we lay down to meditate at bedtime, I would say the last 2 times, there was 2 times, so it was 2 of the last 3, or the last 2, I did see, and it wasn't the first time, but part of what I was seeing, I like to keep my eyes open. And I guess our room was by design the perfect room to have, right? But because of the way it's laid out. And what I was seeing was, in fact, one of them I was told, do you see this? See through that. See through that to what's behind it. And then I saw these lines, and they went like that. So there was some type of, what would you call it? Like ley lines and grid lines that were very clear, like it, you know what I mean? And so it was like, and I couldn't make out everything behind it, but it was obvious that what they were trying to show me was we're that much closer to, like, I want to say a quantum leap, but a big leap in our our spectrum of visible light, what we can see with the eyes.
Yes, and I think for me personally, so, and all of us, I feel, we get shown what we're ready for.
True.
Because I mean, if I was to see maybe some things in physicality now, it might be too much of a shock to the system, and some people, myself, go into psychological shock. So everything's perfect, and it's being shown. So I'm being shown a little bit. So maybe just with the dragon energy, and then, because I mean, I'm even getting shocked with some of the things that I'm seeing now, and it's just as an energy. So that's something that's been happening for me, is I'm being shown things. I'm getting, so I'm adapting, getting used to, slowly getting comfortable with the presence.
Yeah, and I think
that's what I'm being shown.
I think that's important too. Like, I got a message from a brother a couple of days ago, and he says, "I don't see these things. I wonder why I don't see them." And I do. I think you're right. I think everybody's coming from a different place. Like Morgan doesn't. If anything starts happening outside, she runs in the house. I would prefer to stay, see what's coming on. But to your point, the other night, I think 2 or 3 nights back, it was, and I had that frame of mind. I said, "Hey, she's got her eyes closed. We got our palms crossed. I know she was already connected." And I was like, "I'm keeping my eyes open. Bring it on."
Yeah.
Just, I suppose primarily what I've noticed is the sort of physical and emotional stuff, like, just certain times in the day, just suddenly, like, just feeling like being hit with this wave of energy, and just like feeling like I just need to lie on my back or something. I'm feeling really low, and then not too long later, it's shifted, it's gone, and yes. Are we live now?
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, I thought we probably were. Yeah.
You know how we roll, but it captures the real stuff, though, man.
Yeah.
I still believe that our most powerful activations do not come from download transmissions or channelings from the galactic or divine essences or angelic. They come from each other. So I was trying to find a space tonight with the radio show, and I had a couple of technical difficulties. And I just didn't feel it. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to just pop on and do a show, and do a roundtable show, and see if I can get some people in. And then I saw you and Karen, and I thought, you know what? I'll just invite them on. We'll get it started like this.
Well done, Todd. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, and it's it's total chance that I'm about right now really well. There's no chance stuff. I've just been doing another radio show with Kathy Bilski.
Yeah.
And,
today.
So that's why I got up at 4:30. So I've been up for a little while. It's kind of like the middle of the night. I mean, it's 6:30 now, but it's kind of feels like the middle of the night really. And it's like, let's go from one straight to the next. I'm warmed up now,
Oh, wait, there's Karen. Hang on. Yeah, you warmed up. Okay, so we got a good mix here. Hello, Karen.
Hey, Toddy.
Can you see Miguel?
Hey, Miguel. Yeah, I can see you both.
So we are representing.
Thanks for the 5 minutes notice. I literally walked in the door, sat down, and there's this message from Toddy. What are you doing? And I'm thinking, how shall I answer that? And he's like, I'm doing a show in 15 minutes. Are you going to be on?
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Both of you for coming. Both of you have been writing some incredible stuff in the last few weeks, especially the last 10 days, And I just wanted to get, I was just saying to Miguel that to me, the most powerful activations come from each other more than any channeling or transmission download. And both of y'all write in that manner to me. Both of y'all write about the human soul hybrid in transition, And both of y'all put out a lot of good stuff. I don't know. I figured, you know what? We get a divine feminine in here and a divine masculine. I asked Miguel how it's been for him the last few days, and he just shook his head. How about you? Has it been ease and grace for you, Karen, or has it been tough?
No, it's all good. I'm really riding these energies well, and just flying higher and higher. Basically, I know I've done the groundwork, and I'm making good choices, and. It might come later. I'm not saying, it's always this way, but last few days are just really powerful. Just, flying basically, just making really good choices and seeing things in a new way and just choosing love basically. And that's what takes it up. Flying,
You're in a love bubble. You're in a love bubble.
Makes it easier.
Miguel said that it's the waves have come in strong emotionally and physically. Sometimes he's had to lay down. Have you had any issues physically, like with just being tired and having a rest?
Look, occasionally, I will lie down, but I'm really grounded, so the energies don't seem to affect me too much physically. I do sleep well when I sleep, and there have been the odd night, not lately, but, when maybe I'm awake all night. So, it's on some level they do have an effect, but nothing that really distracts me from my, everyday stuff.
Yeah, you're no fun. Juicy. Look, Miguel, you said you've had some emotional impact too, and you've written about it, which is brave. You want to elaborate on that?
I can never really remember, to be honest, very much, Todd, what I've written. It's kind of it's a bit like, on the Facebook feed, by the time it's sort of like a day's gone and it's moved down, it's like it's gone from my awareness. But the thing that comes up when you talk about the emotional stuff was, just some aspects of fear. It felt sort of, particularly around the equinox full moon, there was a big, just all this fear came up, and there was nothing that I could pin it to. It was just, I think I described it as, it's just like an inner child fear, like scared of the dark or scared of the not known. There was a bit of a kind of, whoa, what is going down here? There was a bit of that came up. The mind's, the mind's been interesting to watch, because it's certainly bringing up lots of kind of like trying to sabotage, what are you doing? Have you lost the plot here? Is this really what you're doing? And did you really make that decision and stuff like that? So there's been a bit of that stuff coming up as well, and just having to really, just ground and come back to center and just go, it's okay. I'm just,
you
just
look like
learning
you look like you've been through what I've been through, whatever that is. So,
you must be a masculine thing. The masculine energy is coming up too.
Oh no, I'm
And
talking.
I've got those too. So it's and
True,
probably the
true.
aspects of me that came up were more on my masculine side to deal with. So
That's a good point. That's a good point. I was going to bring up what some people have talked about, and I've observed a couple of my friends here that are female that are going through the same thing. And what I'm seeing is, and even talking to Morgan and reading other people's stuff, it has to do with what Miguel's talking about. Maybe you can elaborate on this, Karen. In regard to self-judgment, self-consciousness, second-guessing ourselves. I don't want to describe the masculine energy as being the ego energy, but there is that false masculine energy that we all have within us that's been empowered and is being disempowered. And I wonder if it's that voice going away and our real voice speaking up. Have you had any issues, Karen, with self-judgment, self-consciousness?
masculine energy. So allowing myself, where I am on my own spiritual journey. So self-judgment, I'm pretty good on that. I'm kind to myself. I think maybe the men are a bit tougher on themselves in some aspects, so self-judgment, the same. I just see it in the eyes of love and just see where I can, make a better choice. And, slowly up the ante. And, I'm always one for accepting the challenge. Like I could have said no to come on this show. You got me, it was like, bam. And I'm like, no, I will accept that challenge and, keep pushing myself. So, it's, we've got to be kind to ourselves and look how far we've come. And just day by day, live in the moment and just, have a look at what we're experiencing this now moment and just, make kind choices for ourselves and self-honor ourselves. It's always that borderline between unconditional love and self-honor, which a lot of us have to push the boundaries of to discover what it is, where that actual boundary is between. And I always say self-honor has to override unconditional love. So, that's also an area that I think we all need to explore for ourselves.
Interesting. Miguel's been putting out some stuff. What's it entitled? And Miguel, what's the little series entitled? I know it has the F word in it.
Oh yeah, fucking the system with love.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we're going to rise above it. Yeah.
That when she was saying that, that's what came to mind, because it's like there seems to be again this divide, this split, and it's in us, and it's like this whole thing where we're not honoring ourselves. We're basically saying, "Fuck it," I'm going to choose myself. Is this what you've been writing on in those series that you've been coming out with?
Yeah,
the videos.
Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of that, of just allowing myself to just be fully myself, just even in the title, because I really quite like the fuck word, and I do use it quite a lot. And I guess there are different levels, really, fuck it, fucking the system with love is, it's love that does dismantle, isn't it? Love dissolves. Love is the tool, really. Is the weapon isn't the right word. It makes it sound a bit warlike, but it's all about love, and it's all about the system can't stand, and it can't. It's like all that effort that is needed to maintain the false and so on. It's like it's just like the warmth of love melting a big piece of ice or something, like, what I mean? And then what is revealed is love. There's nothing else that we need to do. And there are, like Rumi's saying, there are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. There are hundreds of ways to fuck the system with love, and whether that's through music or through our talks or our interviews or radio shows or dance or art or, there's so many different ways that we can do that. And, I guess there's a bit of the fuck it for me is a bit of a sort of primal, wild man energy as well. Like, there was a rewilding that began to take place for me a few years ago when I kind of like thought, fuck it, we men, we're so domesticated, like, you know what I mean? Where's the wild? Where's the where's the primal energy.
We
So-
love that.
So, Miguel, I know you've done a lot of work. You know, you've been on the show. Somebody just mentioned they love your writings. I know you're very sensitive and in tune with the divine feminine. To Karen's point a minute ago, I mean, for you, has the last few weeks or even the last couple of weeks, has it been more of a test of your masculine, the masculine side of you than it has been the feminine, or has it even been noticeable?
I guess what a theme that has been coming up for me is it feels like there is so much love in my life at the moment, and I'm feeling like I'm really surrounded by love. But there's still this wall, maybe more of a masculine wall, that are protecting, if you like, my heart or something. That that. And the love is dissolving that, it's like just stepping deeper and deeper into the love. And as that dissolves, there's some of that pain and sadness is felt and experienced, from past stuff. So
I told Morgan today that I felt like my human was dying. Parts of my human was dying.
Yeah.
Now, Karen, you, with your male friends, have you noticed any
Friends, plural?
with your male friend or friends, have they struggled? Have you noticed anything in the men or the men?
Like some big secret. Look, I'm not going to speak for him. He can come on and do his own show. So it's not my place to speak for Jason. So you got to ask him that stuff. I was interested what you were saying about fucking the system with love, and it reminded me when I came into sort of awareness, and I was a pretty strong activist. I was on Facebook as anonymous, under the anonymous movement and all this stuff, and I realized, and it took me a couple of years to realize that by focusing on what I didn't want, I was actually implementing that and reinforcing the system. See, the system doesn't care if you're for it or against it. As long as it's got your energy, you're reinforcing the system. And the same, with any politics or corporations or anything that you are anti, they're happy because you're still your focus is still on them. And then I realized, once I started coming into the love vibration, the only way I could actually make a difference was to focus on the love instead of focusing on the system. And that way, energetically, we out-vibe them. We're rising up above the frequency band of the matrix and into the love frequency. And slowly, literally, they fade away. And, it's non-existent in my life. Yeah. Once you turn off the television and you actually don't focus on what's going. I mean, occasionally, I'll be driving in the car and I'll put the radio on and I literally think, oh, I wonder what's going on in the third dimension, and I listen to the news and I turn it off halfway through. But it's literally you just detach from it and live in your love world, and it's like the quantum mechanics. Whatever your awareness is on, you bring into your reality. So you can literally out-vibe it by, choosing a higher vibration to embody.
I haven't noticed you discussing quantum science until just a few weeks ago. That's a good side. So Miguel. but no, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to just throw this one at Miguel, because I was just turned down temporarily for a passport. I have other matrix rules and regulations and lawless laws that I'm not anti. I just don't consider them in my energy field. And I do send love to it. And I do go through these exercises of just accepting it and integrating it as part of me, and even transmuting and transforming as a result of that love. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this, Miguel?
Well, yeah, it's strange. There do seem to be these kind of human laws, and then there are the sort of higher laws, if you like. And yeah, the human stuff it does seem to be less and less a part of my reality, really. You know, we still sort of have to move through it and navigate it. But I really like, there's a lot, I think it's a Bob Dylan song where he said, you know, to live outside the law, you must be honest.
Yeah.
And I really like that, you know, and that's, for me, that's about integrity and not just following what, you know, the because it's the law, then it must be okay, and that we do it. But there's that, I guess it started, you know, in my new age traveling days when I was a bit anarchistic and so on. It was like, yeah, we didn't have, you know, car insurance and stuff like that. You know, we just kind of like did our own thing, but you tended to get hammered quite severely for that. Yeah. So I think it is, yeah, just about increasingly living from what I call, you know, my internal compass, my own integrity, what feels true and what feels in alignment to me, rather than you know, rather than the external stuff. And I do the same as Karen. It was funny hearing Karen say that. Occasionally when I'm driving, it's only when I'm driving I'll turn the radio on. It's like, oh, it's you know, at 4 o'clock or whatever, the news will be on, so I'll turn it on, and it's like, yeah, invariably if I can manage like 2 minutes, I've done really well. I just go, you know, one day I'm going to turn it on. There's going to be something that vaguely interests me, like, you know, but it's just like increasingly it just becomes a whole other reality, and I guess that's what's happening more as well for me, is that there's this blurring between. It's almost like the veil is getting thinner, you know, between this dimension and the other dimensions. I mean, even when I'm just like looking at nature, or sometimes I'm walking, I'm just looking at my hands and going, wow, are they really my fucking hands? Like, you know, they look really weird and that, like, you know, and the edges of the leaves and the, you know, the space between, there's not such a defined edge anymore, you know, and I think that's happening on so many different levels.
I think so. It's been happening to me. I know other people it's been happening to. I had a big one happen to me last night. I was on the phone with Morgan, a big one, which was where like the stars, I was looking at the stars because I'm up on the top of a hill, and I'm looking at it, and it was like I went from 6 feet 2 to 62 feet. And all of a sudden the ceiling was right there. And it looked so fake, like an overlay. And then I could see all these waves, and it was like I could see an ocean on the other side of the cosmos. So I don't know what that was. And I saw trees moving last night. I saw a lot of stuff flying around in the air and just different energies. I think you're right. I think it is getting to the point where what's really there is showing itself. And on that note, I don't watch the global stage. I don't pay attention to a lot of that stuff. I stay in my own little circle. But there is a lot of talk now about these indictments. And we don't talk a lot of this stuff on Soulogy. But I think it's relevant for one reason, and that is because there seems to be, you know, whether it's the physical or the etherical or in the personal and the internal or the external, the truth is rising. And so this isn't about right or wrong or nothing like that. It's just about what's really real coming out. These indictments seem to be coming to a head. A lot of people are writing about it. A lot of people are talking about it. I'm not really concerned about who goes here, who goes where, who goes to jail, who was this and who was that. I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of disclosure coming out on the global level. And the reason I bring it up is because I think people like us and people that are listening are here to anchor this love, as a lot of people out there will freak out. And if you've noticed the last few days, a lot of people have been freaking out just based on this hearing they're having in the Senate and just different things going on in the world. What are your views, Karen, on what our role is, and what are your thoughts on that? You know, with all that being said.
Yeah, I only know of it because, you know, I've seen a few posts of Rick and Magenta Pixie, so that's all the knowledge really I've got of it. Yeah, look, I believe, and, you know, I was told this by one of my healers also, you know, that, you know, obviously when the majority of the population wakes up to, you know, the human atrocities that have taken place, you know, they're going to need a bit of anchoring. I think that was the word you used. So, you know, everything happens in divine order, and, you know, everyone is programmed to wake up at perfect timing for a situation. We've all got a job to do. You know, we've all come from a tough situation. You know, we're all, from what I can see of the light workers, we're all born into a low, dense vibration, and we've had to work our way up. So we've got real life experience to be able to help anyone who, you know, does come to us seeking light. We've all got a journey. We've all had a journey. We've all got our own story to tell. We've all got our gifts, whether we're expressing it in music or writing or speech or, you know, however, we've all got our unique little niche, you know, and there'll be different people that are drawn to all of us. And also what Rick's been putting out about service to self, no, service to others instead of service to self. You know, if you look at the timing of that, that's come out, you know, really predominantly in the last week. And a lot of us are shifting into that paradigm because in anticipation of this, you know, flood of people that, you know, could, you know, need a bit of guidance, and you know, we're here willing and waiting, ready to help wherever we can.
Yeah. What do you think, Miguel?
Well, that's my personal perspective anyway.
I align with that. What do you think, Miguel?
I'm afraid I can't really comment on this because I just don't know enough about it. You know, I think I did hear 30 seconds on the radio when I was driving at one point. It was one of those things that I just turned off. But my sense is, you know, it's about this masculine and feminine. Yeah, essentially, you know, if we just like go down deeper, and this seems to be, you know, the wounding and the, you know, the false in the masculine and feminine, which is as you say, is coming to the surface. And you know, I can only speak generally, so it's always a blessing, isn't it, when stuff, you know, that's the first step often, is for stuff to be talked about and to be seen. And if you can imagine just how much discussion and awareness that is bringing, you know, to people, and just revealing, yeah, how deep this stuff goes. It just seems to be so fundamental, this ending the war between the masculine and feminine. It's like, it's just crazy, you know, that we're not, that we could be, that there is this incredible, beautiful, divine love, you know, between man and woman, and all the levels, the inner masculine, the inner feminine, and it's all that moving away from duality back to oneness, you know, bringing us home, you know. But it's such a key piece. Is, you know, as you know, it's just really the last few months that this is. Yeah. I can't not talk about it anymore, and I can't not write about it. It's just coming through more and more, and it's you know, this stuff around the masculine and feminine, it is really on the tip of our awareness, and as I said, yeah, it's such a big, important and beautiful piece. Yeah, Karen, so go on.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm just going to cut in there. While I was listening to Miguel, I saw the obvious parallel between what we were talking about earlier on an individual level, how, you know, we've been letting go of our masculine control to embody more love. And now what you were saying, Miguel, is we can see it happening on the global scale. So this is where, you know, the energies, whatever we're doing on an individual level, is always playing out in a greater reality, as within, so without, as above, so below. So, you know, that was pretty interesting to hear. You pretty much described exactly the same thing as we were describing, you know, as earlier that we were going through individually.
Yeah, and so I'll reframe that question that I had to Miguel, and just say it would only make sense if on the collective is mirroring what we're going through. So would there be, I mean, it would only make sense that there would be a huge amount of disclosure coming out because the truth is coming out. So if it comes out at a collective level, Miguel, and I know you've been out there doing this for a long time, do you think that this is our mission? Is this a big part of our mission, having come down here, who we are, whatever you want to call it, star seeds, blue rays, whatever, to hold space through a chaotic period that, for all intents and purposes, has been prophesized for thousands of years?
Yeah, undoubtedly so. That's why we're here. That's exactly what it's all about. Yeah. I don't think I've got anything more to say about that, but yeah, it's becoming, and I think that's part of what's been happening. I guess he says, wandering off again. I haven't just said he's got nothing else to say. There is something else to say, and it's connected to that, to the fear. You know, I think it feels a bit like, you know, like when a dog is cornered and its heckles will go up and it will become vicious, and that it feels a bit like that's what's happening with the ego. The ego is kind of like is kind of cornered, and it's kind of like just sort of trying to bring up all the, you know, anything that it can to sort of like defend itself and go, no, hey, you know, this is real, and you're just losing the plot and that. And but there's more and more, you know, it's just increasingly living from a different place and living from this space of, this is what I am here for. Yeah, I need to go through the human motions and, you know, go to get the groceries and pay the bills and make sure that my son's got something to eat and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, it just, I don't know, maybe in the 90% now, this is what every moment of every day is actually about.
Yeah. So Karen, so
can I just say also, those of us, you know, like us, you know, we're already embodying the vibration of love, which is, you know, on the emotional frequency scale, joy, love, peace are the highest frequencies. When this disclosure comes out, pretty much all those that aren't awake are going to go into the sense of fear. If they're not, I mean, they already are, but now it's going to be chaotic and fear. So, of course, we had to come through first and, you know, literally keep the vibration high on the planet. And, you know, with the human frequency coming through, that's going to also push them through. But, you know, I think it's also got a lot to do with balancing energies, you know, continuing to feed the grid. So, you know, on an energetic scale, that, you know, we're anchoring love into Gaia.
Yeah. I think another thing too I would like to ask y'all about is, I don't know much about your daily life, Miguel. I know a little bit about Karen's because we've been friends for quite a while. But it seems like this little, like Miguel was saying a minute ago, we still got to go do these 3D things. But I know, Karen, your life is going to teach yoga, and it's at the beach, and, you know, you're writing and that type of thing. It's like your little universe, you're protecting it, you're holding it true, and you're just not letting that outside stuff get in. Is that a good description of your daily life?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't teach yoga, I just do a lot of it. Yeah, pretty much, like, you know, I really feel disconnected from the matrix, from the 3D world. Look, I don't even, it's really weird, but I don't even focus on how money comes in and out. I'm just always provided for. I'm just always like, it just seems like the food in the house, even though I've got 2 teenage sons and they go through it like crazy, it just lasts a long time. And I don't know, it's just letting go of everything we thought was real. You know, I used to think, oh, it's crazy. Or, you know, just don't focus on how everything gets paid for. It just gets paid for.
Yeah.
It's just really distacking from what we believe we have to do to survive in our world, because everything's changing. We really have to just let go of the chains and the conditioning of what we thought we had to do to get where we wanted to go. Let it go and just get into the river of flow and just trust that we will be provided for, and you know, everything will come. And it's not about analyzing how it comes. It's just about gratitude and trust. And it does, you know, life just unfolds beautifully when you're in that bubble, you called it. Well, yeah, it is. It's my world. Yeah. And, you know, it's not like I'm isolated. I get out and about, but my world is always what's within me, you know, a projection of my heart and mind and what I choose to place my awareness on. And, yeah, it really is just filled with, you know, love, joy and peace. And, you know, this is how we get the world we want, by you know, changing within us. And then, of course, it's projected outside of us.
Yeah.
And, you know, with this abundance, it really does. I mean, it's got to be, see, this is the thing with I think people make they think they want a Ferrari, or they think they want a big house. And so they're focusing on that, and they think that will make them happy. But at the end of the day, it's not that will make them they want the feeling of happiness. Now, whether it comes with a Ferrari or whether it comes from that you can create it inside, see, it's not like you have to manifest the big ticket items to be happy. And so when you get in this bubble of just being happy with your life and being grateful for the small things and having enough to, having a roof over your head and food in the fridge and a peaceful life, and that's what's continually created. And, that's your security and your happiness.
Yeah. Miguel?
Yeah, there's some letting go. There's I don't know how different it is. You only know our own realities, but I know there is still some letting go for me around it's so deeply woven into society that you have to work hard and put effort in, and there's a lot of that stuff that's what it is to be a man, almost to sacrifice yourself, and you have to work all these hours and blah 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 blah. And so there's been some letting go around that for me, and I just recently made the decision to let go of a little part-time youth job that I have, which just my heart wasn't really in it anymore, but it was still a little bit of regular steady income, that was coming in, but it just became, no, I can't keep on doing this anymore. I'm not in flow. I'm not feeling that really love vibration when that's happening, and there's a higher calling, and it's around my writing and around the masculine feminine work and so on, and empowering and inspiring people in that area. So that it's a work in progress, but there's two questions that are really powerful for me that I repeat kind of a bit like a mantra, and I bring into my awareness. And one is, what other magic is possible? Because there's just been so much magic in my life, and it is that kind of gratitude, and it's like, wow, life is so magical, and it is also amazing, and the whole rich tapestry, whether it's the pain bits or whatever, it's all beautiful, and it's all just makes this human experience so rich and so diverse.
Yeah.
And the other question is, how do things get better than this? Because that is, that's my experience as well. That they just keep getting better and better, whatever that may look like. I know that everything's unfolding perfectly, and everything happens for my highest good. And there seems to be a quickening in that. What I call a quickening, an acceleration, and the potential for that to move more swiftly. But I still have, my egoic mind still gets his hackles up now and again, and goes like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? Why are you doing that?
Fiona McLennan, our sister in Australia, she said, what about the people who don't have safety, shelter, and food? I'm not putting myself in that category, and I'm not about to answer that question. All respect to Fiona, because that's a very, very deep kind of thing. I mean, I don't know that we can cover everybody. Everybody's not the same, but we are the same. So much of this is about our consciousness. But what I wanted to bring up is, along the lines of what her question is, along the lines of what y'all are commenting on, I'm over here in Sedona and put my balls in the wall to get here. There's a friend I've met here who's been on the same type of journey I have been for many years. And so we're both in the same situation. And we're both in a situation where we both have the ability to manifest when we need to, but we're also seeing this. There's just a little bit of change, a little bit of coin in the wallet or the purse, and we're not freaking out about it. There seems to be some type of higher level intel, 5D plus intel, that is not a part of where we came from. That's speaking in terms of what we should do and which steps we should take. And I guess my question is, kind of two birds with one stone, is are either of you, we'll start with Karen, are you, over the last few weeks, and I know everybody gets their communication from the universe differently, but do you feel like you're getting more clear communication or understanding, or however you want to put it, or however you view that and experience that in your universe?
I've always had my guidance internally, even through meditation. I've never experienced it coming from an external source. So, I just tune into my heart. If I'm in my head, I bring my focus down to my heart, and that is my guidance point. I'm not on a personal level. I don't have the connections with the galactic force at the moment that I'm aware of. I know I go there, when I'm asleep, but as I am now on the planet in this state, I don't have any connections with them. I'm just me, a normal person, like connecting to my heart, and it's never let me down, and it's got me from where I was to where I am today, and I'm in such a good place. So I'm sticking with my heart.
But I mean, with that method that you have, which is the same everybody else has, it just looks different. Do you feel that you've had more clarity, more power, more strength, more wisdom, a greater awareness over the last few weeks? Do you feel like it's building and increasing?
Not really. No, about the same as it has been.
That's
So.
good.
But it's just it's taken me to a new place. It's always sorry. Shush. Come here.
What about you, Miguel?
Well, one thing that I'm noticing is, I guess my guidance system is similar. It just kind of like an awareness, a sort of knowing just kind of comes up. And I tend to sort of like follow the clues, if you like. It feels a bit like, the Hansel and Gretel story where you're following the little pebbles and just seeing where they go. And it feels very much like I'm, at the edge. I came to the edge of the map a while ago, and there's nothing to follow. There's no paths to follow. It's just seeing what unfolds and what emerges in front of me. And then I guess, for that, I sort of look at the patterns and just see what's happening, where are the synchronicities, where are the little things that keep coming just to draw my attention to it. And I think that's a bit of what's been happening, is that there's a bit of a conflict between, there is this stronger bit that's saying, this is your path, and step deeper into this, and more faith and more trust and so on. Yeah. And the ego is going, whoa, I've got to put up a big fight here, to distract him from this shit. We're going to lose control here, if he keeps doing that. And so, in alignment with those patterns, just what's happened this morning, this has never happened before. I got out of bed at 4:30 in the morning to do an interview on a radio, with online radio station. And then I'm just sat here 10 minutes afterwards thinking, there's no way I'm going to go back to sleep now. And then you pop up and say, hey, do you want to do a radio? Do you want to come on? So I'm like, okay, that's worthy of note. There's probably... Yeah. Wait for the third one afterwards, when we hang up, I'll get a message on this show, Miguel,
And I think,
go on.
No, I was just going to say, I think that is what I was getting at. Regardless of how our experience looks from our own perspective, things like that seem to be happening. You can call it synchronicities, but way beyond numbers, way beyond 1111, 4444. Synchronicities of meeting the right person. Aligning with different people. I know I'm having that happen to me in Sedona, over the last few days. It's just like, it happened to me today. I met one friend, or we talked, we touched base. I touched base with Morgan, and this other friend in Sedona pops in my head. I call her, and then everything's in alignment. Everything one's saying, the other one's saying, and this one's saying, that one's saying. But I agree with you too, and I would throw this one back at Karen too, is that I'm hearing, this is your mission, your mission, keep walking forward in that faith and that trust and that courage and that love, and don't look back, and that's what I was getting at. For me, it is getting clearer and clearer and clearer. That's not to say that the last bits of the 3D is not, still trying to attach to me or whatever, but I feel this very strong magnetism, especially over the last 24 hours. Karen, are you feeling more and more clarity in terms of what you know you want and what you're doing and how that's all unfolding?
Oh yeah, it's like I just don't have a choice, on this journey, and there's no turning back. And I just love it. I love the challenge of it. I love, I love the triggers. Every time a trigger comes up, I embrace it as a new opportunity to choose love and go with it. I mean, what you were saying, Toddy, about still aspects of the 3D honors. You've got to remember that. In our multidimensional selves, we could well have already experienced the event and be up in 5D, but we're down here back on Gaia because of what we spoke about earlier, this influx of people that are going to wake up after disclosure. We've got to be here where they are.
Yeah.
So we're all perfectly positioned where we are, and it doesn't matter how much spiritual development we've done or where we are in our journey. We're here exactly, where we're meant to be, because our purpose to help the others, we've got to be where they are. No good us floating, going up and living permanently in 5D when they're down here needing our help.
Absolutely. And that seems to be a very clear part of my mission on a personal level. And I think y'all as well, and a lot of our colleagues and friends and the people watching the show. Miguel, I know you've been busy. I know you took a little trip a few weeks ago. Do you have anything life-altering coming up? I mean, you don't have to get into details, but are you having to let go of things such as the job you had with the youth? And are you seeing a pattern of that happening?
Yeah, it seems to be a constant process of letting go, rather than adding to. There's an awful lot more of letting go, and maybe even sometimes letting go feels a bit like, there's almost a bit of duality in it. Is there's something negative to be let go of, and I don't really try and entertain that sort of duality stuff of good and bad, and it all just is. So if there's letting go, a bit like the trees let go of the leaves in the autumn, it's almost like it's totally effortless. The leaves just kind of fall away. There is the tree thinks, right, I've got to push this leaf away, you know what I mean? I've got to let go of it. It just happens. So there's definitely a deepening of acceptance and just allowing it to unfold, I guess, really, which in a way goes so against a lot of the masculine stuff that we've been taught, to fight for and work at. But yeah, the letting go of the youth job feels like, that's quite a big thing for me. But I just so know that it's right. I have so many words and so much writing that just wants to come through me, and I want to finish my third book, which has been hanging around for a little while. And I know it's been hanging around a little while because it hasn't been quite the right time. But I know that once the youth work is done, that little job, then I'm going to have all that more time to write and to start doing webinars and start trying to make myself a bit more accessible to be able to reach more people, and have a greater impact. Yeah. And just going with the flow, really, and just seeing what unfolds and see what life presents, and being really grateful for whatever it is. It's a really beautiful place to be, with no real, no map, I really don't know what's going to happen. And moving forward a little bit, sort of June next year, my youngest son will have finished his education, and then he won't physically be coming to stay with me anymore, because he lives at his mom's most of the time. But he comes to me at the moment when he's at college. So when that happens, he won't be physically coming. So that means that, on a physical level, my fathering role is kind of done. I don't need to have a space where he can come and stay anymore. So that means that I may well relocate. I'm feeling a bit of a pull towards Glastonbury at the moment. I might become a bit itinerant and not have, anywhere, and just kind of move around and do a bit of traveling. I don't know. It's, there's this blank piece of paper, let's see what happens.
That's what I do. Is that itinerant? Doesn't that mean? Doesn't that mean
now?
Doesn't that mean broke? Itinerant? Just kidding. I'm kidding.
I think it's just wandering, wandering. Rumi's words, you know, all who wander are not lost. Not Rumi, that's Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. I think that is Rumi.
Maybe
it's living in the now, you know. It's our focus on trusting our journey, and you know, when we need to go somewhere, you know, we'll be provided for, and we'll have the directions and the guidance to go, and the means to just go. And you know, we don't need to know what we're going to do this time next year. We just know it's going to be in a good place, so it doesn't matter where we are or what we're doing. You know, we just go with it and enjoy the moment. Because as long as our mind's in the future, we're not focused on what we're doing now and, you know, what we're able to create in this moment.
True.
Yeah.
I have one last subject I want to make sure I hit, and that involves expanded skills and abilities. And I'm not going to go into a backdrop on it, but just in terms of things such as remote viewing and teleportation, and bilocation at a clear, you know, a lot like Karen said a while ago. She knows when she goes into dream state, she's busy and she's traveling and things are happening. There's no conscious recollection, or there's a little conscious recollection. I know, like with me, sometimes it's a lot, sometimes I don't remember anything. Do you think, Karen, that we're going to be seeing these expanded abilities actually embodied within us and occurring? That's already happening.
God, I hope so.
Well, yeah. Well, I do too.
And you're in the same boat, Toddy. You know, you've got a lot of distance between America and Australia, and I do between even Australia and New Zealand. You know, if we could just teleport or bilocate, it would make things so much easier. And, you know, maybe that's why we're physically apart at this stage, because, you know, we need to focus on those skills and remember how to bring them in. So, yeah, look, you know, I'm practicing all I can, and, you know, maybe one day someone will get a surprise.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, let me ask you about this, Karen. Telepathy. Are you seeing an expansion of your own telepathy?
Yeah, I think on some level it's always been there. It's just listening to it, you know. Yeah, look, gosh, it's hard to say. It's not one I've really focused on. But obviously, the more you get to know someone, the more you sort of, you know, can get into their head and their heart, and so you don't have to physically speak or communicate in the old 3D manner. You know, a lot of it can come through heart energies. And, you know, I guess that's with anyone. You know, you can be sitting in a crowded room and you can communicate with people just through your heart. You know, we don't have to speak and write. And as it is now, you know, so much of what we want to express just can't be expressed in the old 3D ways, you know, through our writing so much and speech. So, yeah, heart communication is really important, and I think that's where the telepathy comes from, is through the heart, not so much through the mind.
Yeah. Miguel?
Because it's feeling, yeah.
Yeah, good answer.
Before I answer that, Todd, there's a question that I'd like to ask Karen. It kind of feels like this is kind of sort of like a good opportunity. You know, can I do that? I'll answer your question really briefly.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I just wasn't sure how much time you had and stuff that we have. So yeah, telepathy and all that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, it's not something that I bring my awareness to a great deal, but I think there is I guess the more the mind gets quieter and stuff, the more we can hear the whisper of the voice of intuition and the kind of guidance and just trusting and kind of like, yeah, just moving with what feels right, even though sometimes the rational mind says, well, what on earth are you doing that for? Or that doesn't make sense, you know? And yeah, lots of kind of like, oh, I was just going to say that, or how did you know that, you know? And lots of, you know, when we were tuned in with people, and it's almost like you could just forget about language, really, you know, about speaking stuff, just getting really tuned in with feeling what's happening, what's present. Yeah. But my question, Todd, and it just feels like, you know, it's a great opportunity to ask as Karen is here, and we are kind of been kind of feel rather grand, you know, sort of like, okay, a divine feminine, divine masculine are here, or two divine masculine, shall we say, not forgetting you, Todd.
Yeah, I'm just internal. What did you call
I'm
it?
So the question being, you know, I guess I'm not quite sure how to word it, and I realise that this is probably going to bounce back to me as well. I'm not quite sure what will come, but just to ask Karen, you know, what would be your message to man? And I'm not even sure if man or the divine masculine. You know, what does woman need, want? You know, please. You know, I think that would be really. Yeah, I just think it would be a missed opportunity not to ask you that question. I would like to know for myself and for all the other men, all the women that are out there, you know.
Wow, that's beautiful. And that's such an important question. You know, I can speak from personal perspective, okay? So, but I do use we. Okay, we just want you to drop your defenses and come into your heart and feel, you know, feel. It's such a beautiful experience that so many of you have been cut off from. And I know it takes time, and it's slowly. And, you know, it's also for us feminine to be able to hold space for you, a space of safety for you to be able to do that. And that only comes from when we are there in a space of love and acceptance for whatever unfolds on your journey. So it's a two-part. You know, we've got to play our role with holding that safe, non-judgmental space that you feel safe and free to come in and actually let down your walls, be vulnerable. You know, there's nothing sexier than a man who's vulnerable. You know, we don't need you to be, you know,
really badass.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, to be able to express your feelings, how you genuinely feel, to be able to, yeah, it's all about feeling, you know, because thinking is the head and feeling is the heart. So anything that you can feel is from your heart space. So, you know, if you're expressing yourself, try and maybe change your words from I think this, and this to I feel this. And already you're dropping into your heart, and your expression will come in a different vibration. So I think it's just, you know, it doesn't happen overnight. It's getting in touch, you know, with feelings that you were denied through, you know, human conditioning. And, but, you know, we don't want anything more than love, genuine love. But that can only come from the heart. We don't want anything else. Well, I don't want anything else. Because love is the only truth, the only thing that's real.
Yeah. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I can really feel that. That's beautiful. And then it's extra beautiful because, you know, I could sort of like do a really short answer and say ditto. You know, it's really, yeah, that's really quite profound just to really feel that and see that, yeah, that is what we want also, you know, it is. And it's, you know, it's that I have a sense that at some point that we are moving towards some kind of androgynous being, and that we're moving away. There's so much less division between the masculine and feminine, and increasingly I find when I'm talking about the inner masculine and feminine within a woman, or the inner masculine and feminine within a man, it's both the same thing, like, you know. And so I often those two key elements are things that really come up for me, Karen. One is holding space. That when in my situation, when I hold space and when I am totally present in from a heart space of love with woman, she opens, and she, you know, if there's grief or sadness that needs to come up, then that will come up first, and then there is the joy and the beauty and the connection and stuff comes as well, you know. And you know, and that second piece that is, yeah, woman, you know, please come back to your heart. You know, they say the greatest journey we will ever make is, you know, from those few hands breadth from the head to the heart. And there has been a lot of, is the word masculinization or whatever, that there is, you know, the women the same. There's so much head stuff, you know, we've lived in a patriarchal mind head, you know, place for too long. And it's like, just feel. I hear it so often, you know, like, oh, I'll just have a think about that. And I'm like, no, please don't think about it, because the mind, you know, can't be trusted. You know, there's so many filters and there's so much stuff, and it's such a tricky, slippery customer. The heart knows, like, you know, just feel.
It's like
And I guess,
it's like the House of Mirrors in the carnival.
yeah. And I guess
So your feeling will come instantly. You know, if you've got a question and you ask your intuition, your guidance, your whatever you ask, the first thing that comes in is your truth, your feeling from your heart. Because if you give it time, your mind needs those few seconds to create an answer. But the one that comes in instantaneously, that can't be created by the mind. That's your truth from the heart. That's your feeling. That's your, you know, the vibration of love. 5 to 8 hertz. That's the heart chakra.
Yeah.
And you know, and that's also the frequency of truth.
Man,
You know, your heart won't let you down if you listen to it and you don't, you know, give your head time to get in the way.
see, my answer would be just be I surrender. Just tell me what to do. That's how far.
See, that's not necessarily.
I'm kidding.
You know,
I'm kidding. I'm just saying that for me, it took a long time, because he's talking about holding space. Holding space requires listening. Listening requires
presence.
Yeah, right. Being present. It requires shutting up and actually listening, which I've gotten really good at, you know, but it took a long time. So, you know, I really think that a lot of these men, me included, I think I've come some way, are really lost. And really, it's no fault to it. It's just the way it went down. And it's like a double whammy almost. Morgan says he thinks she blamed him, and he blames himself, you know. But that's a deep subject, and I love this format with the divine feminine and divine masculine. Maybe with a little bit more notice next time.
But you've got to remember, you know, we were all born into that conditioning, but that was our choice, because as I said at the beginning, we had to be born into that dense vibration so we could go through the journey and the experience to get to where we are now and where we will go. So then we can connect with people who, you know, are still in that dense vibration, and we can understand them. And how can we help someone if, you know, we haven't had that experience ourselves? If we were all born straight into love.
That's exactly
right.
right.
You know, we've been to hell and back, and you know, we've survived.
And that actually goes back to the question at the beginning, or at least what our roles are. And you're right. We've had to go through all this stuff in order to understand it, so we can lead these people out of it. We're going to have to sign off. I've got to do a little conference, and I really appreciate you guys. I know it was in alignment. It was synchronistic, so I can't apologize. It just happened. I actually posted it and said it's going to be a roundtable discussion, and then I thought, I'm going to see who I can find, and I immediately saw the both of you. I mean, immediately. I didn't message anyone else, so it was really cool. I really appreciate it. I'm honored that you'd share space with me tonight and everybody, and I wish you both a really good day.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Miguel.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Thank you. Lots of love. Lots of love.
Yeah.
Y'all take care. I'll see you soon.
Bye. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
0. Got 33% on my phone.
Yeah. Good plan.
And who am I looking for? Let's see here. This might take 5 or 6 minutes because I just posted it. Okay, let's see here. All right, we got one person on. We got 2, 3. Oh, that was Paul. Atlanta Starbucks on with us. 4. All right, this is going to be a groundbreaking broadcast. I entitled it, what did I entitle it? The Masculine Experience Raw. And hello, everybody. See you. Alicia, Rebecca, Sue Patty's back. Jill Nicholas, Hawaiian, Jennifer Graham, So, this is Todd Medina, Michael Van Patten, Paul Hanrider reporting from the front line of the apocalypse, the unveiling. And if I can be discussed one more time, the motherfucker. We spent a lot of time talking, excuse my French, everybody, I didn't mean to offend you. We spent a lot of time reading, listening. Somebody's calling me from California. Oh, here it is. 3 years ago, the Divine Feminine landed. I remember very distinctly. I began a relationship at that time with Morgan Lee. And I remember when that all happened. I watched it happen through 2017, 2018. Masculine started rising last year. And it's front and center. We had a show yesterday with Honey Borden and Michael Abramson. And Honey relayed to us an experience or conversation they had in December, which was basically she gave him an ultimatum. I don't think that's the right word, but the gist of it is it's time to step up. It's time to actually step up. We're talking energy here, but primarily that energy is represented by the masculine incarnations. And so we're speaking energetically here. As the individual goes, so goes the collective. So we're not going to talk about the website today. We're going to talk about the masculine journey. And the way this happened was we just had a quick meeting a little while ago, and we went around the horn and asked everybody how they were doing. And I'm just going to let everybody say whatever they want to say. We said, we said to each other, we're not on a linear timeline with the work that we're doing together. So why don't we touch base in a week, update each other, and then we said to each other, we shared our experiences somewhat with each other of these this incredible period of transition that seemed to start with the eclipse and is going to run through the 21st. Planets are aligning on the 17th through the 21st. So this is a powerful, powerful alignment and opportunity for all of us tonight. And we said to each other, this is good that we could sit here and talk to each other. I would like to just have a meeting. We would like to have a meeting, not regarding work, not regarding Soulogy, but just regarding three brothers talking together, because the masculine journey is unique. I can talk to Morgan. Paul can talk to his lady friends. Michael can talk to Christina, but I haven't seen a whole lot of the masculines talking to each other. So as we do Soulogy style, everything's spontaneous. We said, why don't we just go and do a show right now while we're at our most vulnerable? And raw is raw. Raw is not always beast mode. Raw is wounded child mode. We're dealing with the same thing everybody's dealing with, but we figured it would be a good time to share this frequency of honesty and authenticity, raw authenticity, and vulnerability, and we just go around the horn. So I don't know if you guys want to draw straws. Does somebody want to take the lead here and burst through the ring of fire?
I'll start.
Beautiful.
I've been for days and waves just experiencing such fear and doubt and lack and disbelief in my own power, and was in such a emotional reactive state to some really divinely neutral questions from my beloved Christina that triggered me like nothing else. And it, it was a culmination of everything that I've been feeling, that like, oh my God, like everything that I'm trying for, striving for, and I'm not there. And I was just exhausted with the effort and really just pounding on myself. The false belief was so real of what an absolute fucking failure I am, and how powerless I truly felt in that emotional reactive state. And I just had to sob, on my knees several times over the last several days. I couldn't make sense of it. I was truly digging up stuff that I didn't think was still there, but it was, and it had to come out. And it made no rational sense. It was my emotional pain body that needed a voice, that needed a release, that needed a good cry. Several good cries, several triggers. And it wasn't until I gave myself the permission to do that in front of my beloved, by myself, with my parents, to be witnessed and to witness myself doing that. So yesterday, purge, sob. And today, I'm on the other side, if any metrics can be applied to it, that, it was almost like an orgasmic release, where you are just so spent at the end of it all. You got nothing. And so there was a void. And today there's a little more peace. I was so grateful for my beloved's reflection to me, and so many things that she said, that in the moment I literally could not hear because the pain body was so loud. And they're coming back to me all day. And certainly one of them was point blank. I mean, she got not fierce, but strong with me and said, Michael, do you have any less experience? Do you have any less talent? Do you have any less creativity? Do you have any less love in your life right now? And through my tears, I sobbed, no. Then how can you possibly feel powerless? But I needed to feel it. And the other truly humbling smack upside the head was, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, and I think I heard Honey say this in last night's 5D Soul Speaks about, it doesn't matter. What was said was essentially, I expect nothing less than the God that you are, the divinity that you are. I will not tolerate a victim because I know that's not true. Make your choice. Nothing's holding you back. And so it was a deep dive, a deep shitty dive, and it was necessary. My own pride was like, how could I possibly still have this level of grief and disbelief in myself at this stage of my journey? So it came down to honoring whatever the feelings were, whether they were truly all mine or if I'm, holding space as a collective sponge. I don't know. I don't care. But I felt it all and gave it its voice, its sorrow, its cries, and let go. I'm sure not all, because there's always more life. But I let go of enough to have that release and a little more peace today. Yeah. Real and raw. But yeah, for the masculine, whatever the program is, to truly own and let go of those energetic emotions without judgment. And all throughout today, I've slowly been remembering my divinity, that I'm more than this. I don't want to put a happy solution face on it. It will continue to ebb and flow, I'm sure. The only way to do that is to let energy flow, whatever it may be, and do no harm.
Agree.
That's me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
I think we're going in ABC order. That brings you up, Paul.
Okay.
Because I'm shaking in my boots.
I don't blame you. Well, something that Michael and I talked about that's really hard for me. I'm 48 years old. I'm a professional engineer by trade. I spent the first 20 years of my life designing phone systems, being very productive and getting a nice house and having 3 kids and married and all these kind of things. And one day, as I started on this journey, I kept being asked over and over and over again to slow down and step away, and I wouldn't step away. And then the company went bankrupt out from under me. I worked for a company called Nortel, and I got laid off before it even happened, and my $80,000 severance disappeared the day it went bankrupt. And all of a sudden, this thing that was supposed to be a beautiful transition to start my own business became this like huge fear-based thing. And 3 kids and a wife and house payments and all those kind of things, and went down this path of being an entrepreneur and building stuff. And then I had a divorce, and fuck, it just feels like, excuse my French, but every day I'm just being asked to give up more and more. I divorced my wife for love. It was a marriage that was a sexless marriage, and I loved her as a person, but I was dying trying to feed her with my love. And I now know things a whole bunch different, but I made that choice, and it was the darkest hole I ever went into in my life. I'm scared I was going to hurt my kids and how she felt towards me. And now I'm at this point where I'm going deeper, and it's like, rest more and take more time for yourself, and trying to validate myself with some success, and then scraping money off the bottom of the bank account and that kind of stuff, just trying to find that next step. And fuck, I'm ready to do every bit of work that shows up. I step into every hard situation, have the hard conversations, and do all that stuff all day long, and feel like I'm making progress, but in a 3D kind of way, or a way that I can relate, or my friends can relate, or my family can relate. There's no progress there. Yeah, I can feel inside that I'm this amazing light being, and I talk to people about subjects that terrify them, and do that with integrity and honesty, but we gauge it all by money and successful, and can we go on a trip, and we just buy whatever we want when we want, and supporting your kids and doing all those beautiful things to make them happy. And it feels like I'm hurting them all the time by following this path. Excuse me, but it's a path I feel so drawn to, and I feel it's the right thing. But whenever things get heavy, how do you just go lay down and relax and breathe it out and go to the next one, when the bills need to be paid, and next day something else is going to come up to kind of work through, and it's not fun yet. I'm looking forward to the day when I can do these things and it's fun, and I smile at it and just really see how strong I am and all that kind of stuff. But kind of like what Michael said, I just feel like weak. It's like, fuck, what I don't have right in my mind yet, that's not allowing all this abundance and beauty and my beloved to show up in my life. And just hard. You wake up every day and you put a smiley face on, and you step forward, and most things go good, but then you gauge yourself a little while later. I don't know if that's the ego or what, but you gauge it and you're like, fuck, I haven't made any progress in the real world. Inside, I'm a shining, beautiful light of amazingness, but I can't even see that because people see it in a kind of generic way, but it doesn't mean anything towards all the ways that we've been taught should mean something, right? Like pleasing your parents. I know you're not supposed to do that, but still, I want to make them proud of me. They're amazing people, and having my kids be really, really proud of me and stuff like that, not questioning me. Well, why are you going on some other training, and why are you going on a trip, and you say money's tight, but these are callings, and I can't not. So I go do them, but then I disappoint them, and that just keeps getting back to this point where you wake up one day and holy fuck, I just feel all this heavy energy again. And like Michael and I talked earlier today, and he just gave me permission to release, and I screamed and yelled into a pillow for an hour. I'm surprised I even have a voice right now, but where's all that pain coming from? Like, oh, well, I thought I was going to get this, and I thought this was going to happen. I expected that. And the dream and the Cinderella and the princess and live happily ever after of getting married and having kids and having a business, in a lot of ways in 3D reality was all a lie. It just kept you on a treadmill. And now I'm freeing myself from that, but now I have no way to gauge myself against anymore. And you wake up each morning and it's like, okay, what am I getting up for? Why am I putting my feet again in front of the other foot? Because this is hard stuff, and I don't know why I keep doing it, but I keep doing it. I'm watching for the rainbow like we all are. So I'm moving forward every day. I know there's a reason for it. Every time I try and step up and do something, it's kind of like things are batted down. I'll set up a website and start to try and advertise, and things will kind of fall through. And not time yet. It's not time yet. Well, I'm just hoping one day I'll wake up and there's the time and things will start to really flow and move forward. So being the best man I can be, and I don't know how to do it any other way. And I love sharing with other people and being vulnerable about it. There's not ashamed of anything I've said. It's just who I am and what I am. And I hope other men hear that example and that resonates with them. They just open and be soft and be loving whenever they can, even though this stuff's hurting inside. And I never even got onto the topic of the divine feminine. How many times I've been let down, and I'm not blaming, but as a man, holy cow, there's a lot of mixed up stuff and create a lot of anger in me. I try and date and I try and find women to connect with, and holy shit, that's hard sometimes. Like, everybody's got agendas and secret checklists that you never know what's on the list, and you're trying to make them happy and meet them, and they all got their wounds too, and it's just a minefield. Opening your heart and then getting it broken, and opening your heart, getting it broken. I've learned eventually it just smashes it wider and wider open, but eventually you get tired and you don't want to get up again, and you don't want to reach out. But I'm begging for that day when that's safe again and women can open their hearts and we can meet and connect at a really deep level, because we're all longing for it. So there's my rant. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we should have gone first.
You're doing
well, it's a powerful thing to witness what I'm seeing. That's the power of the sacred masculine. Yeah, so some of the things you both said, I've lived them and I feel them. One of the things, being in a divine conscious union for 3 years, I've spent 4 years prior to that alone, going through a lot of the things Paul described, Michael described, and we're in the face of Billy Badass, and my eyes out many times, and then being in this dance with this beautiful woman. She once told me that she was going to use my love for her until I found my love for myself, which I think, is accurate. But everything continues with an ing. Everything continues. The rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper, and that's not a bad thing, because as the rabbit hole gets deeper, the power gets deeper, the love gets deeper, the wisdom gets deeper, the awareness expands, and you find out more stuff that you didn't know about yourself. And sometimes that's uncomfortable, and sometimes it's orgasmic. But I spent 4 years following this voice. The two voices. One was talking about Soulogy and oneness, and you got to go do this and you got to go do that, and it felt so good doing it. And the other voice was saying, you're a piece of shit. Learned to let go of the stories. I got 6 beautiful kids. I don't have a relationship. I don't have a relationship with anyone, and this is not a victim. This is just alignment. I don't see it as a sacrifice. I don't feel, I feel what I feel alignment. But alignment isn't, you know, fluffy love and light, you know. Alignment is the whole ball of wax. Alignment is reality, and alignment is to thine own self be true. And so in this, 3 years ago, I meet this incredible woman, and I think this is part of the sacred masculine. He has a knowing. The masculine journey is different. He has a knowing. I've told her many times, I knew in the very beginning. I knew. But I just don't know how to get there. So back to what both of you were saying, you know, I spent these 3 years chasing this calling. And then start to develop these missions within a mission. Divine union, personal expansion, Soulogy, oneness, contribution, serving. And, you know, living like a hobo, living out of a suitcase, and going from one type of vibration to another vibration, and they're like steps. They're like steps, and they're you know, insane occurrences. Traveling around and meeting people, and nothing against them. I called them in. They called me in. Dramatic eruptions. Some borderline psychotic experiences, self-inflicted and not, you know. And I learned that everything that's put before me, every single thing is got a message for me, and start taking on responsibility for my soul. But at the same time, I'm still hearing, you're just not good enough. Why don't you have any money? Why don't your kids talk to you? Why do you have these 2 legal issues that are unfair, that are not right, in your path, blocking you? Why aren't you taking care of them so you can get a fucking passport? And, you know, I learned a long time ago, walking the streets, it's circumstances and consequences are the same damn thing. A story is a story. So the upside, you know, the upside is I'm starting to see that these depressions, for lack of a better word, are the gateway. They're a gateway. Let's go deeper. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, the other day, man, this has been a powerful period since the eclipse, and I've been with Morgan. We've had a hell of a ride since December the 7th. It's been incredible. We've gone through the same thing everybody's going through. We haven't projected on each other. We've given each other space and such. And the other day, she has these incredible cards. They're called O cards, O-H. And they're pictures and words. And they're the most incredible cards I've ever seen. I'm not a card person. They're called O cards. And sometimes I think they should be called oh shit cards. Because they give you these abstract images. They give you a word, and then you talk about what that word brings up to you as a human being, as a man. And then you talk about the image that comes up, and then you put them together and you connect them. And it's a deeply incredible experience to unveil some things. It takes a little getting used to, especially for a man. We did it with some friends the other night, and the woman totally got it, and the man went totally into 3D, into Macho Man, into control, into the same thing I did for a long time. I've done them probably 20 times. So what I'm getting is, I had this experience the other day. We had laid down together the night before. Golden particles of creation formed around my body, went into my body, and I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna be walking on water tomorrow. I woke up the next morning, which I think was 3 days ago, and a big giant fear bomb dropped on my head. And she caught it. She felt the energy too. She said, let's pull the old cards out. And so we did. And in these old cards, as I pulled them up, and in the state I was in, I went totally Macho Man. I went totally blind. I spent the whole day with these 4 or 5 things that came up as I realized I went through the day. And I realized they were representing my greatest fears. My fear of separation or loss in my relationship. My fear of inadequacy in my life's work. My fear of being a man. My fear of my performance in intimacy with my beloved. I was celibate for 4.5 years. I forgot everything. I don't even know what to do. What used to work doesn't work. It doesn't align anymore. I was lost like a little boy, and I'm learning. And it's like everything else. It's taking one step at a time. All these fears, I mean, they're real until I, can admit them to myself. I want to be able to be a great lover, but it doesn't matter. And that's a hard pill to swallow. I want to be a great provider, but it doesn't matter. And that's a hard pill to swallow. I want to be a great father, and son, and friend, but it doesn't matter. Because the only thing that matters is me. So I've had the blessing and the burden of having a mirror, a teacher. I ordered that. And I'm just like, I'm the universe. And the feminine power that I have, that everyone has, that is creation, has been screaming at me. Because the masculine, the wounded masculine in me, is that voice that's been doing all the fucking talking. And when you're talking, you can't hear a damn thing. She's not outside of me. She's inside of me. Mother Goddess is inside of me. And I'm just saying, as a man on this trip and this transition in my role, that, yeah, it's made me feel stupid, ignorant, inadequate, powerless. But she's still there. She's still inside of me. She's not going anywhere. She's not going anywhere. And it's like she loves me and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. That's me loving me. So, you know, the main thing I wanted to say was the difficulty in giving up this power. It's more than words. You know, the masculine has to give up its power, its false power. We've heard this shit. But the difficulty in doing it is real. It's like being emasculated. It's like having your balls cut off. It's being castrated. It's being neutered. You know, it's being stripped down to nothing. You have nothing left. Nothing to show your power. You're powerless. You know, all of that stuff's taken away. And this last week I spent so many times going, what do I got left? I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm not this. I'm not that. So where am I at? I'm like with Michael. I know this shift gets deeper and deeper. I have less fear today. I have more peace today. And I came into this thing 7 years ago by the magic of my soul. And I came in alone. And I'm sticking with that. Energetically, I'm sticking with that. I am tied to the magic. I'm in pursuit of the magic. I am the magic. And just because I'm catching that frequency from time to time, like Tarzan swinging from vine to vine in the jungle, tree to tree, doesn't mean that I don't feel these things that we're talking about. I think maybe they'll fade away. I don't know. I don't know shit. I don't know anything. And so I see it the same way. I have nothing but me. In full acceptance of that, and attempt accepting that and perfecting that to never be perfected. But reaching that way, and I feel that by doing so, I have everything. I don't feel that. I'm not going to do what Michael said and put a big halo around it and say, okay, everybody go home. It's all good now. No, it's a climb. So, you know, my name's Todd Medina. I'm 57 years old. I would like to be a great lover. I would like to be a great provider. I'd like to be a great father, son, friend. Anything's possible. But the reality is none of that makes me who I am. And that's taking some getting used to. And I'm getting there by getting to know myself. So, round two, Michael.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Paul. That's everything comes up. Before we break through to the other side. We are in an eclipse corridor, but like I was saying to Paul, this cosmic alignment, that gateway, this solstice, this eclipse, guys, it's full on all the time. Step through whenever you are ready. No linear time. You're not going to miss a thing. Once these gateways are open, they're open. And, this is what I'm feeling. And I'm so grateful for both of you, my brothers, to hold space and share the same dance, different steps, and who cares what the gateway is or the eclipse? This is the human condition as we become the divine human. Divinity will not tolerate anything but our purity. And we are just uncovering more and more. That's today's ride. That's today's ebb and flow. The waves are never going to stop. I'm getting better at writing them. Mm-hmm. I'm getting better at flowing with them and understanding the rhythms of my own emotional reactivity, my own judgments, my own expectations, my own attachments, my own scripts and identities. Today, I'm not buying into the I can't. Yesterday, and then for all several days leading up, that's all I could feel. And divinity, for me, is simply, I can. I can. I am. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn.
Yeah.
It's trying to look at this new way we're being expected to be men. As I'm learning how to be masculine and what masculine is, I'm sadly finding out that our fathers before us did not even know what that was. It was taught to them. It's go and have a good job and make money for your kids and feed them and all this kind of stuff. A lot of our kids didn't even see our dads so much and stuff in our past. So we really don't know what masculine is. It's something that was kind of bred out through many generations. To start to learn to be a dad to my 3 boys and how to teach them to be masculine, how to hold space for women, how to have integrity, how to do things in a way that are kind of win-win for people. It's not crash and smash and let all the shit sort itself out. These are the things that become difficult when you're working in a world that's changing and people don't see that same way. And when you try and conduct yourself in that same way, it's fucking hard sometimes. And you're standing there in integrity and in a room with a bunch of other people that are just in it for the money and all this kind of stuff. And you're walking around and having to do that every time. It just feels so exhausting. I know it's right. And I know it's the way the world needs to be. It just, how to keep stepping into that and being that shining light and setting an example for others. And when you're feeling like this, you're heavy and you're just grinding out. And this stuff doesn't even feel like mine. It's like way more than me. It's more collective stuff. And it's just sit down and breathe and go have an Epsom salt bath and have some tears and cries or whatever. And then get up and be an active person and go put in a work day and meet with clients and still present that piece while at the same time that other reality is breaking down. It's kind of this very hard and complex thing, and you got to be soft and gentle and be nice to yourself so that this can pass through, but at the same time you got to have a strong face and deal with kid issues and money issues and all that kind of stuff. Being this new level of man, there's no course, there's no guy you go to and, Dad, can you tell me this or whatever? And my dad's an awesome man. He just never learned it in the way that the world needs it to. So we're kind of getting this crash course all the time in our life, every single day, and we're learning to be that. And by sitting here and being emotional and vulnerable and talking to people, I hope we're giving other people permission to do that same thing, because I want to live in a world where people talk about what's in their heart and not what they're feeling and thinking and worried about, and talk and be vulnerable about it. And it's like, okay, yeah, let's get that emotion out on the table right here, right now, and let's not it fester for the next year and a half. And guess what? It's done. That's the new way. That's the new way. Wear our heart on our sleeves. We're always told that the bad thing. Well, wear your heart in your sleeve now, because it'll give permission to other people to, and then we can all open up. And I see lots of beautiful comments of people and women saying, like, wow, I didn't know it was this way. Like, without us having this, what we feel like is an emotional breakdown sometimes, and discussing it, how could they ever know? So I'm proud to be able to have shared that, and it's kind of healing for me just to even have this discussion, and I'm grateful for that, and grateful to all those who heard what I've said. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm all over the board. You know, doing these shows takes a lot of energy, and I realized, I realized that pretty much the show always has to go on. That's what I do. That's what I do, and I used to start the shows and kind of tell myself go, and I would flip into this other person, that guy, that guy that's not me. And then now, if I feel like this morning, I did a show with Ramona and I almost started bawling in the first 5 minutes, but I'm not going to hide anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I also realize, and I think that it might be beneficial to understand that the masculine journey, he's always been leading with his heart. He's always been trying to do the right thing. Now, we're talking about our history. We're talking about men going to war because they loved their country and their family, even though it was just a big ruse. This is the same thing we carried in our heart. We forgot ourselves, and I forgot myself, and I'm finding myself. we have this tendency as masculine to put this ridiculous pressure on ourselves. Performance. And it's in every part of our life. Can I perform at work? Can I perform in bed? Can I perform as this, as that? That is disempowering. And we're chasing our power through that measure of money and stature and sexual prowess. You know, we had glimpses. We've had glimpses and times, and we thought we had that power. We had the big house. We had the cars. We were, you know, Johnny Long Dong Silver in the bedroom and all that stuff. You know, but it never lasted. So, you know, we were stripped down to nothing. I remember being a little kid, 4 years old, walking out onto the to the playground in nursery school, and I was liked. To that point, I was pretty much unaffected. I was liked, you know, and I was a skinny kid, tall, skinny kid, and this big kid walked up to me and punched me in the stomach and knocked my breath out. And he did it like 3 more times. And then my brother took me down the street to his house and he made me knock on the door and said, beat his ass or I'm going to beat your ass, but the reason I tell that story is because that mask, then the mask, plural, started coming, you know, the badass, the funny guy, all those masks, you know, so, you know, my point is, regardless of all that, I just want people to know, just my personal, we've always been in pursuit from our heart. We were just fucked up and misguided and conditioned, and our journey's different than the feminine. And I can find grace and love knowing that, you know, it diminishes the effect more and more every day of what we call failures and mistakes, you know. So I just think that it's time we start to give ourselves some credit, and it's time we stop bullshitting ourselves, and it's time we don't have to say that our partner or the women or the feminine are telling us to put up or shut up or step up. It's in ourselves. It's ourselves telling ourselves, let's step up now. And it's not the old warrior thing. It's the demasculation of what we thought we were, you know, for me, what I thought I was. It starts there, and whether it's in the bedroom or the boardroom, I don't have a fucking clue. I'm starting over. It's like I'm a little kid and I just crawled into my den or playroom with a bunch of toys, and I'm going to get to know them all. And I find out what I align with and what I love and like, and I'm going to do that. So thank you for allowing me to share. Thank you for sharing your stories. I would encourage any man out there who would like to sit down and have a conversation and have some brothers hold space, and with the intention of the heart of our intention to activate other sacred masculine, you're more than welcome to reach out to me and we'll do a show. So,
Talk anytime.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
all right. I'm good.
Thank you both. Thank you, everyone.
All right. See y'all later.
Mm.
Love you both.
Peace
Love
out.
you too.
Yep.
All right. Check and make sure that it's functioning properly. Just to be, and like give people a little bit of time to get in. We announced it a couple of days ago and got a pretty good response.
Oh, nice.
Here we go. Yeah,
I
here
can
we go.
share it somewhere if that's a thing. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
all within here.
Yeah, you can if you want. It's up to you. It's on my page, and you can share it if you want. But it's already. We're getting some people in right now. Let's see. Hang on. Let me put it out into the network. Yeah, you've been doing some yeoman's work, man. Some of the stuff that you're getting into, I'm totally digging.
Thanks, brother.
And,
Yeah.
and it's very diverse too, which is cool. All right, let's see here. Hang on a second. All right, so we're going to formally roll the show out here in just a second. Thank you for your patience. Oh, they're coming in now. Hey, Katie, what's going on? Karen Starr. Let me just pull this up. Let's see. All right. Jody Lee's in the house. Mary Cooper, Deborah Denori's in the house. Jennifer Hall, Mary Lou, Karen Iona White, beautiful poetress. Michael Van Patten, Crystal Marsh, good to see you. Canada's in the house. Christy McGard Morris, Kelly Bird, Laureen Hamill, Kelly Hammer. Okay, they're coming in too fast. I can't keep up. So we're going to back out of here. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, my name's Todd Medina. This is Soul Speaks 5D. This is part of the Soulogy Network. This is our 655th episode, and it's a privilege and an honor to be sharing space with my brother here, Matt. I had the little bio pulled up, but you know, I'll be 57 on Sunday, so you got to give me a break, brother. But I got to tell you, you know, I've been doing this. I've been doing my thing for almost 7 years, and the video aspect probably since maybe the summer of 2015. And I know what I went through trying to build it, and how lonely it was, and misunderstood, and not very well paid, not paid at all. And so I know it takes a lot of perseverance and strength. So, and having said that, I just want to introduce Matt. Matt's got an incredible show. I'm going to let him talk about it a little bit and fill us in, and so we can integrate this audience. I think he's doing incredible work. I know he is. I think he's got about 200 episodes of his show. They're diverse, they're incredible, they're informative, they're empowering, and he's been doing it a while, and I think it'd be a good idea to blend this audience over into his. So without further ado, welcome to the show, Matt. If you want to tell us a little bit about your journey into the shows and anything else you want to talk about, we'll just take it spontaneously from there.
Awesome, man. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the kind words and kind introduction. Yeah, it's funny because 600 episodes is incredible. I've been doing it for about 3 years to get to, I think I'm at like 220 or something like that. And it's a tremendous amount of work. So for you to get 600, man, huge props. Yeah, for me, I always start from just being a kid and being a martial artist. My dad was a martial artist, and I was just instantly hooked on what humans are capable of, and seeing these Shaolin masters, do all these things that you think are real as a kid, kick people across the room and do all these incredible things. But when I grew up a martial artist, it's mind, body, spirit. That's just what it is. You can't do these extraordinary things without having a mindset. And it's not about doing these extraordinary things so that you're super cool and you have these superpowers and you use them to dominate over people. It's so you empower yourself and you can help others. So I was always very curious about this development of mind and what was possible. Who were the most extraordinary humans on the planet, and how could I learn from them and see what I was capable of, and then just start to share that. And so as a kid, I was a martial artist and an athlete. Then I got into, hockey, skateboarding and snowboarding. And, then life started to kick in. I didn't realize I was really strange and different than my friends until about 20, when everybody was signing up for university, which is square. You can go to university, but nobody was considering going to travel and just like thinking about how to design their life. And I was like, you guys are signing up for 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year or 50 weeks a year, 2 weeks off. Like, that system is so messed up. Like, it's not that it's a wrong thing. It's just like, we got to consider, is it possible to do something else? We are definitely capable of figuring out a different scenario, maybe a job that allows you to do what you like and you get paid for it. So I was just thinking outside the box, because that kind of like train track of what society offers you was just not going to work for me. And so that's when it led me into snowboarding in Whistler, because I wanted to snowboard and be in Whistler, BC. It was a dream, and did that for 7 years and was very fortunate, made some amazing friends, and was still the whole time learning everything. Even when I was 15, younger than that, I'm reading books on consciousness, Zen, personal development, spirituality. I'm going to different churches because I'm looking for God and just experiencing these different faiths, trying to get to the truth. I meditated I spent like 4 months in Australia reading, writing, and meditating in like koala habitat, because it's like, okay, you got to go in. So I went all the way in. Like, I don't half-ass it. I see, and then I'm able to kind of deduce what worked for me. Is it real? What effect did it have? So that's kind of the way that I do it. And then there came a point in the snowboarding where snowboarding was complete. I was snowboarding about 130 days a year. I was coaching internationally, training some professional snowboarders, teaching them mindset the whole time, because I didn't understand how they didn't know how to visualize their tricks, quiet their mind, all that kind of thing. So I started with Zen snowboarding. I had to learn to snowboard sight online, but then I made it more broad for Zen Athlete, which was all the tools that I had learned from peak performance, psychology, hypnosis, really easy, just condensed. Like, here's the tool, here's how to apply it. Made it for athletes, but it works for everything. Music, especially entrepreneurship, and everything else, because it's how you master any skill. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be carving, it could be art, it could be.
You're referring. You're starting to refer to your book, right? Zen Athlete.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long ago did you write that book?
I released it on my birthday, not this year, but last year. So it's been out. Is it this year? Last year? I don't know.
You got that.
Time is all weird now.
But yeah. And that's one of the things that intrigued me. Is I researched it a little bit. I read your bio, and then I was researching what I could pick up on the net just quickly last night. And you're right. This book that you wrote, Zen Athlete, is really all encompassing. The athletic part of it, I guess you could look at metaphorically. I mean, because you could plug in anything, like you said.
Exactly.
But go ahead.
It's the tools for self-mastery. And my thought about it before I released it was, do I stay in the sports spectrum, or do I make it like Zen Life or something like that? And the reason why I stayed in the sports spectrum was because my hope is to make mental training and this knowledge mainstream. So all the kids that play any sport all over the world, they're so focused on fitness and then now what they eat, but no mindset. And every great coach and every great athlete knows that sport is 90% mental. So it's a way to kind of like Trojan horse consciousness and self-mastery in all schools, all youth development. So any coaches out there, anybody who works with kids, anybody who volunteers, I will happily give you the ebook. And the thing is about the online stuff, like, it has everything. So not only like hypnosis, sports hypnosis should be mainstream, but that's one section because you should know it, and I teach you how to do it. And so you have like these audios and supplementary training that you literally just have to plug in. There's nothing else like it. You create belief systems in, let's say, snowboarding, right? You identify your limiting beliefs, and then you find the empowering ones, and I teach you how to code that in step by step with these little things. And it's not to say, hey, the program's great. It is great. It's just like, these are the tools that it took me a while to figure out that work, and just take like music, your life. Like, it could be like, I need a career in this. You can use the same format. And it's something that I use and teach to people that I find works. And as I continue to learn and explore it, it just solidifies that these are the fundamentals, because in the last thing I'll say is, because in sport, especially extreme sports, we don't have the luxury of failing sometimes when we're learning a trick. One of the athletes I coached, Brody Carmichael, is a freestyle motocross rider, and he fell on a front flip, and he called me and he said, "Hey man, I heard you're good." I was coaching his friend Pat Bowden from Australia, who's also a freestyle motocross guy for Nitro Circus, and he's like, "I heard you're good. I fell on a front flip. I want to land it." I was like, "Sure." So we talked for like an hour. His mental game was strong. I said, "Look, you don't have to read my book. You don't have to go through the program. All you got to do is take this audio, make a visualization for the front flip, do it every day for an hour. You're going to get, it'll take you about a week, and there'll be a point where you know you can land it. Then go do it." So 3 weeks later, he's in competition. He lands a front flip. 3 weeks after that, he lands the world's first front flip heel clicker. 3 weeks after that, the world's first front flip Superman on a motorcycle. And he did it with one technique because he has the necessity not to kill himself. So that's kind of the idea. So when you teach this to a kid, even just like the basics, I know I'm getting carried away with this, but it's like it's important.
No, you're not. Yeah, it is.
With a kid, right? You teach a kid who's going to take a basketball shot. First, clear your mind. So 3 deep breaths. Somebody who can clear their mind and somebody who cannot, that is a fundamental distinction in the quality of their consciousness and their life and the control that they have and the will that they can exert in this universe. It's a fundamental difference. It's massive. It's a whole upgrade. Second one, visualize that shot going in. Now you're teaching them you influence your reality, right? You don't control everything, but you influence it. And the third one is they miss the shot. What's the most powerful and positive perspective you can have in that situation? So it's teaching them that failure is a part of learning. It's not necessarily bad. It's how you respond to that and reset. And those are 3 huge fundamental shifts that even most adults I talk to don't have in there. You have to have those 3. And if we can seed that with all kids in one generation and they have that, once they have it, they apply it anywhere. And then you build on that. You have to get right to the root. And with that root, you can go wherever. So that's why I did the sport, is get to the kids, because adults, if they want it, it really works, but they got to want it. You know what I mean? You got to want to actually go for it.
No, I love it. And I love the Zen connotation because it is a science, right? I mean, to me, Zen's always been, like, I remember when I was in my late teens and I was doing mowing a lot of lawns. And I'd be like, okay, how do we approach this? And I was like you, I was reading stuff early, and I approached it the Zen of mowing the lawn, so I would just make a square, and then I would just focus on that moment, that inch, that foot, and before I knew it, not only was it completed, but I had it, it had some kind of weird etherical energetic achievement, and it was also like done very well. It was like symmetrical. But and the other thing I can relate to too, because I only played sports up until about 21, at least actively, or in leagues and stuff. But I always loved sports, and it kept me straight when I was a kid. That's about the only thing I had that kept me straight. And in the philosophy or the Zen-esque aspects from the coaches that I received in terms of expanding. But so at night, what I'll do, I don't really watch, I'll watch a little bit of your show or some other shows like that. I do a little research, but I always go to the Kobe Bryant, the Michael Jordan, not the highlight reels, but the psychology videos where they break down. And if you look at these people, if you look at Kobe, 2,000 made shots a day. If you look at footage of Larry Bird making these impossible shots, 3,000 made shots a day. I mean, and that to me is what it's all about. And it doesn't have to be this grueling thing. If you look at your path, and I don't even have to ask you, if I look at my path over the last few years, it's just a consistent drive every single day to get up and do it again. You bring your lunch pail, you go to work, and apply these things that you're talking about. It's quite fascinating. Now you're saying that the book is available by its ebook, and is it free? Are you giving it away?
Yeah, so if anybody ever emails me and they want it, they say, "Hey, I saw you on Todd's show." Like, I'm always happy to give. I give ebooks out like crazy. It's there. My hope is that you just pass it on. You can also get it on Amazon. It's a thing that you can buy. But anybody who's like wants it, here you can have it. Go use it. Tell me what you think, because it's again just getting out that information and then sharing it with a kid, but through the and again adults as well. But I'm really passionate about getting this to kids. So super simple, but so it's out there. You can get it.
So, and let's just for the record say this, okay? Because this is a community that supports everyone. It's a platform for people like you. So if you would, when the show's over, put in the Amazon link for the book, because we have a lot of people here who offer a lot of love and support in contribution as well. And I'm sure it's reasonable. In fact, we know it's invaluable. So those of you who are sticking around, you come back on the replay. Let's support our brother here. And as you're going to find out as we get into this a little bit more, the incredible work that he's doing. Let's talk a little bit about Mind, Body, Spirit, the program. 220 something episodes. You've had such a diverse, guest list. I mean, subject matter. It's quite. I'm just getting into it. I go and dig into it for 10 minutes every night. We're quantum now, so we just go boop, 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 boop. But I can see the energy of it. And for me on a personal level, I know what it must have taken and what it's taken. But I can also see it's getting easier for you. Things are aligning for you. Tell us, how did you get started in broadcasting on YouTube? How did you get to the point where you say, hey, I'm going to go do this?
Awesome, man. Well, yeah, dude, I really appreciate the recognition and appreciation, because, oh my God, it wasn't a tremendous amount of work. And to go back one step further, if people do buy the book on Amazon and stuff, I have a bunch of online training. I'll gift them something there. So it teaches you meditation. It teaches you visualization. I teach you hypnosis. So I'll give you online stuff too. So I appreciate any support.
Is that stuff? Yeah, we're going to support you. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
right
zenathlete.com.
Okay, that's where it's at. Zenathlete.com. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so I'll send them any of the digital stuff. Once it's created, my hope is just to get it out there as far and wide as possible. But the show, where it came from was like, it was only myself and like my best friend and one other friend that I could talk to about really deep topics. I didn't realize that, again, that I was a little bit different. And so I couldn't have these deep, inspiring conversations with people, like just about, life and like what people thought and, what just things I felt were important. It was always so surface. So the idea was like, oh man, like maybe we should just record these conversations us three are having or us two are having and just share them, because I think that they're valuable. And I'm always seeking these conversations. So it was like, I only had two friends I could really do it with consistently. And so that was the original idea. And also shout out Michael Lozier, one of my first mentors. He wrote the book, The Law of Attraction, and he had a show on Google Hangouts teaching people about the Law of Attraction. He's an amazing trainer, really just the best. You want to learn the Law of Attraction, go to that guy. It's NLP based, it's practical, it works, it makes sense, it's simple, it's so good. So he's like, when are you going to do a show? And I was like, I don't know. And eventually I hit up my buddy and I was like, hey, Anders, like, let's do this chat and I'm going to record it. And like, I'm going to do an interview because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And he's like, yeah, sure. So we get that done. And then I don't even remember why, but I reached out to Don Miguel Ruiz Jr. I think I was reading the 4 Agreements again. And I was like, well, it's too hard for me to get Don Miguel, but I know his son is actually doing really great work too. And he might be accessible. I think that was my mindset. And he ended up accepting. And it was like 2 months out. And my mind didn't filter because I didn't have a show, I didn't have a website, I didn't have anything, right? I just do this podcast. So he agrees, and my mind kind of blocks it and almost self-sabotages. And I wake up at 9:30 that morning, not even giving it a second thought, not putting it in my calendar, and just go, oh my God, I think he accepted, and it's today. I get up, I look, and it's at 10 a.m. And I got to go to my dad's house from where I am at my girlfriend's, and I get in the car, I go, I start it up, I don't know what I'm doing, have the conversation. And that for me was like, this is what you're going to do. Yeah. So from that point, I was actively seeking people to have conversations with. And then you're probably aware it goes in stages. It was really, it was a lot of my friends at first, people that I knew. Yeah. Thank you so much to my early guests like Jarek Robbins, What an incredible guest, you know, came on when I didn't have anything. Kyle Cease, blowing up. He was number 11, huge now. So really just grateful for those people who kind of gave me the leg up, but I didn't even know what I was doing. I just wanted to have conversations with people I valued, that I thought had meaning, about what their perspective on these certain things, and listen to them. And so it's kind of taken on a life of its own since.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I'm getting activated memory wise listening to you, and I can remember. You know, I'm asking you this question. I can't even remember how it happened to me. But I remember when I started, it wasn't live, like you said. You recorded it, and I didn't even have internet. I had a phone. I had a broken phone somebody gave me from AT&T. I went down to the local gangster phone guy and paid him $40 to fix it. And so I had, but still didn't have internet. So I had an old laptop, and I would record on the laptop, and then I would walk up to the store, which had like 1G, and I would upload the video onto YouTube and Facebook, and it would take like 2 hours, you know, and it just step by step from there. But I totally get what you're saying, and too is like the morning of, it's like you create this thing energetically, and the humans doesn't get it, and then at the last second you're just like winging it. But yeah, it does come in stages too. But the other thing I was going to say too, and you're right, I started by reaching out to people that I'd see on the news feed. And it was the same way. 3 years ago, I met my divine partner, and about 2 months into the relationship, because she was in Australia, we'd be talking all the time, and I'd say, you know what, we need to record this. Not because it's us, because of the subject matter. You know, we're talking ascension, we're talking divine feminine frequency coming, masculine this, all these different things that are being put out there, but not talked about in the mainstream. But we all have this knowing of what something's happening, you know. And so it was the same thing, you know. And about a year later, I started doing the same thing, which was about maybe 16 months ago, 655 episodes ago. But I mean, what I was going to say is that I you know, obviously some of the people that have been on the show are much more well known, you know, 20, 30, 40,000 views will come in. And some are the 99.99%, taking nothing away from anybody. But the thing is, talking to these old friends, talking to these people who are, in the eyes of society, whatever, common, they are full of activations for the audience, for each other. So I don't really have a preference, whether it's somebody who's well known or not. You know, we're starting to get some better known people now, but it doesn't. I enjoy talking to everybody. You know, I talked to a guy the other day, and I was looking at him, and I said, "Man, do you have some kind of link to the elementals in your lineage?" He says, "Dude, you're looking at an incarnated elemental," and I could just see his elf ears pop out. And you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? And the next thing you know, I start, and then intuitively, I just said, "Do you ever connect to Sasquatch?" And he just got this big smile on his face. He says, "How did you know? 2 weeks ago, I'm sitting there in the woods up in Idaho, and a Sasquatch comes in." But this is the new reality, though. This is it. I mean, this is the new reality. Now, in your work, you really, really get into. First of all, I noticed you go to quite a few conferences, and I'm sure you do that for a couple of reasons, to cover it and then to meet some of these people. But you really get into some deep stuff, like the Mayan stuff. I mean, the Native Americans. I don't know what are the, just so the audience knows, what are the subject. What is the subject matter? You know, summary of the stuff that you cover on your show, Mind, Body, Spirit.
Oh, well, yeah, well, I just want to make a comment on just what you said there about the common folk. I think that's important. I think that might be one thing that would be great for my show to have, is just the the everyday individual. And I've tried to get to do more interviews, like short ones with people on the street. I'm starting to just be conscious of that, because I think that every single person has infinite knowledge. That you don't need to be like a leader or a master. I just got back from the Parliament of World Religions, right? And these are supposed to be people who know God, right? They're all just regular people. You know,
Yeah.
like what makes you the best Christian? Did you memorize the Bible the best or the best Muslim? Like is it the amount of times you pray? Is it, why are you the one up top? Is it because you learned the books and how to do that? But when you look at, it's not a right or wrong thing. It's just an observation of like, they're not any more closer to God than the homeless person out front.
True.
True. And it's just regular people. So I really commend you for doing that, because I appreciate that. And that's important. Everybody is a teacher. And so for my show, holy crap, I got one of the first top list that I became aware of was I got top 5 mind expanding podcasts on collective evolution. And I'm reading through it and it says, nothing is too hokey or out there for this podcast. And I think I was like, it's supposed to be mind expanding. Like we're not talking about regular accounting or something. So, I basically am just curious about everything. Like I've got some people who are like, UFOs, ETs, John D'Souza, you were on the show, you were a great guest, sharing like these things that like we can't comprehend. So we've got way out there stuff. We've got doctors. I've got people just telling practical knowledge on there. So because there's so many episodes and they're long, I let them share. I just say browse the titles and look through, and there's a description in them. You're going to get what you want. Also in iTunes, you can listen at 1.25, or some people actually listen at 2, and you can crush an hour podcast in half an hour. At the gym or something like that. So that's a good hack people are doing. But I've had physicist Tom Campbell on a couple times talking about simulation theory. I've been doing a lot with my Native American elder friend, David Lombert Senepas. He's extraordinary. So I like to say I'm seeking the people on the planet who the intention was the most conscious, aware, wise, intelligent, benevolent people of service to humanity. And that can be your everyday Joe. It could be a person who runs a shelter. It's just the show is just unfolded as it has, but it's really diverse. So I would say spirituality, consciousness, mindfulness, paranormal, mind expanding. But when you listen to them, even like simulation theory comes back to like basic spiritual principles. And the idea is that this show will help you figure out more of who you are, empower you to believe in yourself, to let go of any limitation, and then have the confidence and connection with yourself and spirit to go create a life that you are inspired to do.
Yeah. And what I find in observing your work like yours, or even being involved with what I do and watching other people, any expression, the way when I received Soulogy and what it was, because, we get these downloads and they don't really come in words, and it's like adding frequencies to an ever expanding vibration. And that's what I see. It's the words are important, but it's the energy that's coming from you and your guest that's full of code and full of activations. And you're right. When it gets right down to it and you drill down, it's all about self-empowerment, self-reliance of the soul, expansion, creator, God, goddess ability, that type of thing. And I find that quite fascinating. What I'd like to ask you, because I find that as the individual goes, so goes the collective. And so behind what we're seeing is the real meat and potatoes, And in your own life, as you've been on this journey for a few years, and as you have manifested, really materialized is a better word, materialized your dreams, basically. What does that look like? How does that feel? Are you finding more alignment every single day? Is the universe reciprocating to you? Are you in superabundance? What's going on?
Well, there's a lot there. Well, I can talk about the journey, and I think that for me, a lot of people and being interviewed, this is when I discovered a lot of people had an awakening experience. I didn't have that. I was just the way I was. I don't know what that means. And I was trying to deduce like what the difference was. And quite simply I was just curious about what I was capable of. And the other thing was I was curious about reality, what was going on. And I questioned a lot of things. But ultimately, I was never thinking about what I could get. It was how can I help? I saw so many problems on the planet and it just like, I remember watching the freaking, I only had 2 channels growing up, and it would always be this repetitive thing of people dying in Africa. And I was like, I don't understand how this is possible when I have this and there's these Western countries and we can't even figure out rice. And I just calculate how much rice was. And I was like, that shouldn't be that hard to ship them rice so they're not starving to death. It didn't compute. So then I went into war. Why do we still have war? And then obviously you go down conspiracy rabbit hole. And then I think that's part of like the awakening process of there's systems in place that aren't for your benefit. That's part of it. Right. Yeah. So it's all about how I could help. So, I found that in my journey, it's been consistent leaps of faith. And like you said, like, we want to get here and there and that, right? I've always had enough. I've always had to take a leap to get where I am. And I'm always supported in these ways, but money I've never had an abundance of. And I think, and I hope this is the year that happens. Like, I posted on Instagram the other day because I finally was able to afford a $1,200 car. And it's a dope Volvo wagon. It's got leather seats. It's in great condition. It's got a sunroof. It's baller, man. I love it. And it looks great. It doesn't look like a $1,200 car. I can buy a cheap car. But I was like, thank you for letting me drive. I've been 2 years out of not having a car because I committed to this, full on, long time ago. And was like, okay, like I'm no matter what it takes, this is what I got to do. And I'm okay without a car. And I can, learning to be content. I remember training. So this summer, I was able to train and learn from David Lombert Senepas, who's a Native American elder. He has a 20,000-year history. He's like this ancient martial art master. He has balloons in space. His story is that he spent the first 26 years of his life on the side of a mountain being taught by over 600 elders. And some of them were apparently beings. And if you study the indigenous people, they have connection with sky people or star people.
Absolutely.
So I went to see if he were for real. So the first time I went, I got there and I was like, holy shit, I don't think he's kidding. So then he's like, if you want, I'll train you for the summer and I'll teach you more. And I was like, well, yeah. And I was like, how do I get there? I had, so I'm racking this up in my mind. I have nowhere. I'm starting to look at how I would rent in Maine, right? It's not cheap where I needed to go in Portland, Maine. I couldn't afford $1,000 US. That's like $1,400, right? The podcast pays nothing. I get a few bucks from coaching, so no income is coming in anywhere. And I got to find a place and get there. So I took out a loan a couple of years ago for like 27 grand. That's been gone for a while. But I got $5,000 on a credit card, right? And I'm up to $3,000 and I book my ticket and that's almost a $4,000. And I get to Maine and I find a place that's free. Like I knew it, the place had come up and I was able to get it for free. So thank you so much, Berta and Ken. You guys are amazing. You always have my deepest gratitude for you guys. But they said, if you can get here, here's a space. Got a free house and a space in a beautiful farmhouse. Took the plunge. Then I got, a bunch of money rolled in and was able to clear that $5,000 on the credit card. And it worked out. And, so like I was taken care of. And I remember biking an hour in the rain to train 2 hours of Shokai with the Native American elder to bike an hour home. And I'm sitting there and I am pissed. And I was just like, why am I 34 and I'm on a mother effing bicycle trying to train and help? And I had this deep, and I was thinking there's a point to it, because I was thinking to myself, I was like, why am I not being helped? Why am I not finding it? Like, do I need to go into, and I was like thinking this in my mind. I was like, I'll go take a regular job. Like I can make money. I know how, but there's, it's not inspiring. But then I had this huge realization, was like, why isn't anyone helping? And then then it goes, you are the help. And I was like, oh shit. Yeah. I was like, it's not supposed to be easy. It's your own process, whatever the scenario is. And if you think about it, I'm healthy. I got a sweet bike. I got a roof over my head. I got food. What can I be content?
And you got a cool tapestry on the wall.
Yeah, right. And so, so that's the thing. And so I think 2019 is going to be like a year of rolling into that, but it takes an immense amount of work and dedication and commitment. So go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just say this, 655 shows today. I knew that was a special number. And, I think I've had this ability to intuitively figure out questions. I don't know what it is. I don't know what you call it, but I think it's because I'm looking for an activation myself. And what you just said to me what you just said to all of us, I just want to stop and reiterate because the question was answered in the story, and what I want to get across to everybody is that, you know, I can totally relate to what you just described. I mean, to the point where I'm about to just blow some tears out here. All right. And I know a lot of people that have too. And I agree with you. I believe now that there's some type of reciprocating frequency coming from the universal. All the work that we've done is coming to fruition now. And so what I want to get across to everybody, and what's so honorable and courageous, you know, on your part, is the fact that you know, you did it. That no matter what, you answered the call and you honored yourself and therefore honored humanity and the universe. And I can relate to the same thing. I mean, 5 weeks ago, you know, I'm over on a wing and a prayer covering a goddess conference in Washington D.C. in the thick of the matrix, literally, you know, in a paying. I got a rent car paid for, running out of time, and I'm told you're going to Hawaii. And I had just gone to Sedona and settled. I thought I was going to settle there, and you're going to Hawaii. I'm like, well, how am I going to get to Hawaii? It's the same thing, you know, that same pissed off conversation with the universe, which is really with yourself. I had for the umpteenth time. I'm like, what the hell, you know? And then the next thing you know, it's like pull up your phone and just pull up your phone and check Hawaiian Airlines. Well, what? And a $400 ticket. I'm like, $400, you know? Okay, pull the trigger. And then when I got here, the same thing happened that you're describing. A lady who had 100 friends on Facebook, one common friend with me, happened to come across me and said, hey, I've got a room, because believe me, over here, it ain't cheap. You know what I mean? She says, I got a room. It's temporary. You're welcome to come over here. Boom. You know, and this is what's happening. And it's so important because even if these stories aren't told, the energy that your soul or my soul or anyone's soul puts out into this divine holy matrix, just based on their faith, courage, and action, is contagious. So I just want to say, man, it's nice to see a brother, and I absolutely resonate, and to a degree can validate that. Yeah, superabundance is already raining on your head.
Oh man, yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing that story, and I think that from what I've learned from people, let's say crossing the river, whether you have to, you want a new job or you want a new career or whatever, there's going to be like a letting go point. You know, when I snowboard, there's a point where I go into the air, I leave the ground, and I'm in the air, and whether I'm going to do a backflip or some other trick, it's this like knowledge. But what I think that's most important, I talk about it, you know, if I'm talking or if I usually am invited to speak somewhere, I usually talk about this. And the idea is like, you can create freaking anything that you want in this life, literally anything you can imagine. But picking something isn't like, oh, I'm going to be a podcast host and I'm going to have this and I'm going to be the next Larry King. Maybe if you have that vision, you go for it. Maybe you want to be an NBA champion. Maybe you want to be a musician, whatever. It doesn't matter what the goal is. When I was training with the Shaolin monks, I wanted to see if you could actually do what they could do. I wanted to go there and I wanted to see it. Can you actually break stone over your head? Can you actually break it with two? Can you do these things? Because it, you know, physically, I'm a martial artist and I test it. Like, is there a trick? Is this real? What the heck? So I go there and I'm interviewing Master Go, who can do all this stuff. He can break like this. I think it's like some sort of stone over his head with two fingers, like with two fingers is nuts. It's just extraordinary what this guy can do. And so I'm interviewing. I go, hey, trick, what's the trick? And there's a translator. And I go, well, it's basically, I phrased the question as like, most people in the world will believe this is impossible. I think that it's possible, but I still don't understand how. Is there a trick? And he just gets it. He says, no trick. So I look at the translator and say, what's the trick? You know, come on. It's horse crap. I see people break different things, and I was like, I know that trick. Like, that's not anything. And so he's like, no trick. Say it again the third time. He just looks at me and just starts slamming his fingers down on the table super hard. And I think he said something like 7 years of Qigong and like 7-8 years of hard Qigong. So conditioning his fingers. And outside the academy, there's dent holes. There's dents in the freaking tree from him poking it. So what kind of a human being pokes a tree?
Yeah.
Nobody does that. So then instantly I go, okay, whatever I can imagine, if I dedicate half of that kind of dedication to whatever it is, it's going to happen. And so the thing is, people they don't know what's compelling. So you're not going to know the end result probably, but you'll know the direction, right? What can you find in like, you know, maybe it's the people you want to be around. Maybe you like love snowboarding, get involved fully in snowboarding, and then it'll weave, you know what I mean? You got to get to what inspires you. And when that vision or that thing is so inspiring, you're willing to take those risks like I did. And you don't have to, you could do it with a lot. I'm sure that anybody could do it with way less risk than I did it. You could probably risk management, and you know what I mean? Not do it my style. It's totally possible. I'm just meandering the best way that I know how. It's ugly and I'm getting it done. But you got to find that thing that like, or that way. I say it's not a one thing, it's a direction.
Yes, you're right.
So,
you're right.
Yeah. So I want to add one thing, and I'll say it quickly, but there's a friend that I had that's so analytical. I say, what would you do if you had $1 million a day for the rest of your life? His mind won't allow him to imagine it. It's just too logical, right? So I was like, okay, we just did this off the cuff hypnosis, and I basically hypnotized him into his heart. And when he answered the questions, he started crying. And then when he came out, I was like, oh, wow, this is a unique experience. Like, I don't know anything like this. I know about shamanic death rituals and things like that, but I did it out of necessity. And you see, the conscious mind is assessing threats, and it's here to survive. If something's going to hit you, you jump out of the way, do these different things. So if you want to do music or something that doesn't pay money, for you to survive, you need to eat. To get food, you need to pay money. So there's no way you're going to follow your dream if you can't get that. Your conscious mind is going to manipulate or distort that vision because it's trying to keep you safe. But when you're hypnotized into your heart knows it's eternal. You're connected to everything in all life. You're totally fine. So it'll show you clearly. And of these sessions I've done with people, you know, over 70% cry. One popped out of their body, did something weird. I did not expect that. You know, it's not supposed to be a mystical thing. It's more like a personal thing, but that happened. I didn't expect it. And one actually pissed himself from like some sort of like healing thing. And all the intention is for you to drop into your heart and get these questions answered about what you want from life. But the most important thing to recognize here is that I've done it with multimillionaires, entrepreneurs, successful people, young people, old people, everything in between. Everybody actually wants the same thing. They want to have a good home environment. They want to have good friends. They want to live in nature, and they want to do something meaningful in their life. So you recognize, what are you sacrificing to not have that? That the thing that you need is actually not that hard. You just have to let go of a lot of the baloney and just kind of redirect your ship a little bit, and you can have all those things. And so I just wanted to say all that because I think that's such an important piece, because when you find that, you can then start to take those bigger leaps, but it's in a process. You don't, you know, sprint before you run, and you don't do a double backflip on a snowboard before you learn how to turn. Just show up and start doing things that you care about.
That's a great dissertation, man. Yeah, and I just want to back you up on a couple of things too, because that's what it's all about. I think just speaking the truth, especially at this level, you know, this conversational level full of activations. But when you talk about a trajectory, you're right. It's not, you know, people wear that cliched adage of it's not the destination, it's the journey. But this is even different. To me, it's the spiritual inertia. You know, it's moving unencumbered. We're starting to learn how to control that, like we're breaking a horse, you know, and it is a trajectory, because I've many times over the last 2 years, since I really went all in, I've had people very close to me say, what the hell are you doing there? Why did you go there? You know, and I can't tell you on a human level. I could not give a good answer. Now, I think some of the evidence is starting to become palpable enough to where people can say, oh, there's some magic or whatever, success, whatever. But I couldn't describe it. All I could say is there's this energy field. It's magical. It works with me. I understand it. I can't explain it. But when it tells me to move a certain direction, I go. And it doesn't make sense. You know, it's like, you know, you got $250. You're in 2 foot of snow in Fort Smith, Arkansas, and you're told go to New York City, you know, and you got $20 left in your pocket and a 36-hour bus trip you got to go on. You know, these things these things, like you said, and I love the analogy too, about you're going to go do a trick. And you can do all you want, all the prepping you want, but as soon as you leave the ground, this is the way I see it. That's why I love the analogy, is you ain't got nothing to lose. Now it's time just to let go. It's like surrender to the embrace, you know? And just like that story you told about the guy who ends up doing the Superman triple flip or whatever that was. But yeah, that's fascinating, man. That's really fascinating. And I really I feel like we're from the same end of the the tree of life. I don't know, maybe the same branch or stem or something.
Like neighbor berries on like a
yeah, right? Yeah, like a pair of balls there, right? They're big etherical balls. But yeah, this is this is so yeah, man. Now, are you coming to the States anytime soon? Are you covering anything over here anytime soon?
What am I doing? I'm going to Guatemala for the Mayan Heart Festival. So that's my next thing. So the thing with me is like the travel, it's like this knowing is, just depends on where you want to go, right? So I just know I got to go different places. So last was the Parliament of World Religions I went to. Then I went to Disclosure Fest, and I did this both with the Native American elder, David Lombert. And then now I'm going to go to the Mayan Heart Festival, where it's basically a festival around having the indigenous culture reclaim their land in a way. I don't know if it's official or how deep that goes, but also doing a declaration for sovereignty for humanity, for all life. And they're doing this Mayan ceremony. In the 2012 thing, if you don't know, 2012 wasn't the end of the world, obviously, because we're still here. It was the end of an age. And if you're thinking thousands of years, you got to give it some time. So apparently this is now we've kind of we're starting to create that inertia, maybe that momentum. Now it's like, okay, cool. From 2012 to 2016, I worked my butt off on this stuff. Now it's like, oh, here your wave is building. And so they're hoping that this is the Hopi talk about the fourth world or the fifth world, I believe. And the Mayan elder who was on my podcast phrased it a little bit differently, but it was into a new age. And he said that it's going to be humanity's choice in his prophecy and his teaching anyway, to move into this higher state where we talk about 5D and activating these senses. So the Mayan and the Hopi said the same thing, where we actually have 20 senses. I'm pretty sure that they both did, but we actually have 20 senses. And I've also been learning with David Lombert in this specific training that I'm doing is that, I don't trust in people probably from their own weirdness. I don't know if my senses are real. Like it's like, feel and touch is like, okay, is this the limit? Is this real, or is there something past that? Or is this actually the, what's that, like the wall, the coding, you know what I mean? And there's something beyond. So he basically talks about, telepathy and being able to manifest and stuff like that. Also shared that maybe we're going to destroy the planet. I don't like to personally worry about any kind of like destroying the planet type of deal. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. What am I going to do? Comment, whatever, right? But what I know I can do is make an immediate impact on the people I'm around each and every day and live a life that I'm inspired about and move in a direction I think that helps the co-creation. Whatever happens on some sort of level that I don't understand, like it's like the surrender piece. If you have a God experience or universe experience or 5D, quote unquote, you don't know anything at all, that it's so incomprehensible. And so you have to surrender. You don't have a choice, and so you can do your best. So those big questions, I don't know. You can look as like, does this information serve me or not? Right. And then, so I think a lot of what we're talking about here is like, being of service. One of the things I like to say in like the new earth or like an awakened person, it's like you're in the forest, right? And you're a turtle, and then you are pretending to be a crow. You're going to be a shitty crow, and you're not going to like your life because you're a turtle. You're going to go hungry because you're not eating the right food, right? And the environment in the forest doesn't like that. So when you become a turtle, everything that the turtle does for the entire environment is benefiting the whole. So when you figure out who you are, what lights you up, what empowers you, what makes you grow into whoever comes in power, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're controlling your individual consciousness and life experience.
That's exactly right. And that is the God-Goddess consciousness. And I just want to point out too, because I forgot, another fascinating part of his story is what he was just talking about, buying this $1,200 beautiful gift of a car. And of course, I really like to use the word sacrifice because that's kind of an old vernacular from where we're coming from. But I just want to make this very, very important statement of support. This is a story of somebody who has served the collective, who has followed his inner guidance, his higher self, whatever you want to call it. And it's an incredible story to hear, to go without a car for 2-3 years and to be so thankful for this $1,200 car and to be putting your balls to the wall to go cover these events and making magic every step of the way. So I want to say again, make sure that you put your information onto the comments here. And normally after the shows, we put up our typical, if this show resonates, these shows resonate with you, please consider making a contribution to the Soulogy Oneness Network so we can expand to 24/7, 365 app accessible network. Today on this show, I want Matt to put his stuff up so we can support him from the Soulogy community. And if anyone does happen to send something to our PayPal and you put Matt's name on it, as we've done before on some shows, we'll forward that money to him. Okay, so let's support him. I just want to make sure we say that before we close the show out here in a few minutes. And I just want to say again, thank you for being such a shining example, for everybody. And I'm of the opinion, it's in my universe, my universal opinion, but the type of efforts that you've put out and continue to put out have incredible etherical ramifications, repercussions, not just through this earth, but through the entire universe across all dimensions. I firmly believe that from the information I've received. No one has to believe it. But regardless of that, it's nothing but good because you are serving, and you're right. When you serve the collective from that standpoint, from that higher perspective, you're simultaneously serving both sides of the equation. It's one and the same because I am you, you are me, and I don't want to sound too new age or cliche, but it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, I really, really appreciate those kind words. And I really appreciate the support. And I'll put a link for the people in there. I'll give a link for a show I recently did that gives a free copy, like an e-copy of the Heart Journey. So it's the best thing that I've ever found that helps you figure out what your life purpose is. Even if you're super direct, like if you don't know if you're going north, east, south, or west, you're going to go, oh, I'm going west. If you know you're going west, it's like 360 degrees. You're going to find 348.2. And you know what I mean? Right bang on. And that's when you know you're aligned. You know what I mean? So, like, and I really appreciate like the car. And I think it's such a interesting thing for me to process because, I loved cars, and cars for me was the freedom, and I could have changed. Like I don't want people to get the impression like I went without. I was lucky. I had a beautiful experience. But in my mind, I could go back and I could have been more grateful. I could have been more content. I was doing okay, but it's this continual learning. And that's my lesson. Like no matter what I have, who I am, where I am, no matter what, can I be content today with that? And, and just knowing that that's, this serving was the highest thing for me. And and that was, if I knew what I had to do to get a car, but I wasn't willing to divert my course. This is most important. This is taking my time. And it's funny because I was trying to figure out like taxes and do these different things. And I needed money. I was trying to figure out if I could go to Guatemala to do this trip. And then also I was like, all I want, universe, is to go to Guatemala to help these elders and be at the event and support just a small cabin that's like not a room in my own, any mountain in North America. I don't care, just I can afford it and it's got wireless internet. And I think I just squeaked enough to get it, and I was like, thank you so much. It's just getting like that little bit of clarity of like what it is that you actually want, and like what are you willing to do for it. But the most important things for me are always like it's front and center. So anyway, I'll put a link for people. They can have a copy of the ebook and the guided heart journey. Because if you know where you're going, you know what I mean? It makes whatever your meaningful life is for you, then, that's your own decision. This helps you get really clear on that. So can you be content in the process? And that's what the Zen athlete, the same idea. Can you be content when you're 10 years old learning basketball, or you're starting a business, right? There's always going to be something that you can get better at. You know, there's always going to be growth. So wherever you are, just being content, fulfilled, worthy, valuable, full of love in the process, because it's always the process. I might die tomorrow. I might have died at 25 stressing about all of this podcast I imagined in my life, you know? Just be present today.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally resonate with everything you're saying. And it's an interesting dynamic too, to stay in touch with that vibration, that consciousness. And then also to be going in and out of that, hey, universe, we need to have a expletive filled conversation. Because I'm like, hey, you know, all due respect, but hey, MF, what the hell's going on? And he's like, hey, MF, let me tell you what's going on. And, you know, find a tree, find a place. Let's have a discussion. And I found that I would get angry, but it was an emotional, heartfelt, I want to serve. Please, I'm not asking for the moon here. I just want to serve. And it never failed. The next day I'd get some kind of, something would happen. A lightning bolt would come and I'd catch it with my hand. I'm like, oh my God. But I have found, going back to your comment earlier, our prognostication of 2019 superabundance, I have found that I'm not having to go there anymore. That I can just go out and find a place and say, look, here's where I'm at. Here's the state of the union. I'm surrendering to the embrace. I trust, and I'm finding too that I can't plan too far out. Everything is just like a day or two or three or four. I mean, I'm in the place I'm in right now until the 13th. Where I'm going from the 13th, my wife will be here in 2 days. I don't know, but I'm in that energy bubble that I can't describe, that you've been in and other people are getting into as well, and serving really by the living example of their efforts, whether they're known or not, whether they broadcast or not. That energy is that, maybe that's the 6th through the 20th senses that they were talking about that affect all of us, because we do feel it. Yeah, man, I really have enjoyed this. It's an honor to serve with you. Myself and the Soulogy Network, the platform, is here to support you, expand awareness for anything that you're doing at any time. Just contact me directly. I look forward to future collaborations, and I look forward to shaking your hand and giving you a hug one day in the flesh, because I have a feeling, I know that's going to happen sooner or later. And I wish you the best. And I just want to say, for everybody that's watching and watching on the replay, endless gratitude, love, respect, honor, and reverence to you.
Hey, man, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I really appreciate being on the show. And one of the things that I learned this year that I think is the most important thing I've ever learned in spirituality is I've read a lot of books, done a lot of things, but I studied the summer with, like I said, David Lomber Senepas, who's the sage and spiritual seer and hearer of spirit for the Mi'kmaq people. He represents a lot of people, and he's like their spiritual leader. Although he would never call them that, he doesn't see himself as any kind of leader. He's super, super, super humble. He's also a scientist. Please check out his work. He's like Nikola Tesla and the Dalai Lama mixed in one. And he has pictures of him and the Dalai Lama. He met him. The Dalai Lama knew who he was. And he has moons in space. One of our podcasts, he talked about a free energy device. He says it's not free. Just when you build it, it harvests wind, and a 4-foot tall one can power your house from these ancient copper scrolls. And I went this summer to see if he's for real. I vetted his math with Robert Grant, who's a mathematician who made mathematical discoveries. So he's the one that I'm trying to help. So I'm out there talent scouting, and I haven't seen anybody like this guy, like ETs and stuff. That's all in his culture. But he's like, Atlantis wasn't a continent, it was a spaceship, and we know that. And here are schematics from some of that technology. And I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I was like, how can you tell me that's not true and this is true? I meet the Zuni elder Clifford Mahooty with him. Watching those two talk was the gnarliest thing I've ever heard. So I'm trying to support him. So I'll link up, check out his work. But he's definitely someone doing it. And when we're talking about what you needed from the universe getting upset, right? I'm He's trying to build this biodome. This is technology from these ancient copper scrolls, apparently around the time of Atlantis. The indigenous cultures, their history is 20,000 years old. Now I'm confirming what he's saying with the Mayan elder. I know a Mayan elder, I know a Zuni elder, and I know a Mi'kmaq elder. Same stuff. Same 20,000 years, like there's differences. So he's trying to build this biodome that when it's done can do a few things, but will create a measurable inverse magnetic field that does 200 miles. This he's like it'll be like you would call it instant enlightenment. It would be like bunk, and he's like all it's going to do is take out the signals that you're getting hit with and put you in a clean environment like a magnetic field. So he's like, but it'll be palpable. And when I was in Egypt, I went in something similar. It's a square. You went in it and you could feel it, and there was nothing there. Wow. It was gnarly. And I was in the Great Pyramid in Egypt with the Resonance Science Foundation with technology behind my head, doing all kinds of stuff. So I go out there and I see what's up. David also has balloons in space. He built them from the scrolls. They went 800,000 feet up that are monitoring a signal, and a signal's coming, and he's decoding it. And I have it on my... And he decoded it in Mi'kmaq. He said, my language is closer to dolphin than it is to human.
Wow.
And so we were in Sedona. So this guy's got extraordinary stuff. Check him out. And he's got nothing. And so when you said that, like, I'm pissed off because I'm getting angry at the universe. I'm watching him put on, he's got granite and this crystal on it. And he's got a jackhammer type of thing. And I was like, is that really the tool you need? He's like, I need this tool and I could do it all in about 20 minutes, but Spirit always gives me what I need to work. That's what he says. And I was like, how long would it take with the other thing? He's like, probably like 10 minutes. But he $100 to do this tool. So they're amazing out there. And so I think that maybe there's some sort of like threshold that you have to cross, and it's individual for everyone. But what better way to know God or Spirit? You have to know. And once you do in that leap, you know that the forest and life and the universe and yourself is connected with something greater. So nobody gets a free pass. Nobody goes over the bridge. We all get dunked through our own doing, and then the universe picks you back up. So I just wanted to add that. And he taught me 3 kind acts every single day. Doesn't matter if your chakras are aligned, if you meditated today, if you hate your life, if you love your life, if you're a clergyman, if you're an ascended master, if you're a Tibetan monk, you do 3 kind acts a day. You're a spiritual master that day, because it has to be an action. You could think about it, giving a homeless person $1 and getting their name, or you could actually go do it. You could help. There's always an opportunity. And one act of kindness that he always talks is getting someone's name. We're moving in a culture where we're not getting each other's name. Get your server's name. Talk to the person behind you. Get the person, just get their name. That's an act of kindness. Recognize they're there. Recognize we're human together, because we can look at what's happening. We're getting more and more disconnected. So the 3 kind acts a day, I'm like, if you want to support anything that I say or do, take the kindness challenge, ideally for all of your life, but 7 days, 3 kind acts, go out of your way and don't tell anybody. And he's like, that's the and he explained to me in 2 hours. He's like, all of you guys talk about consciousness ascension, and that is just like, this is the closest thing you're going to find to upgrading your DNA. Yes, they're right. There's a little antenna on your DNA. He's a scientist. He's like, there is an antenna, but it's an electrical universe. So you need an action. You take the action of kindness. There's the 2 fields interact. Now it's being held in the body. And so now your body is upgrading. That's actually it. So no matter what you're doing, wherever you are in the process, go out of your way to do that. And I always say you'll probably most likely get a universal wink. Something weird will happen just for you to let you know. So wherever you're going, just do those kind acts, figure out who you are, what you want to do, and, realize that you're so powerful. You could be homeless. It's not that bad. We're super powerful humans. You know what I mean? You could go, worst case scenario is homeless, right? Canada would hook me up, or I could go get a job at Tim Hortons for a bit, for like 2 years. For 10 years, I could work at Tim Hortons, work my way up. And then at year 13 or 11 and 12, then I'll go back to the podcast, and then I'll have a house. You know what I mean? It's just like, you just got to give yourself some time. You're going to be fine, so believe in yourself. So
no, absolutely. No, I absolutely, again, I absolutely can back you up on that. When I went to New York a couple of years ago, and I was homeless. And in New York City, and I'm like, $2 sitting in Grand Central Station, getting up and doing soul speaks, conscious rapping to try to make a couple of bucks, right? And but ended up staying. Somebody reached out, staying in the Bronx, and so I didn't really have any money. I had no money, and But I would have, $5, $10. I go down the street to the Dunkin' Donuts. I get 2 wraps for $2, and I come out, and in the wink, right, there was a guy sitting there, homeless, a white dude about your age named Matthew. And I came out and I said, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And he's like, "I just, I'm working this Dunkin' Donuts. My wife's working the other one. We're just trying to get out of homelessness." And something said, "Hey, give him what you got," which was like $7, right? It's everything I had. So here you go. Well, I developed this relationship, this frequency with this guy, and I would see him all over the Bronx. I'd be walking somewhere and he'd walk by me, and hey, I'm getting a little better, and I'm getting a little better, and I'd get that wink. And then this summer, I met Lisa Transcendence Brown, and she was telling me her journey offline about paying it forward, and introduced me to what I call 5D commerce, which is to pay it forward, and it's based on the honor system. And at that time, I adopted anything that comes into Soulogy, 30% is being paying forward. And I've watched this occur. I tip when I go out somewhere. I tip 30%. Paying it forward in gratitude and infusing into this higher frequency that we're all creating and walking into through our efforts. Like you're talking about, like your friend's talking about. There's got to be an action tied to it. But yeah, so I totally get what you're saying. Now, where does Lone Bear? Where's he at? You said in Maine. Is that where he's at?
He's in Maine. Yeah, we did some traveling together. We were at Parliament of World Religions. He does a lot of traveling. He goes where he's invited, and that's why I went to. He's doing important work. And when he was in Sedona, he said this a few times, that the indigenous have a direct connection with star people or sky people.
Yeah.
It's like it's in all of their history.
Oh, yeah,
and he's told me, and this is me deducing it over a summer, he can build stuff that's advanced. And he said his elders, he's only been here for 5 years. And I've had him on my podcast a bunch to try to figure out if he's actually serious. And the biodome you can go to. You can look on YouTube with his balloons in space. You can figure that out. He doesn't tell you everything. He's like Mr. Miyagi. But he said, you're like, why am I watching the car? But he's like, my elders told me I can give this technology if it's placed into peaceful community in resonance. He calls it in resonance. Nobody can own it. You can't own it. It's for everybody. And you got to help me build it. It's your culture that says I need money to go get those tools. I could just go, he could pretty much friggin' go mine it from the ground probably. So he just needs basic necessities. And so I've been helping him. We're going to do like a crowdfunding. He's got these candles, but this scrolls from what he can deduce, the stuff he's told me in private that he can build, and he has nothing. He's like, he was homeless in Maine 2 winters ago. I met him the winter after that. And I was like, how are you not being helped? I was like, are you serious? He's like, yes. I was like, this is insane. And so I went, and I go all in, and I'm like, okay. And I check with the people that I know. I'm not a mathematician. You can't mess with math. Google Robert Grant. He has a course on resonance science. He's a friend of mine on advanced mathematics. He vetted the math. Their conversation was like, it was nuts. And so that's a guy that, for me is my #1 draft pick for humanity. He's modern day Tesla, but it's not in the way we think, because the native culture is not like ours. We need a community in resonance. The technology goes into the community, and it's for the community, and then shared for all. And right now, the only thing impeding him is he can't even he firewood is a bonus. Last year, people were bringing firewood and stuff like that. So an extraordinary person, if you go down that rabbit hole. And he did a talk with Clifford Lahudi in Sedona. It was the first time ever a Mi'kmaq and a Zuni started to share some of these teachings together. And they talk about their connection with sky people. And when we were in Washington D.C. in Disclosure, he's like, you're going to get a real contact event, but it's not what you think it is. He's like, there's a lot of that stuff. He's like, a lot of what you're seeing now is entertainment. He's like, what you actually need, he's like, what they're trying to help you have is peace. Yeah. He's just like, cool, like believe whatever you want, it's fine, but go do a kind action. Be in resonance with your community, with where you are, because he goes, we do this thing called tease and sit in a circle. He's just like, if you guys are killing each other, why would a being show up? You're obviously going to try to kill it. And he's like, and I presented every UFO ID at him, and he's just like, our culture's different. He's like, do you want me to tell you where we understand, or what you're hearing on Gaia TV or something like that?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I was like, I don't know. And I was like, he's like, it's fine to believe it. He's just like, but the most important thing is being in resonance. And so very fascinating guy. I always get people to check it, and just to have other eyes on it, because people are like, that's a bit out there. And it's like, I know. But there was also weird. Oh yeah, this is where it's going. So he goes, homeless. He goes, many of your homeless are. He's like, we don't like extraterrestrials. We like visitors or star travelers. He's like, we were here first. It's like our history is 20,000 years. Like we were here first. You know what I mean? He's like, you guys just aren't. He goes, you're not the big and bad here. You very low on the totem pole. But he goes, most of your star travelers are. A lot of them are homeless, disguised as homeless. And he's like, where will we go? He's like, the White House. He's like, we did that. Google 1952 White House sighting. So I do, and there's UFOs over the White House 2 weekends, and over the Russian. What's the Russian then, right? But he's like, we want to. So he's like, if we have a message for you, where do we go? Do we go to your president? Do we go on YouTube? Who do we give a message? He's like, we need to give it to a group of you somehow. So I get back, and this is one of those universal winks, trying to figure out in my mind if I'm just naive idiot believing this elder that's saying crazy stuff, or it's real. I'm explaining the experience to my mom, and we go for dinner because she wanted to go to the city close by she hadn't been to. I was like, let's go. So I take her out for lunch, and we're getting out, and I tell her about the 3 kind acts. So we're pulling out, and there's a homeless person kind of in an odd spot. It's a nicer strip, and it's quiet. It's more of a summer town. It's a homeless guy, and my mom goes, here, Matt, go give him this $20. And my mom and I, like, I don't know how she was giving homeless people, but I'd never give a homeless guy $5. It was like $1 at that perfect handoff point, and don't look at him. Like I'd say hello, right? But it always have to be the perfect amount of change. Now I'm giving out more, and then I say, hello, how are you? What's your name? Humanizing them. That's the most important thing, and seeing what they have to offer. And this is new. What better spiritual teaching than all the Wayne Dyer books? Like I love Wayne Dyer, but I'm just, what I mean? Then you gotta, you don't need the book to go do that, right? Yeah, that's like a superior, like read Wayne Dyer and go do the action. So
that's what Lombert's saying though. It's the action that counts.
So my mom goes, right? Gives it. I was like, I'm not going to do your act of kindness. You go do it. Gives the homeless guy. So she's like, pull up to him. So I pull up to him. She gets out. Mom's a little old lady. She gives him the $20, and he goes, oh, thank you very much. This is my first time in this universe. My mom just goes and looks around as if I heard it. I was just like, this is what I'm talking about. Like this, at least you're seeing, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, how do I, this is what I'm thinking in my mind. I was like, how do I process that? So he goes off for like, how his brother's in China and blah, 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 and some other stuff. Some of it was coherent and made sense, and I had an understanding of. Some of it just seemed like jarble. And so she's like, okay, cool, we'll get his name, and we're about to drive away. And he just goes, I'm not lying.
I don't doubt that a bit.
We just like say goodbye. And my mom was like, what the heck? And I was like, this is what I mean. It's like a breadcrumb. You know what I mean? And these That's universal things, whether aliens or whatever the case, is a breadcrumb. But the meat and potatoes and the lesson is doing kind actions, figuring out who you are and doing something to go that way, and defining reality by your own terms. It's not going to be easy, right? So all this other stuff is entertainment. I have never been on a spaceship. I've never met a Pleiadian. I've never met any of those people. But I'm not saying they're not real, and I'm not saying they're real. And what I'm saying is, even if I love that entertainment, go into it. But I'm going to be kind. We're going to figure out who I am. I'm going to make a difference here, and just expand and be open to new ideas and seek understanding, not to be right. I don't know. You can be right or wrong. I don't know. You know what I mean? But that's very fascinating. Thank you for sharing your story.
I mean, you know what? Here we go again. And by the way, I met Clifford in Sedona when I thought I was going to live there for about 6 weeks, which was actually a fascinating chapter in my journey, with including interdimensional beings and all kinds of stuff. But a lot of people know my story. I spent most of the first 2 years walking the streets homeless, and went from traditional 3D overnight to the spirit walk. And what you're saying is very true. I started having these divine episodes or dimensional experiences, and they were with homeless people. And I was homeless, but I mean, at some level, I knew they were angels, and I broke bread with them, you know. And some people would look at them, you know, as a prostitute or a pimp or a crackhead or a meth head or just a crazy person. So I ended up learning a lot. Really, my first 2 years, for the most part, were personal experiences I had with the universe in direct communion or with a homeless person, you know, and some amazing things happen. And there's no doubt in my mind that at the time I had no galactic mentality. And you're talking to somebody who's had visitations in my bedroom, materialized aspects of myself is the way I'd look at it, but definitely galactic oriented. But at the time I had none. So I would have said at the time, I know I met angels on the streets. And I could tell you there was a direct link, even though I was in bad shape, as a lot of us went through trauma and stuff as we were waking up. But there was a direct link to acts of kindness when I shared food, shared money, shared a bottle of booze, or I shared a joint, or whatever the hell it was. But like you said, when I looked at them as a human, you know, and the humanity connection was there, and the mutual respect and love, and oh, I'm not weird. Oh, you're talking to me, and I could tell you story after story after story. What you're saying is very true. It's very true, and it makes total sense in the paradoxical teaching of the universe. If we would pull our head out of our asses and go to the other end of the spectrum, this is all about integrating polarities. So if you're living in a penthouse and you're, you know, and I love what you described as here, I'm gonna swing by the homeless person, stick my hand out, drop it in his hand without looking at him. Because why? Because I don't want to be looking at that, because it makes me uncomfortable. Well, if we would go out there and integrate those two ends of the spectrum, which I did by the force of the universe, a blessing of the universe, it does bring you to the heart center, and there is some serious magic there. And I love what you said, what this guy said, and what that example that you gave, because I've met Archangel Michael on the street, and I've met Kuan Yin on the street, and I remember a guy walking up to me one time saying, and he was a young guy, probably about 25, 26, and he walks up to me and he says, "You know I'm a prince, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." Because for some reason, third eye, whatever you want to call it, I could see who he was. And he said, "Really? Do you really know?" I said, "Yeah, dude, I know who you are." Whoa. I mean, it's real, man. It's getting real. Man, I appreciate it. It's been a hell of a show. Really good show. Fantastic. And I wish you the best, and I want to stay in touch with you, and I'll be in touch with you. Thank you for sharing your stories and your energy and activations and soul codes with everybody. And I look forward to collaborating with you. I know we will. And if you need anything, let me know.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for having me. Big hugs and love to everybody out there. Peace, brother. Thank you.
All right, man. Peace out. Take care, brother.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. Take it easy, Matt. See y'all later.
Zero. Sorry about that, Matt. I've had people come on, they didn't even know they were on, so I'm always real wary of that. Okay, let me pull this up and get it set up, and we'll roll the show out. For those of you who are already here, we'll roll it out in about a minute. It's going to be a powerful show because I can feel it. Nobody told me that. I can just feel it. I felt it yesterday. Felt a lot of dragon energy, man. Big time.
Sucker.
I knew that wouldn't surprise you. Man, that when I uploaded or downloaded your picture, you know, it's you know, when you see it on the screen, it's small. The profile picture's small.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that because I couldn't get to my computer, so I did that kind of pre-announcement post, and I did it off my phone. But then I came upstairs to do the get reminder announcement, and I pulled your picture off of and so it was on my computer screen. And so when it came up, it was all dragging. I was like, whoa. I don't know. Okay, so let me check it on the phone, and then we'll roll it out. Let's see. Hey, Kathleen McAuliffe from Ireland. How you doing? Thank you for your continued love and support. Let's see. Lorraine Johnstone, how are you doing? Scotland and Ireland. All right, let's see.
Homeland.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, the Celtics coming in here. Kirsty Belleville's in the house. Got 30 people already. Let me just answer my beloved here. Oh, that was old. All right. There we go. Okay, we're on. Howdy, Mary Lou. Louisiana's in the house. Sonoma, California's in the house. And I was like, whoa. Okay, it's working. Okay, so let me. The Celtics coming in here. Kirsty Belleville's in the house. My phone's acting up. You know, when I start these shows now, almost every time there's crazy electronic problems. I wouldn't say problems. I would just say high frequencies. Glitches, right? I mean, my phone's just going nuts here. I don't even know what's happening.
I'm shocked mine's not having issues right now.
Better on the phone than the screen, but you know, they're not problems. It's just high frequency. They're more like symptoms or characteristics.
Yep.
But maybe it's all the energy. This is crazy from the audience and the two people, you know, all coming together at one point. And it what ends up happening, it stops after a few minutes, and it goes off okay, like this one will. Okay, we're good. All right, so we got about 50 people in the house. We're going to roll the show out. A couple of quick hellos. Eon Boldy, Christy Snellgrove, Jenny Friend, Eberhardt, Vel Danielle Gambrel, Sheila Whitney, Michael Van Patten, my brother's in the house, and Lisi Freudland's in the house from Stavanger, Norway. All right, so there's a couple of new names, so I'll go ahead and introduce myself. My name's Todd Medina, and this is the Soulogy Network, and this is our primary broadcasting vehicle, which is called Soul Speaks 5D. It's a conversation with, and today it's with Matt Bodhi Bryan, our beloved brother who's been out there at the forefront of this thing for a long time, because I've been actively online for 5 years, and I've seen him around for quite a while. And I sent him a friend request, I think, about a year ago.
Yep.
You know, so welcome to the show, my brother. Thank you for sharing space with us today and honoring us with your presence. How you doing today?
I'm very good.
Yeah.
As good as I can be. I go through the roller coaster, dark tunnels, light tunnels. What? Same shit.
Yeah. You know, you've been you're very upfront about everything that you've been going through. A lot like my sister over here, Zavetta Da Vinci, when her son transitioned, and we've all had contact with him. Many of us. I have had contact with him actually in this room. I've had some contact with him the last 2-3 days, and the thing that I got out of it, because I've had some pretty intense emotions over the last week or so. I think a lot of people have, regardless of what may or may not have happened in their lives. But what I got from Christian over the last 2-3 days, as I was in the house by myself working with his energy around, was a lot of laughter and a lot of just, dude, you know, everybody needs to Wang Chung, man. You know, but at the same time, we're human beings, and you know, that's the beauty of it all. This is, in my opinion, the most important aspect of all our multidimensionality is our human soul hybrid essence. And so, you know, it's maybe easier on the other side over there when you can see both sides of the yin and yang, you know. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know why I shared that with you. I just it just came to mind. I got it. But you seem like you've been. Have you always been woke?
I'll just say this much. 1992 was when I woke up. Kind of a rude awakening for me. Not seeing anybody that I could talk to or address or even share anything with. I had to go in hiding for many years and tried to play the game, and got married, had 2 kids.
Yeah.
Got a house, got a car.
Oh yeah.
All that shit. So
hamster in the wheel. Hamster in the wheel.
And everything always just failed. Corporate jobs, tried this, tried that. Nothing worked because I'm not supposed to fit in. And I feel that whole that there's that meme that goes around. If you don't fit into the way that things are now, it's like means you're supposed to be there to change it.
Yeah.
So, and I'm like, yeah, well, hell, shit. So about 5-6 years ago, I started finally being able to contact and connect with people on the level that I had been experiencing since 1992.
Wow.
So it was the best way to say it is like I actually went to sleep while I was waiting, because I'm like, oh crap. I felt like Rip Van Winkle sometimes, because when I finally started coming out, everybody's like, I'm Reiki 3, this, that. It's like, I'm like, shit, all I am is a massage therapist.
Yeah. That's similar. That sounds similar to what happened with me in the 90s. Well, I can't say I was, like maybe I always knew, but I did go to sleep and into that corporate thing. And then it's interesting what you said about that meme, because I tried to change everything in these environments, and it was like you said, it always failed, right? That's and then what, was it around 2012, like a lot of people, when it started to close?
Honestly, that's when everything started clicking. At the time I was working as a personal trainer, and I started realizing that it's not the physical or the emotional that's the problem. It's the combination of the spiritual, emotional, and physical that needs to be addressed, instead of just dealing with the physical. And at the time I was at a big box gym, and everybody's like, no, that ain't going to make any money. And I'm like, it's like, and I was like, okay, then I guess I don't work here anymore.
Right.
And I've been, really honing my craft, so to speak, helping friends out for, since 2008, turn their lives around. And honestly, it's like, I don't ask for money. For most, just because it's like, I would do it for free if I didn't have bills. It's like now, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to do it for whatever I need, like in an even exchange, because, that's the way that things work now.
You mean like energy work?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's something that I think is coming to the surface now, is all the things that we did are being reciprocated now. And this whole 5D commerce thing that I've been receiving, and other people have, where it's based on the honor system and paying things forward. I see it starting to develop in Soulogy, and I'm just trying to put that out there with others that we collaborate with. But how's that been for you? I mean, do you do a lot of that now? Do you still do that?
Actually, I connected with some people locally that are looking to create a business, or move a business in another direction, or moving it forward. And I'm going to do that for a while, mainly because this is something that I need to start focusing on, is helping people out. I've been talking about getting groups together, men's groups, women's groups, men and women's groups together, to address the imbalances.
Yeah.
And have open conversation flow, especially with men's groups. There aren't a lot. There's a lot of women's group, red tents, sisterhood groups all over the place. You can't find, honestly, you might get 2 or 3 a year. They just have retreats. That's about it. I mean, there's a lot of brothers coming forward to talk about different things, but it really, until you get them all in the room, there's not a lot of sharing because they need to feel safe. The only way that they're going to feel safe is when there's somebody there to facilitate that safety.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, and I absolutely would love to collaborate with you or assist you any way I could, and I'd like to be a part of it. You know, you're in the Eastern time zone, and it's easy to get to. There's a lot of people out here.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a goddess gathering, the second one on October the 20th in DC, and you see a lot of that, you know. And so for men, I think, I love talking to you about this, but for men, I think it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, especially over this past year and over the last 2 or 3 months, it's like, you know, we're getting stripped down to nothing. We're coming back, embodying that slowly but surely. But I think a big part of it, and maybe the confusing part, and maybe what you're saying is correct, having the facilitator will make it easier, is that they don't even know what their feelings are. We don't know, and we're learning
exactly.
And you feel kind of stupid, and it's not always easy talking to a feminine about it. You know, divine feminine. It's the way I see it is you got 4 components. You got the divine genders, and then you got the human genders. So you're dealing with all 4 of those components, and you're transitioning from one to the other. But I don't know. I mean, as you've been observing this, and you've been woke for so long, what are you seeing with these men out there, like over the past few months?
In the last 2 years, in the last year, since the beginning of this year, I know of 6 men ages of 40 to 60 that have committed suicide because they could not, best way to say it, they could not attach to their emotions. And I know more, there's more. This is just around me locally, like within 1 to 2 degrees. One actually quite close. And, it really hurts all of us if we can't reach out and embrace that. Mainly because it's like everyone gone is another one gone. We all stand together. It's like a piece of the puzzle just kind of disappearing, and like, okay, we can't finish the damn puzzle now.
Yeah.
So, we have to create a piece or change the puzzle around. And I know that a lot of people that say, oh, they're doing work from the other side. Awesome. But we really, it does, in, my recent experiences, it does create a massive stoppage in growth, personal growth, and healing when you have something like that happen in your life. Like because that person who commits suicide, there's impact, and it really, it does create, it's like, holy crap, I might have been moving forward at like breakneck speed, but now I got to stop and deal with this. Until I deal with this, I can't do anything else.
Yeah. So on one hand, you can say, what the standard line is, and I'm not taking any shots at that or being disrespectful when I say it, is that respect everybody's journey. But what I'm hearing you say that I haven't heard, and I agree with you, is we're on a mission. And if somebody drops off, it's all good, unconditional love, but we do have a piece missing, and now we got to reconfigure, like you said. So it's something.
Because each one of us is like somebody said it perfectly. If you've ever seen a net, at each junction there's a knot, and we need to cover the globe with this net, and each junction is a knot. When we lose a knot, we need to move something around to make sure that hole's fixed. And it does suck to actually sit there and think that way, because these are people, these are souls, these are people that really matter to us.
Yeah.
But I hate this. It's like, and honestly, the way everything that's happened, since my son was murdered, it's been a heartache. One of the first things that he showed me was basically everything that happened to him, and he became part of my team. So he may have been a light. He may have been one of those knots, but he just reinforced a very important knot in me. So, I mean, yeah, we can all shift around and fix it and other things. But it's like we need to figure out how to use that energy, that loss, as a way to move forward. One of the things is like he was like, the only way that I felt I could move forward, and this is what his message to me was, okay, this is all love and this is all great. Like you're listening, sitting here looking and listening and hearing and smelling and everything that happened. But you need to squeeze that down until there's only 3 or 5 seconds of what happened. And it showed me, as a couple of my posts stated, that the only thing that mattered about the whole situation is my son and his beloved left in love with hands held, and they were okay. Skipping out. Is that you or me? I don't know if I'm on, but it all came down to just experiencing love and embodying the love that they shared.
Yeah, you sent me a note. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you sent me a note and you said something to me that was incredible. You said, because I didn't even know what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I approached you and I said, would you want to do a show with me? And you said, I will in a week or so. And then you came back and said, I never thought I would go through such a dark, abyss. And I never thought I would find the level of love that I found from a place like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it just like rocked me, man. I was like, whoa, I know that feeling. I've been there, I mean, we don't know what we've been through. That's our individual experience, but it resonated deeply with me. So I knew something very, very, unexpected and all that had happened.
Yep. Lost you again. You're stiff. Not moving. And you're gone. I guess we're still live though. To expand on that, yeah, I the only thing that I could do to get out was to essentially hold on to that life preserver and wait until it pulled me up. And there's a lot of other things that could have possibly happened. And, I've actually, from all of this, the interesting thing is I've actually helped my ex-wife and my daughter heal, and his friends even. Like I've been at 2 vigils and been in contact with a lot of her friends. And the thing about my son is that he was always wanting to make people happy. Didn't matter what he was going through. He always wanted to make people happy. So I said, okay, we're done. We're going to share stories. And once the stories are over, we're going to start talking and laughing, like laughing openly and changing the energy of it, because, he wouldn't want people to be and sad because he's gone.
Yeah.
So, and that's exactly, 2.5 weeks later. It's difficult still, but like, all of us, I can laugh. It's like, and it's very interesting because you were talking about how Sveta's son has been coming to people. My son has reached out to countless people, the people that I have never even like told him about.
Yeah. Wow.
Like last night, and he comes to me almost every night. Last night, he went to my mom for the first time, and my mom's never experienced any of this stuff before. She heard him call out her name. So she jumped up when she was sleeping, freaked out, and like it came running to me, going, "What the hell? Did you just call me?" And she's like, yeah, "I was out." And she's like, "Uh-oh." So she went back down to sleep, and like 10 minutes later, boom, 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 he was banging on the door.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh." It was like, and basically when I woke up, she was out here, and she's basically started crying.
Yeah.
And telling me the story. It's like, well, welcome to my world.
Yeah. Mom's woke now.
Yeah.
He woke mom. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's a powerful sign. I mean, that gives some that gives some I don't know, comfort, knowing Zveta's son has done the same, and the message seems to be the same. The veil is thinning, or however you want to put it. But yeah, that's powerful. So he comes to you almost every night.
Yep.
Wow.
Like the really funny thing is he came to me Wednesday night last. This is 2 days after I found out, which is 3 days after it happened. And he basically introduced Danielle, his beloved, to me. I'd never met her, and it's funny because he came to me, and it's like he's always been jealous of my beard, and he had this like raging beard because you can do whatever the hell you want on the other side.
He had a beard.
And I shared that with a bunch of his friends, and they just they almost wet themselves because it was just so freaking hilarious that he's finally got his beard.
Wow. So he introduced you to her.
Yeah, and we basically, it was funny. We were just chatting for hours, it seemed, and I woke up and it was like 2 hours later. I'm like, oh, I love how that happens.
Wow, that's fascinating. And if I can ask you, what would you say was it that what you described in that message to me, that darkness you never thought you see, and then the effect of it, as you said, you never thought you'd find such a high, I think you said such a high love or a high level of love or something like that.
Yep.
Was there something you can put your finger on? Is it just feeling and knowing?
It's funny. Like a lot of us do. Some men have darknesses, and some women have like darkness that just like scares the shit out of me. Mm-hmm. I went primal. I was down in the basement of like my darkness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. My light did not shine there. And then all of a sudden, it just like a little spark. It just started sparking, and I'm just like, okay, what's that? It was so dark down there. It's like I had to actually be right up on it for me to even see it, and even be open to it. And I reached out, grabbed it, and held it in my hand. And as soon as I started holding it, it was quite weighty, and and it helped showed me the way out. Rising me up and telling me, okay, this is not, yes, this sucks, but you need to move forward through this, because there's a lot of people who are relying on you to actually stop being down here. Yes, you have to be down here, you have to find it, but you have to also go right back up and do what you need to do. And that's where all the messages came from, because the funny thing is, majority of the things that I wrote were at 2 or 3 in the morning after I'd been asleep for 2 hours. My sleep sucks right now.
Yeah.
I'm like down for 2 hours, up for 4, down for another 2 or 3, and then up. And it's like, are you getting enough sleep? No.
I know I can relate. I got people telling me, "Hey, you need to get some rest." You know, like writing me notes, messages, and making comments. Like, I mean, I'd love to, man. I got up at 5 this
Yeah.
morning and I laid there for, I don't even know, 2.5 hours. I wanted to go to sleep. I couldn't do it. Yeah. That's deep, man. That's deep. You went primal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, and you just, how long did that process take you? A couple of days? I mean, once it started,
Honestly, like, well, Monday after I found out, I had to deal with the police. I had to deal with, you know, talk to my ex-wife. The thing that really sucks is the police didn't know how to get a hold of us because we didn't report him missing because he was on his own.
Yeah.
He's 19, moved in with his girlfriend, had his was living in the trailer with her. And Fox News told us, gave me a call, and like that's how I found out. And I'm like, so I called the police and started talking to them about it, and I immediately, you know, talking to my, you know, really close support, and I really, it was bubbling, and you know, my twin sibling, my twinny sis, Kelly, she's just like, I can feel this shit bubbling. You need to let that shit go, or it's going to just eat you up. So I, you know, put down the phone, walked away, and I just, for good, almost for the rest of the day, because this was probably around 3:00 in the afternoon. I just was screaming and crying all night, or all day. And I told my mom, I told my mom, she balled up and sat in a corner in my brother's house. And I said, you know, I need you to leave me alone. And I pretty much sat here for 4 days by myself. And I was stupid enough to go to the store on Tuesday. Because that's when he like showed me everything. And then throughout the next 2 days, I started picking through and finding what I was actually supposed to be getting from his message.
Mm.
And so, you know, I would say 4 or 5 days. And you know, after 4 days, I said to, you know, my friends that are close, I said, you know, I'm going to need you guys to start coming and hanging out so I can start talking and stop wallowing in this shit.
Yeah. I remember reading a biography of Theodore Roosevelt years ago. And I think it was a child. I don't remember it, but it was a direct relative. And he went silent for like 4 straight days.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say anything to anyone. They said he had some dark glasses on, and right through, you know, the services and everything, and then he just, that was it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, I just read something a friend of mine sent, Stephen Obey, that's been coming on. He's coming on tomorrow. And a lot like you, he's been out, you know, on the masculine side for many, many years, a lot longer than I have. And so anyway, he sent me something on Venus retrograde, and it's not so much about that I wanted to bring up was, but there was a section in there, and it talked about how during this type of period or whatever, because I don't really follow the stars, that you're challenged, and that some of the most creative, powerful expressions, art and such have come out of these periods of time because of the connection that the heart makes to what we would call sadness or
Mm-hmm.
pain or suffering. And it really struck me. And I thought, you know what? That's how a lot of my stuff came out. All of it.
Yeah.
Really, in the beginning. But I was thinking about what you said about the stuff you've been putting out, you know, with these visits. What do you think the overall message is that you're receiving from him?
The overall message I actually feel is, you know, and it's been reiterated, and it resonates around the vigils. Stop taking shit for granted, and love as much as you can, as hard as you can, when you can.
Yeah.
Because that's all you got. a lot of his friends have shared stories that, you know, they saved his life. He saved their lives.
Yeah.
And, you know, to hear that about a 19-year-old doing that when he was in like 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, you know, these are things that I didn't, it took me 30 plus years to get there. And he's doing it like it's just habit. And they were telling me, like, you know, I just wish that I was able to ask him at one point in time how he was doing instead of allowing him to ask me. And that's the thing about us. It's like, you know, you probably know as well as I do. Most people ask us, we're gonna say, yeah, we're good, or we're not good. Can I help you with anything? No, I have no fucking idea how to help me.
Yeah, we were having a conversation last night. Teresa LaPrey Rivera came over, and Rachel, I forgot her last name already, McVeigh, and Michael Van Patten, Lori, and Zavetta, and a lot of it, or not a lot of it, but a good part of the conversation was around the wounded healer archetype, you know, and how, you know, in what we all do, you know, putting it out there, putting the energy and the message out there, there is a lot of that in us, and we came to the conclusion that the great thing about being a healer who discovers their wounded healer archetype is that they shift. The shift that occurs from that painful, you know, awakening of finding out you are wounded.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, at a very deep level. Yeah. So So in other words, he's saying, you know, love as much as you can, whenever you can. You know, appreciate everything. And I think, you know, that little dragon's popping in right now and say, yeah, and quit the bitching.
Yeah,
you know, because
yep. And that was honestly, and like the really interesting thing is that he reached out to me in May, I believe it was, or April, and he said, I have all these things that I want to do. Can you help me, you know, do them, figure them out? And I said, yeah, I need you, like, this is what I told, it's like, I need you to write it all down and graph in like deep, you know, understanding and, you know, everything that you want to do. And I said, every day step towards what you want. And his first goal, one of his first goals, get a driver's license. Second, you know, everything that he did was to get to Danielle, to be with her full time. And then once they were together, they were going to do all these different things. And he said, you know what? He actually reached out to me in mid-July, and he goes, I want to get a tattoo every few levels that I reach as a reward to myself for actually sticking to this. Wow. You know, and this is even goes towards the whole thing of like, make, you know, if you need to motivate yourself by, you know, like having a focus, be on somebody or something that you want, do it. He never stopped. I mean, he did anything that he could for money. And it's like, and I've talked to a number of his bosses, and I mean, he sold his art, which he didn't necessarily want to do, but he sold his art. He worked, you know, really, you know, tough jobs. And one of his bosses, when doing landscaping, he's like, anything I asked Saren to do, he did it. He didn't bitch. He didn't complain. He just said, okay, got it, done. And, you know, it's like, I don't know how many adults just sit there and go, I don't want to do that, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's a means to an end, and it's really taught me that doing your work is important if that's going to get you where you need to be.
Yeah.
Or you want to be. It's not about, you know, there's a lot of talk about free will, about destiny and everything. And it's like, and I know, because I've been told this a number of times, that his purpose, Danielle's purpose, was actually to get together and be together. The rest of it was whatever. And it, you know, as my ex-wife and I said, it's very difficult to understand. His story was a beautiful story, and it sucks that it really sucks that it was so short. But that was his story.
Yeah.
And And, now it's time for us to move on and take his story and go, okay, well, that's the preamble to our story.
Yeah.
Or that's the preamble to our next step forward.
Yeah. Sounds like a powerful duo.
Yeah. And like, honestly, it's like and I don't know if you've seen the picture of my fire last night.
Yeah, I did. I saw that picture and I saw the figure in the back.
Yeah, I was just, it's like, if you look at it, and I have like devoured it, it's actually both of them together.
Wow.
But they are like in that one. Because it looks, it's like that, because that's the energy I felt. And it's like, wow, that's crazy shit. That's why I burned.
Wow. That's wild. But that's what's happening.
Yeah.
All over. Do you have much of has this always been just like an internal thing, an inside job? And what I mean by that is, do you have any type of, or have you had any type of connection, like say with galactics or divine essences or, higher self, that type of thing?
I do a lot with my higher self. My higher self, I do a lot of astral and etheric work. But it's always as a dragon.
You're all dragon. Every bit of you's dragon.
So, and it's like when last April, March, I actually had a rebirth. Like I was part of a rebirthing ceremony, and I actually shed my human skin during that, and I saw myself for the first time as I was, many, many, many years ago, or even in the astral, the etheric, and I was just like, what the, wow. There's no words to describe it.
Aye, sir. From this point forward, the human will cooperate.
Exactly. It's like, I'm like, okay, well, now we're going to do that shit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The first time I saw mine, it was close to 3 years ago. And I had just met Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
I was walking to the store and she was pulling something out of me. She was like, something's going on. Da, da, da. So, and I had never done this. And she said, I stopped in front of the store in the parking lot. And I was sitting at this bench and she said, pull up your higher self. And boom. And it wasn't like this angelic, fluffy light shit. It was this, close to monster looking dude,
Yep.
But wow, was it a powerful experience. And that was the first time
wigging out again.
Oh, is it? Is that you or me? I think that's you.
Yeah.
Is that you? You good? No, he's not. I mean, he is, but he's having a little trouble. All right, well, we'll just keep going. We got 81 people in the house. Jenna Harmon, Christy Pettigrew, Matt, so glad to see you. Patricia, I think she's over in the Bronx. Just tell me when you can hear me. Melissa Steinberg, my friend, down in Florida. Best to you and your kiddos. Can you hear me? No, he can't. Maybe he can see the screen though. Let me see. Go out and come back. Okay. How's that? Can you read that? All right. What else we got in here? Maria Paz Cuevas. Matt, you've been such a source of inspiration. Love, thank you. Here, maybe if I text him, let me message him. Appreciate your patience. Let's see. Here he is. Just tell him. Go out and come back.
You there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. You're not. There you go. Yeah, go out and come back in. Okay. Because I'm looking at it and I'm in. All right. Let me get rid of that. See who else we got here. Sue Baxter Fitz. Like so many, thank you for your continued love and support. Joanne McGinnis, Naveen, how you doing, girl? Over in the Netherlands, Kate Bell. Let's see what he says. Okay, he's coming back. All right. Let's see now. Yeah, you know, he's been out there a long time. Here he is. Here he is now. We're good. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
We got it. We're good.
My sister, my twin sister just sent, she's like, people can see you walking about. And I was like, I don't care.
I know. I thought you were going to say something. Oh, I've been busted before, man. Yeah. I was on for like 3 minutes one time and I didn't even know it. That was you know, that's what it's all about though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can't, I mean, we don't even have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Like think about it. I mean, you know, everything's becoming more and more telepathic, you know, and the thing is our you know, rate of compassion and acceptance and allowance is rising too. So it's not like we're going to hold it, you know, long term, hold anything against anybody. Everybody just needs to get it out now.
Oh yeah. It's like, I'm a human being. It's like, I got to put my coffee cup in the sink.
Yeah. And yeah, and I think that's going back to the men, you know, and I certainly am just like all of them. I don't say that I'm not, but I think that's been a big part of it. You know, we got all these secrets, you know, and it's just like, F it. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide. I mean, it's on one hand, we're so conditioned to, we don't want people. I always use the analogy of, you know, a woman can walk in a locker room at the fitness center and say, I'm having trouble. And, you know, she's got 10 sisters around her immediately that she knows or doesn't even know.
Yeah.
But for a guy to walk into a locker room and be vulnerable, I mean, we're talking
you might.
You might get
you might get a towel whipped at your ass.
Right? Yeah, that's right, man. And all that did was reinforce it, because I was like that as a little kid. You know, I was just like walking around like this little ball of light, and then people started giving me shit, you know, and calling me a candy ass, and you know, then you start getting in fights, and that warrior comes out in you, and it's like a switch goes off. But,
oh yeah. Preaching to the choir. It's like I might have been a big kid, but you know, the light was there and people always wanted to pick. So, you know,
I don't think I would have. Yeah, I don't think I would. I don't think I would have messed with you, man. Just the way you look. But you know, you say you work with a lot of people. What's your take on energetically? You know, from an energetic approach, helping a man turn that around?
I've actually done that, but it's more of a for me it's more passive. I use my own energy, my own calm state to actually calm them down and work with them and get them to the point where they actually can relax and feel calm. This is where that whole, you know, unfuckwithable empath shit happens. It's like, you know, when I was younger, actually, my mom laughs about it. She's like, you know, if any of these people knew anything about you when you were in high school, they would just sit there and go, what the hell? Because like everybody knew me. It's like, you don't try to fuck with me, mainly because it's like, I never got into fights, but it's like, you never wanted to push me to that point because I put off that energy. Like, I don't even want to go there with you. You don't want to go there with me. And it's similar. This is a similar feeling, but it's actually not for protection. It's actually for guidance, where I can actually go into a room and I've had a lot of people say, you really shouldn't be interfering with other people's energy. And I was like, no, I'm not interfering with their energy. I'm bringing my energy in and allowing, you know, it to slowly wash over them as it needs to. Instead of, you know, I've actually done this where, you know, I've seen children who are screaming and yelling and I just, you know, look at them and they just stop and just look at me. You know, I've gotten the same thing from men who are really upset. You know, I've just gone close to them and not said anything to them, and it's the same thing. It's just like, calmness washes over them instead of being in a panic, so to speak. It's just it is really interesting to actually experience instead of holding on and trying to protect myself. I'm actually allowing it to flow out, but it's still it's a barrier, but it's not there to protect me.
Yeah. 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 And you're holding your field.
Mm-hmm.
And they would either have to, integrate with that or run.
Exactly. And honestly, I haven't had many people run from it.
Yeah.
It's like I do it at the store when I go shopping, and I'm in a very rural area where there's still a lot of judgment and people that look at me like, oh my God, that guy's weird. I even had a guy at the store once. He goes, "Do you ever have people talk to you and tell you how intimidating you are?" And it's like, oh, well, no. And he's like, and he started talking to me. It's like, I'm not. It's actually, it's not that I'm intimidating. It's that, they don't understand me. They can't understand me because they come from a different point of view, but they're very curious. And it's like, once the energy comes over me, and I was actually shocked that this guy reached out, started talking to me, because he was just very nervous about me being close to him in the line. And, we were talking and said, I'm not really a violent person, but, I don't need to worry about taking care of myself. He's like, do you carry? I'm like, no, there's no point.
Yeah.
Because I can actually diffuse a situation before I even get there. Yeah. I would much rather, I don't want to get into that situation because I don't want to have to go down that road. I spent most of my life being afraid of going down that road. Now I can actually say I'm confident enough that, I can walk through there and not have to go there.
Yeah. You've overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Power to overcome. Do you, I don't know why I'm asking this question. Do you work with animal totem or,
I do. I have a strong tie to a lot of, tribal culture. And I was just talking about this earlier today with somebody. A lot of animals talk to me, at different times, different things. Last night during the fire, and it's almost always during the fire, the coyotes talk to me.
Yeah.
And it's always a message of wisdom. It's not about playing, or tricking or being goofy. It's always about, maintaining that wisdom. Sometimes I hear owls. I mean, sometimes I'll hear deer 10 feet behind me in the brush. It's one of those things. It's like I have a direct connection to a lot of different things out here. And, I've done sweat lodges, and the one sweat lodge that I've done, the one where I've had a really clear vision, was with a white stag, a white raven, and a black wolf. And it's been essentially, my totem is essentially called the Great Hunt. And I'm like, what is that? It's the Great Hunt for everything. For it's a hunger for knowledge. It's a hunger for experience and understanding in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's heavy, man, in a good way. That's intense.
It freaked me out when I did it, but
So did you do it locally, the sweat lodge?
Yeah, there's a sweat lodge. It's about half an hour away from here. And I did about 20 last year.
Wow.
And I need to start going back and doing more, but the message was clear that I shouldn't be going to that place because there's too much. I'll just say this much. I tried 3 times and there were 3 different sweats that were canceled and nobody told me. So I showed up.
Oh yeah.
And there's the rule of 3. 3 times you try to go and it doesn't. I mean, it's time to go on.
I agree with that. Yep.
So I've heard of 2 or 3 others that are local, and I've heard of others around the country, but I've been tribal so many times that one of the things that I'm drawn to do in the rest of my life, through part of my purpose, is to reconnect with the tribal cultures that I've been. The Maori, the Kori in Australia, or the quote unquote Aboriginals in Australia, the indigenous folks there. I have a number of friends that are in both areas that would welcome me with open arms and bring me into the tribes. And I just sit there and like, oh man, I would just absolutely love that. And it's like I would probably just disappear if I did.
Mm-hmm. I think I got something for you. I'll tell you about it the next day or two. Involving, I just had this feeling. I had this feeling that you worked with that type of thing. Now, what part of Michigan are you in? Are you by Detroit?
I'm actually 15 to 20 miles east of Flint, which is Flint is a little bit northwest of Detroit, northwest. I'm straight north of Detroit, in Lapeer.
Yeah, I'll have to give a call to my friend Angie Love and her husband Renee Garcia. I think they're maybe 45 minutes north, maybe an hour north.
Right around here.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool seeing people though. Sometimes I'll say, hey, so and so lives there. They're going there, and they'll end up hooking up. I'll see them on Facebook, hooked up, and just chilling with each other. Yeah. So, wow, man, that's so you've done that many sweat lodges. What are those like? I mean, to be doing them so much. I mean,
well, a bunch of them were during. We had to do the initial, because we rebuilt an old lodge, made it bigger. So we had to actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Christen it, so to speak, and that requires a sweat a week, and then I did a Vision Quest, support for a Vision Quest, which is a sweat every day for 4 days. And these sweats run 2 to 3 hours at a time. It's Lakota tradition. I mean, if the best way to say it is, if you've ever sat in a sauna when it's really hot, but sat in there for 3 hours.
No.
That's a sweat. That's a sweat.
See, I've never done a sweat lodge, but when I was 18, 19, we used to go to this apartment complex, and they had the pool, and then we would go into the sauna and throw all that stuff on the fire, man, and do it until we couldn't take it anymore, and then go jump in the pool. So I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine doing that.
The Lakota say, and like the other tribes, they actually say that it's a ego breaker. It's about breaking down the ego and releasing the strength that the ego has, and kind of in creating a softness in the ego. But it's, honestly, like I've been in there. There's the tradition that I was in. There's 4 rounds, and then there's a for every direction, and then there's a 5th round, which is the unknown. And the 5th round is essentially as hot as they can make it. I've had my ears burning, the tips of my ears burning, my toes burning, my nose burning, where there is no escape from the heat.
I mean, have you ever just run out of there and couldn't take it? I mean, I don't.
I actually did a sweat with Saren in July. Funny thing, it was about the same time that he reached out to me this year, about mid-July, around the full moon last year, for his graduation. It was a graduation kind of coming to manhood experience. Cool. And I said to him, it's like, we can sit in here as long as you're feeling like it. And I'd been told that when I heal my inner child, when I start to heal my inner child, I will start to heal him. And it was interesting because I could feel he was not really enjoying it because it was getting a little hot. We made it to 4 rounds. And my inner child's like, okay, we're going to leave. And instead of, I've pushed my inner child and said, you know what? No, we're going to do what I want to do, and we're going to stay here. But this time I actually said, okay, you know what? We're going to do it for you. and we're gonna just get out early and become humble
Yeah.
and say that I can't do it anymore in front of my son, you know. And he came out with me, and you know, we actually, you know, hugged for quite a long time after that, and just sat by the fire, and you know, just talked until everybody was done. And it was a very, like, he even said, he's like, wow, that was probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life.
Wow. And then you do them, or you did them when you were anointing it for what, 4 straight days? Is that what you said?
4 straight weeks. Like one day, it was like, but then we did support for a vision quest, which is 4 straight days. And
that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. The first day I did it, I actually was a the beginning of the vision quest, which was actually a grandfather medicine ceremony, and that was a very interesting thing. My first experience with grandfather medicine.
Oh wow. So what? Okay, so this is like the prelude to the vision quest, or is the whole thing comprehensively the vision quest?
There were people there, and we were holding space for the people that were doing the vision quest. It was 4 people.
Oh, I see.
And we were in support of them, because they weren't allowed to drink or eat for 4 days, and they basically just sat there, meditated in a teepee for 4 days. Once after the peyote ceremony was over, they did that, and they didn't leave for 4 days, and then they had a sweat lodge to finish it.
Damn.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me, man. I thought I was making grand strides in my journey to be a divine masculine. Now I'm talking to you, Holmes. I was just thinking, well, you know, if you get one going over there, let me know.
I thought about it before I did this, but the problem is that it really needs the sanctity and the sacred fire. Everything. The fire's always got to be lit by the embers of a fire that was in South Dakota at Sundance. So there always has to be that fire. It has to, like a little ember, has to be alive from that to actually do the holy fire, the sacred fires, and you know, to anoint the stones and different things. It's like there's so much sacredness and mindfulness to the ceremony that it's, you know, just doing it removes like anything of value from it.
Yeah, I got
because
you.
You can have up to 31 stones in a sweat. The most I've done was 31. That was hell. But I've also done 16, which was probably even worse because it wasn't hot, and there was only 5 of us there. And usually there's one of the sweats I did, there were 22 people in the sweat lodge. That's cramped. But you know, when there's 4 of us in there, and nobody really wanted to be there. It was very difficult to stay there when everybody just wanted to leave. Like you could feel I just want to get the hell out of here. Everybody was grumpy and pissed off.
Yeah.
So it was about like, okay. No, it was about, we actually, I think, did it really quick because I think there was like 16 stones or whatever, but it's like, we ended up having to like just cut it short because we were not in the mood to do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm asking these questions because I've never done one. I know I'm fixing to. I'm going to Sedona tomorrow, so I know something's going to happen somewhere sooner or later.
That's what I'm going to end up, probably so. In the long.
Do like people like pass out and stuff?
Every round, the tribal elder, or the leader of the sweat, will ask if anybody needs to leave. There is that out, but if you allow it to, if you feel you can make it to one more, make it to one more. It's a very interesting exercise on presence.
Yeah.
You really have to experience presence, because if you're not understanding that you can't make it another half an hour, Like we've had people, lay down, whatever. It's like whatever you need to do to make yourself comfortable in there and to stay longer is, it's always going to help out.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know when I'm going to do one, but I'm looking forward to it. That would be a good idea for, at least part of, like a man's retreat.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about a divine masculine retreat or whatever you want to call it, would be to have a sweat lodge. That'd be really cool. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That has been it's one of my wishes to, have like a week-long retreat and have like every day be a sweat, because what it does, like every night, it really brings brothers together, brings the entire group together, because we're sharing energy. When you're in the sweat lodge, you share energy. So if you are not feeling it, somebody else will hold you up. And likewise, it's like a circle, or a chain, when one link starts getting weak, the others, bunch up together and hold them tight.
Yeah. Oh, I bet it does. I bet that whole, you said it gets rid of the ego. And that's what's so interesting about it, because I see the universe teaching in a very paradoxical manner. And you would think that on one hand, you'd have that egoic will of, well, I'm not going, I'm a man, I'm not giving up. But I can see that that's not what keeps you there.
No.
That's what's leaving.
It's funny because it's the humility that keeps you there. Because the ego's like, oh no, we gotta stick this out. And it's like, then after a while, the ego just goes, I can't do this shit.
Yeah.
And you're just like, well, okay, we're just gonna sit here then, because I have nothing better to do.
That's like a Mike Tyson TK or KO right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Ego's flat on its back. Is that? And you're saying that's what you've learned most from it, or you benefited most from it?
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, there's a lot of last year was a horrible, not a horrible year. I'll just say this, but it's like this year has actually been worse as far as healing goes. But I went through last year, so like everybody else, this has raised the bar, and this year is a bit easier than last year because I raised the bar myself.
Yeah.
But there was a point in time, like after my first sweat, I had a lot of people offer different healing to me at the same time. I said, yeah, sure, go ahead, sure, I'll be fine. I'm just going to go to sleep. You do what you need to do.
Yeah.
I woke up and I couldn't freaking move for 3 days. It's really? I felt like I was 100 fucking years old.
Oh, shit. And then these dudes do this 4 days, this peyote ceremony, and then 4 days they don't drink water, they don't do anything.
Nope.
And then they end it with a 5-phase sweat.
Yep.
Jesus, man, these are. I want to be like them when I grow up.
That doesn't even talk about the Sundance. It's like you should look up the Sundance. It's like, to be where I was at. It's essentially 4 years to embrace being ready to do a Sundance. It was about 2 years to be, going through the motions to be seen as ready to do a vision quest.
Now, what is a vision quest? I mean, is there a reason the word vision's in it? I mean, is it?
It teaches. It's supposed to show you your purpose. Okay. It helps you align with everything, like everything in your body and everything in your spirit, everything that you are with your purpose. Yeah. And from what I've gathered, it's something that happens quite quickly. But you have to sit there with it for, another 2 or 3 days.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, I'm glad I don't have to do it. I know what my mission is. I'll do the sweat lodge. I'm not doing the
I think that's where one of the reasons I stopped is because I already know my freaking mission.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have been happy to do it, but I know my mission. Of course, I almost want to take that back because you know how the universe is. Just come back and give you a swift kick.
Don't ever say that out loud without knocking wood.
Right. Exactly right. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'd love to collaborate with you. Yeah, I'd love to do something like that. I really would.
Likewise.
Find a place that's conducive, and you know, I mean, that's a good. That, like I said, that's a good part of the country. Chicago, I think, is our. I think it's our third or fourth largest market. New York's the largest market. Find something, you know, it's a plane trip, basically. Yeah.
For me, it's 4-hour drive.
For you?
Yeah.
4-hour drive from where?
To Chicago.
Oh, really? That's it? Damn. They're basically in Chicago.
That's
So
central.
let me ask you a couple other questions. So, do you? I mean, what's your take on everything that is happening? Like, you know, especially having been awake since '92. I mean, what's it like for you to see what's happening? Like, especially like this last year.
It is quite interesting because, you know, one of the things that woke me up was hearing, and you know, was hearing George Sr. When he was during the election time in '92. He was quoted as saying, you know, if the American people knew what we had done, we would be hanging from the streets, like from the streetlights. And when I heard that, I was just like, okay, what the fuck have you done? Yeah. And then Whitewater, and I started digging. Whitewater happened at that point, right around that same time, and I'm just like, I started putting everything together and saying, okay, well, there's some other shit going on here. And then that's when I actually, you know, in 2014, 13, 14, I stepped away from Facebook for 2 years for a lot of reasons. I had 4 friends disappear. I was a very outspoken anarchist on Facebook, and I had four friends that were in that group. 4, I'd say, figureheads just poof disappear. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I got off of Facebook for a few years, because it freaked the hell out of me. Yeah. Because it was like, okay, I guess I got to change that shit, and it's like, oh, no more politics, no more religion on stage. So,
I remember I came out pretty hard, and it would have been in, say, I was 13, summer of 13. I came out pretty hard, but I only had like, I'd have like, you know, I used to do a lot of videos and upload them. And I had like 3 videos that they removed, never said anything. And then, but one time I did this badass poetry talking about JFK and buildings falling and this and that. And I was like, wow, that was badass. And I clicked it. And as soon as I clicked it, they sent me a note. I mean, like that. And said it was offensive or something. I mean, it was like within 10 seconds. It was, and then I knew. I was like, oh, you know what? I don't need to be feeding this monster anyway. Yeah. And what are your views on that? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about over the last 6, 8 months, 10 months, where people are talking about different ways describing that. You know, the 4th dimensional archonic stuff has been pulled out. The reptilian hierarchy was removed. However you want to put it, that we've gone past some type of tipping point where, you know, the light is, you know, has the momentum and has the majority, or however you want to put it. And of course, these are just metaphorical, you know, description here. I'm not saying that's how it all went down, but, you know, when I'm talking is energy. What's your thoughts on that?
I believe that's absolutely true. The pulses of love are just becoming entirely too much. Like Martin Luther King said, you can't fight hate with hate. The only thing that defeats hate is love. Yeah. And they're facing a weapon that they can't deal with. So when we have all this division, you know, all the division is actually starting to disappear. And they have no idea how to address this. And the play, like we have the playbook. That's the best way to say it. And it's like we just keep seeing the same shit over and over and over again. It's like, dude, I think we've read this story before. Right? It's like, it's the same, like, a different title.
Yeah, you got like 3 million Totos just went and pulled the curtain back.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like, what
It's
the
not
hell?
like one little dog, and a Tin Man and a Dorothy. It's like 3 million of them going, "Hey, man, what's up?"
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, and that's the whole part. It's like, I'm actually quite excited about everything. It's hard for me not to look forward and to remain present, because I know where we have been, because I've seen it all starting to change.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of amusing, because it's almost like watching Keystone Cops
Yeah.
running around like the fire engine in the old like silent movies. It's like they're trying to scramble and trying to do whatever to
Chinese fire drill.
but they never get back in the damn car.
Well, but you know what? Even to the somebody said earlier this year, they were like, everybody's awake, man. Everybody knows now, but they're either not looking at it but one of the things that's been pretty obvious has been probably, I don't know, the last few months easy of false flags. Like the Vegas thing, the Dallas thing. They had one in my neighborhood in Houston, speaking of Bush. It never made mainstream. And it's a nice neighborhood. This would have been like, maybe a year ago. No, it'd been like 2 years ago. But anyway, there was a gas station. This car pulls up into the gas station. This guy starts shooting people. Gas station blows up. The next day, the news goes out there and does this newscast, and I go, "Oh, there's a backpack here. Oh, it's got this guy's name." And I'm thinking,
yeah, because that would have survived an explosion.
I know, and it was the reporter. And I'm like, "Are you going to tell me that place was like, police taped for like a whole block around it, and you're going to tell me it's like there's a backpack? I
forgot a backpack.
I mean, what is this, But the thing I'm saying is like even the Vegas deal or the Dallas deal."
Click again.
Good. Hang on. I got you. All right. Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay. Yeah, it's this. I'm gonna have to get. I find when I take my eye off the energy that it happens, and it's taken me a while to figure out that it's not always me, but sometimes it's me. It's like if I something about just holding it stable. I don't know.
Well, I know a lot of it is like when I get excited, shit goes crazy. Like when my passion starts increasing, I can feel the energy going up, then everything starts going nutty.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. Yeah. I mean, other times, this is more of I was getting into that, thinking about that. My whole focus was going into that story and what happened, But yeah, you're right about that. I was doing a show with someone I do a show with every week last week, and I just got this thank you for everyone that's helped support us, this upgrade in computer. I got 5G, and it kept glitching. And I realized it wasn't my energy; it was the other person's. Because they were doing like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, man, I really appreciate you spending some time with us. I'd love to get together with you again. Either
most definitely
online like this, and maybe collaborate. I'd want to. I'd say that right now. I would very much want to do some type of men's retreat. For 3 days or something. Definitely, and I definitely would support that and love to be part of that. So, and I know some other men would too. Probably have some come in from out of the country, even. I bet you.
That would be. I'm sure we could get a ton of people from like all over, and I
think so. If we can be near, somewhat near a major airport, that would be cool.
Oh,
even if something was 3 or 4 hours away, that'd still be cool. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you. I love you, brother. Thank you on behalf of everybody for your service to humanity and for sharing your broke open, unbreakable heart and being an example for me and other men for a long, long time. You've got a tremendous amount of respect in the community, and you have my utmost respect. I'm just like everybody else, and everyone that I know that knows you. All you got to do is just follow your vibration, and you're the real deal. So, some healing, peace, love, and comfort to you and your family. I know you understand everything on a higher perspective, and thank you for being a brave, courageous, fearless, selfless soul.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Peace out. I'll talk to you later, bro.
Okay, everybody, I'll pull you up in just a second. Carrie, I just realized you're a Kiwi bird. You guys want to come on screen, send me a notice in the Zoom chat. I'll be right back.
Resurrection is not limited to icons, but unlimited to the life of our souls. We have all walked the dark nights when we thought we were in the right, and we have all walked in the light when we thought there was none. Oneness is underestimated because it covers far more than peace, love, happiness, and the trappings of dogmas. Oneness is to understand that all of the dark nights hold the same face and that everyone's pain is equivalent when weighed against their singular life experience. Oneness is releasing every possession which really had been possessing us all along. The old family gripes so easy to blame on another, the religions and icons forced on ancestors at the price of land and freedoms forsaken. The government conspiracies and royalty belied of the dark demagoguery of foolish human pride. The chains and the stains, the shames and the blames, that even if we're true, serve no purpose but to hide us from ourselves and each other. Divinity is always becoming, always on time, leading to the first and last, the end that begins. I am soul.
Okay, let's pull everybody up. Okay, we got Laura Mitchell and Huna so far. All right, so we're going to have a roundtable discussion. And whoever wants to come on, let me get the Zoom link. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to put the Zoom link on the Facebook. And whoever wants to come in, click the link, go to Zoom, give me a note in chat, in the Zoom chat. There's the link. Yeah. All right. Okay, we got Laura Mitchell and Huna. Let me pull you up. Here. Analyst and Mitchell. Analyst. Okay. Here we go. Uh-oh. You got that hellacious background there. Wait a minute. Huh. Somebody else is coming in, but I don't see her. Oh, there she is. Okay, hang on. Let's see, Laura Mitchell. Laura Mitchell, I'm going to send you a note to start your video. Let's see. Here she comes. Laura, can you hear us?
Yeah.
You can? Can you hear us, Laura? I don't know if she has a good enough signal.
I heard her.
I heard her for just a second, but we don't have her video and can't hear her.
Hang on. I'll try get a better signal.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try get a better signal.
Okay. Yeah, it looks okay there where you're at. Maybe closer to the house.
It's very beautiful where I'm at.
Where are you at? In Australia?
I'm in the sunny coast in Australia.
Yeah, I recognize the accent. How you doing? Nice to meet you. This is our brother Huna. Can you see him?
No.
You can't
I
see
can only
him?
see you.
You can only see me. Huh.
And this is my friend Mahalia. Hello.
Hello, Mahalia. And who's
How are
that?
you?
Who's that?
This is Eloy. It's Eloy.
Hello, Eloy. All right. So you can't see Huna, huh?
No, I can see you.
If you go to the top right corner, it says speaker view or gallery view. But as long as you can hear him, can you hear? Yeah. You can hear him. Okay.
I can see you.
Maybe because I'm fine.
And I'm on my phone. I can see you, and I can see me in the bottom corner.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There he
I
is.
swiped right.
Okay, there you go. So we got Sherilyn in here, Delia, Kimberly, and Jenny. Anybody else wants to come on, let me know. We got room for one more person right now. We'll try to work some more people in. Let's, Laura, why don't you, we'll start with you. We met Huna, and we'll get to him in a second. Can you tell us a little bit about you? When did you wake up? What's your story?
So, I really woke up when I went to England in 2000.
Yeah.
And it was a combination of a couple things. It was actually just being on the land there. It's like it activated my DNA.
Wow.
And I started sort of channeling words. Like I got that first feeling of the channeling feeling where stuff was coming into my field. I was just writing words like love and truth, and that's when I knew something had activated. And I'd spent time in, stone circles there and had been guided to, hang out with some pretty potent people over there. And it's just like my system got activated.
And this was in 2000.
Yeah, 2000 is when I went over there. It was about 2002.
Wow.
And also the other thing that happened is that I went to some sort of dance parties over there.
Yeah. Raves?
And yeah.
Yeah.
They were private ones in that there was only word of mouth.
Yeah.
And so there were people there on, had like with drumming and on stilts and dressed up, and it was like-minded. It wasn't there. People weren't there just to get wasted.
Yeah.
They were there to actually, connect. And the experience of, I have to say, I took ecstasy a couple times.
Yeah.
And I had an epiphany. It's like something activated on
Third eye.
that.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah. And I had a sort of a revelation that, we all just want to be loved and we're loved. And I made a decision that if I could get that experience where I just fucking loved everybody in that room so profoundly, and they loved me. And I thought if I can have that feeling with just this little pill, then that must be inside of me. And I made a decision that I wanted to be able to experience that without it. I knew it was activating something already in me. And so I ended up coming back to Australia, and I was depressed and I didn't know what to do because I came back and everything was the same. And I went on a journey of discovering I had to start clearing out all my, starting the emotional work, basically. So that's what I've been doing since 2003, is facing my stuff.
So are you getting intel? I mean, it sounds like you were getting some kind of communication back in 2000. Are you still getting it? I mean, do you get things other than what involved you? Do you get any kind of intel, like what's going on or anything that you're supposed to do, that type of thing?
Well, it's what I would say. I mean, I definitely have been exposed to, and I have worked a lot with Palladian energy. And I read Bringers of the Dawn, for example. It's like I get activated. It's like just codes waking me up, and lots of downloads.
Yeah.
And for the last few years, essentially what it's been is to stop what I'm doing, to stop everything, because have been working as a singing teacher for 20 years. And so there was a combination of, I was doing that for that whole time. And in the singing teaching, I was actually, as I was teaching, I was getting very strong impressions of how people's voices worked. And therefore I understood how everything worked, because it was like, it was true there and it was true everywhere.
Wow.
And all roads led to, you need to let go. You need to relax. You just got to trust. We've got everything inside of us. And so I was getting all this understanding in that way. But then I was also spending a lot of time in nature. I was guided to go barefoot, and I live on a beautiful mountain, and I climbed that mountain 500 times, and I slowed everything down. That's little Eli. I slowed everything down and just spent a lot of time sitting under a tree, and my mind wanting me to face things and do things, or not face things, it wanted me to keep pushing in the old paradigm.
Yeah.
But I was guided to just sit and be. And so that's what I've been doing. I've literally been doing nothing, but I've been downloading the new reality, you could say. I've been leaning into it by letting go of the old one.
Let's get into that. Huna, you've got a very unique perspective that's tied to the ancient traditions, the primitive, the oral traditions. She mentioned Pleiadians. Can you give us any more information on, at least in your experience, on the Pleiadian part?
Yeah, but first I missed the beginning. Sorry. Hi. Hello. I heard your names, and I heard the last name of the young girl, the little boy. What is her name?
Laura Mitchell.
And the other person.
I'm Laura, and this is Mahalia.
Mahalia, are you married to a Tongan?
Am I married to a commune?
A Tongan.
A Tongan. No. And he's Indian.
He's East Indian?
He's from Chennai.
Where?
Chennai?
Oh, so he's East Indian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Mahalia. Okay, so who named you Mahalia?
I did.
You did. What prompted you to bring that name?
I got guided to change my name. Pardon?
What prompted you to bring that name?
It came into my head.
Yeah. Do you know the language?
It came. It just came. I get a bit confused about what is messages versus what is guidance versus what is other people's stuff, and so I've been navigating my way through that.
So I'm not detouring from what you were talking about. I'm going right to what you're talking about in the Pleiadian and everything else. We refer to the Matariki. So Mahalia is there are two pieces involved with that name, and they're right behind me. But also Mahalia is you can drop that Leah Maha, which is a Lemurian dragon language.
Wow. Did you say
So
Lemurian dragon?
it's a Lemurian dragon language.
Wow. And is there a Pleiadian?
It's directly related to Pleiadian, which is the Matariki. So when you are asking, oh, what's the connection and Pleiadians? Well, there's a lot of connections. There are many realms and many realities, okay, of the Pleiadians. Not just Pleiadians, but the Maori, for the Maori people in New Zealand, we are very strongly connected to Pleiadians and Sirians and Andromedan. But the language here is it's not so much like sometimes I see it's not so much about channeling this language. It's like a language that you naturally can speak. So if it's coming, it's like a natural remembering for you. Perhaps also for Laura, you seem to be together. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know who's who. Are you sisters? What's going on here?
We actually live on the same property. So this is Mahalia and her partner Tone. This is their land.
So you're in Gold Coast. You're in the Gold Coast.
Sunshine Coast.
Okay. So yeah, that was when I heard that, and then you were talking about Pleiadians. Yes, they also speak this language.
Nice.
So the Pleiadian, there is a connection between the Pleiadian and the Maoris and some of the other early tribes.
Yes, the connection for New Zealand is, I don't know if you know, but there's a mountain range in New Zealand called the Southern Alps, where Mount Cook is. That mountain range is, it's known as the Pillars of Creation. And the Pillars of Creation, that whole mountain range is like the backbone of the starship. New Zealand is actually a starship canoe, a starship.
Wow.
Part of the consciousness is a starship.
I think he's a blue avian.
Yeah, I think so.
Talking about Eli.
Oh.
Eli with his bird noises. So
yeah, that's an interesting name. You name him after the light, yeah?
Okay, we're gonna bring on we got another request here. Let's see. We're gonna bring on another one. So you're saying that there is a wrong one. You're saying that the language of the Pleiadian is the same language as some of the languages here, or is it the Lemurian language? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, they have 7 languages.
Seven languages.
7 languages. Ah, that's me, Sasha.
Can't see your face though.
Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, but I can't see your face.
Yeah, there are some sub-tribes, but the 7 main tribes are the main languages.
So there, I think there's 7. What is it? 7 stars or 7 celestial bodies that make up the Pleiades.
Yeah,
at least the major ones. And so, I guess
there's actually 9. There's actually 9.
There's 9. So there's 7 languages of the Pleiadian, and they are here.
Yeah, 7 familiar languages of the Pleiadians, but there's actually 9 stars. And that's called the Matariki. We refer to it as the Iwa Matariki, which means sisters.
Now, so what were you saying about? Okay, like for instance, Laura, you were getting language coming in. Was it language coming in when, or have you been getting language coming in over the last 19 years?
Yeah.
Like light language?
Well,
would you call it
yeah.
light language? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us a little bit?
Kia no koa haele kia koa tatai kia no koa sata. He kiki o koa ta aele iuka ta tatia na tata haele.
Wow.
What's really interesting is that my training as a musician, because I played piano since I was very little and trained as a singer. My training was as a jazz singer, and the training for that is that you improvise. So you're learning, you're basically training to receive whatever comes in and just do it. And so that, as I started to go out into nature, that's where I started to I have different dialects come through, but one main dialect. I don't really understand what it is, but I know that it's there. And it comes through when I'm out in nature, and it's always the same. I have to say it does feel very, I want to say islander, for lack of a better word. I actually sometimes get visions of a woman with like a big seashell on the beach, standing on the shore as I'm speaking.
Wow.
And
yeah,
I'm speaking her.
You're speaking one of the seven.
One of the seven.
Okay.
So Laura, do you know? I mean, like, can you translate what you're saying?
I often don't. If I need to, I can.
Yeah.
I don't. It's like when I listen to music, I never listen to the words.
Yeah.
I always listen. I listen with my heart. I feel it.
Yeah.
I find that if I'm listening to the words, it goes in the brain.
Yeah.
And I find I squint and I don't want to engage that. I want to just experience it.
Yeah.
But I have had people speak to me in light language and I can understand them.
Yeah.
I can actually translate it for them when they don't know, what they're saying. But I tend to not, it has a feeling to it. Sometimes, like, if I'm, say, stressing out, I'll have a more masculine energy come in, and it will speak like takia hoa natea hale koatata futua kikia nata. It'll come in very like, it's saying relax. It's not the word relax. It's almost like it's what it's saying is beyond, because we've only got 10,000 words in the English language.
You just work so hard.
What's that?
You just said don't work so hard.
Nice.
That was my next question. My next question was, could you understand what she was saying? You just answered it. Now, I noticed that dialect that she's speaking, several people have spoken that I've heard. Okay. And that seems to be the one that I hear more than any of the other ones.
Yeah.
But that's you're saying that's one of the seven, which
that's
is
one of the seven. And there's an excellent thing that's understanding that she's working through her jawline is not used to the language. So many of them are not used to the dragon language. The jawline, the upper jaw is not used to the flow. So sometimes it spins around 3 times, but a lot of times they're only saying a few words.
That's cool.
So I can hear when I hear you spinning around, I try to catch the couple, 2 or 3 of them, then I know which dominance you're speaking in, because I speak the language. So yeah, so there's quite a few of them like that. So you really have to concentrate on slowing down because you're repeating some of the same vibrations.
So
very specific.
So I picked up on what she said about her training as a jazz singer, which is improvisational, which I guess I can relate to. I can also relate to what she's saying because I'm a lyricist, but when I listen to the whole thing. I don't listen to the words, even though I love words. So I think there must be some type of method or way or place to be where you're improvisational, or at least open, and it's fluid and it's just coming out freely, versus obviously light language isn't rehearsed. But let's ask Sasha. Sasha, can you give us a little bit of your light language, and do you know where it comes?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh wow, I've got sound and visual. Well, hello everybody, it's nice to see you all. Do you want some light language from me? Is that what you're asking, Todd?
Yeah, I just want to see. I want to see how it compares, and maybe Huna's got some.
Yeah. Well, I've actually lately been waking up to the dragon, and so that's got a whole different frequency, which feels like it's really, for me personally, igniting this sort of absolute warrior spirit for the mission, and it's intense, right? And so maybe I can bring that through, but be prepared because it's quite a full-on energy, but it's probably nothing you haven't seen before. Okay, I'll see what comes through. Huatakia niatoro combatia noro kohea natai beata kiano kore viam hoana ya to honor vahanya de yotora kiatera tai diambora kanya vehianoro honi ora kona tia koro combatai hiatienor vehiatakayan tatia kanonye tenia kuhon pia hatia ter kian behonata te combatai kiano kianate.
Yeah. So you're saying, thank you. So you're saying that's dragon? Is that dragon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
Huna, can you decipher that at all?
Yeah, I just need a minute because I'm still rolling around what she said. I can hear her, but she's got a few, there's the accent and there's a few pieces in there that are repeating. I will in a minute. I need a minute.
That's no problem. Let's meet our new friend, Kimberly Crow. This is part of the reason we do this, so we can meet some new faces. Hello,
Hey.
Kimberly. How are you?
Good. So her dragon is coming from, she's going in and out of different dimensions. It's like, that's why like it changed in the depth of it. Because I'm getting, she was going in like 7th, 8th, and then even down to 5th dimensional dragons. So, which they're all good. So it's just the different dimensions that they're coming through. So that's one reason that her language was changing. Are you getting the same thing?
2nd dimension.
Which dimension?
2nd dimension.
Okay. Yeah.
Dimension 2.
Yeah, she was going in and out.
Very cool. And so Sasha, did you know what you were saying? I mean, could you translate it? I mean, you don't have to translate, but I'm just saying, when you do it,
it's sort of beyond the human translation, to be honest. But the drive within this dragon fuel now that's coming through is basically we're transmuting all through the fire of bliss now, and so it's our job to sort of bring through this golden light energy and seal it into the earth. And this is the implant that the dragon energy is giving us to sort of, really form through those light codes and ignite the warrior within, because the team is getting set up to travel and do work now. And so it's like this non-compromising energy that comes through, right? I wake up at 3 a.m. now with this energy, and I'm like, can I go back to sleep now?
No
It's
kidding.
got this real, the mission is on, and I mean, I woke up yesterday morning with the dragon energy saying, earth, wind, fire, water, something to do with them all blending in together now. So, the codes are all coming in thick and strong, and the activations have been insane.
Yeah, and obviously it's happening to more than just a few people. Huna, did you understand what she was saying?
I have most of it. But so right off the kick, the Tani said right off the kick, it said, have the strength to take your seat, have the strength to stand in your seat. We will vibrate, we will earthquake, we will shake. And we will open, like tear things open. We will tear it open. Okay, we will tear it open.
That sounds like my dragon experiences. I'm sure everybody else's.
So what she was doing, she was actually doing part of what is a haka. It's known as the haka, which is the breath of fire.
Wow.
That's the second dimension.
What I saw with her, it's like a lot of us where we are the portals. So we're like a sacred, acupuncture needle. It's like where we stand, it comes in, and her energy that she's bringing in, it was very much divine masculine. And so they're like, he's anchoring the divine masculine through her 3D body because they need someone to stand here and anchor it in.
Wow.
So they're bringing, that's what I heard. Much more masculine, for her, this beautiful divine feminine being that she is anchoring in the divine masculine. Just like cool.
Dragons are both. Dragons are feminine and masculine.
Yeah.
So you're not speaking from either one separately from the other. They're both speaking.
Yeah. So I want to keep it moving around to keep everybody involved. So Laura, have you? I mean, do you? Let's just talk about recent. Like last month was a really big month for everybody. Does everybody agree? Except for Huna. Huna's got this thing.
Okay.
But no. So in the last month, and even up through the first few days of this month, what have you been receiving? What do you, in just from your own perspective or your own experience, what's going on?
Wow. I can give you two answers. The first one is I don't know.
That's a good one.
And it's in some ways it's better I don't know. For me, it's really about trusting, and all roads for me lead to, can I relax into this moment?
Yeah.
And can I trust this moment, and can I just be here? Because unconsciously I've been chasing like validation or accomplishments or, the linear, like going for something in the future and not really able to settle.
Yeah.
And the last couple of years I've cleared or like sat with so much, we'll call it trauma, so much stuff in my field that I've had to sit through, and, I've had panic attacks and like actually clear eons of stuff. And the last month has really been about settling into the new, and can I actually allow that everything's already done
instead of chasing it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, chasing or clearing or
just relax,
doing.
relax into it. Yeah, being it.
Can I just be here now? And what if everything was already done?
Yeah.
What if there's nowhere to get to? What if there's nothing to achieve?
Yeah.
What if it's all just about, can I just fucking let go? Can I enjoy?
Yeah.
Can I even enjoy the releasing of the trauma? Can I trust? Because the whole paradigm's shifting. It's like nothing is the same anymore. It's like I can't attach to anything. Even something, I might think I'm going to be doing something in an hour and it completely shifts. It's I'm learning to just let go.
Let's keep going with this. Let's take it to Kimberly and Sasha, and then I want to see what Huna's got to say about this. We've got another person that wants to come on too in 4 or 5 minutes. So Kimberly, like she's talking about, I guess based on my conversations with people, my own experience to a smaller degree, we have been kind of like chasing something. I thought like the way she put that, like reaching for something. And it seems like there's more available to us now. Maybe that's what these codes are coming in when Sasha's waking up at 3 a.m. and the other things people are experiencing. What's your take on the last few weeks? Does it feel like that we've leveled up in a different way than we have in the past, or what are you getting?
Depends on where you're at in your own initiation. It's not going to be the same for everybody because it's like, look, when you say that, it's like a wave. I woke in 95 and I started speaking light language in 98. And so, it's like, and I've watched it go up on the peak and then come back down again. Yeah. And so some people that have woke, later, they're actually kind of getting to be in a more even keel than some of the first of us that came in and kept in and out of the waves. So I don't see any awakening as a spontaneous awakening. It's what your soul's already done from lifetime after lifetime and the accumulated knowledge you bring in. And then, you know, when it happens, it happens. And then we anchor it in. So each person's initiation is going to be at a different pace.
What part of the U.S. are you from, Kimberly?
Where do you think I'm from?
Somewhere in the South.
Kentucky.
Kentucky?
Yeah.
I can't imagine speaking light language in 1995 and 1998 in Kentucky.
Oh, there's Pentecostal churches here that's been doing it forever.
Is your light language similar to what Sasha or Lars?
Yeah, Yvonne that you had on not too long ago is one of my buddies. It's like I don't live too far from her, so I know her. Actually, I talked to you a couple of times. You asked me to come on the show one time, and then we never did do it.
Yeah, I've got a bad habit of that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sasha will tell you that.
I actually had an experience with, I actually had a client that was a Pentecostal minister.
Uh-huh.
She had a radio show back in like the 70s. And, I was doing massage then. And she would get me by the throat and she would say, God is awakening people because the people in the churches are eating hot dogs. That's what she used to tell me. And so he's coming to the stones and waking them up. And she would get me by the throat and say, you have to let it come through your voice, because she could tell my crown was open and that she said I had the gift of prophecy. And she would tell me I had to let it come through my voice. Well, when it started happening, I was trying to hold it back because I didn't understand any of it. And then I understood her Pentecostal language and how she put it in labels was the same thing as all the energy work we're all doing. It's like it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Your chakras open and you go into another one of so-called gifts, which I don't see any of them as gifts.
Yeah.
You know, it's just part of the awakening.
Natural.
We all have that potential. Nobody is in a different place. So, you know, then when it did started happening, it was like I knew it was like me living in Kentucky, that they brought the people, you know, your teacher will be there for you. It's like they brought her to me to activate me.
Yeah.
And so I realized that.
Or you did. You brought it.
Yeah, I brought it. It's like it was, I had some kind of soul contract with her for it to happen. So honestly, in places like this, the hills and hollers and places like this, it's always been there.
Yeah, it's everywhere, isn't it? Portals are everywhere. Sasha, and we're going to say hello to our new friend in just a second. We'll go to Sasha, back to Huna, and get some reflection from Huna, and then back to our new friend. Sasha, over the last 6 weeks, what's the predominant?
Well, you know, it's been so funny because we've had an interview booked, and I had an interview with Brian Henry booked, and all these interviews, and none of them have happened. And so I was like, you know, because my event happened on the 29th of June, right? The event for me personally happened. So I believe that we all have our event, but it all comes in different ways, like Kimberly was saying, and at different stages, depending obviously on our own level of evolution and how much we have chosen to purify the program in the masculine and the feminine. Can I share a little bit about my event on the 29th of June? So I was with my partner at the time. We're currently not together. And let's call it divine union. And basically, I was shown death first, which was a woman who was rotting and dying. And I was shown I had to go into this and keep going into this. So I kept going into it until I'd reached the end of death. And then what proceeded in that was I began to get completely slammed like nothing I've ever experienced into my higher heart with divine love. Now, the surge was so intense. It was, I could only call it a toroidal field. So my whole body was shaking and having fits, and this lasted for 5.5 hours. And while my partner held space for me in front of me, and what proceeded in this was, and I often am in galactic communication with some of the leaders of the Galactic Confederation, because Kiara Kora, my avatar self, she works up there too. But what proceeded in this was the greatest beings up there started to come through me, and their dimensions were so high that I had to be given this intensive frequency that my body could barely hold. So my body was doing this, right, like this. And they each one proceeded to come through. They all had a different type of light language. And everyone that came through, each one that came through, the dimension just got higher and higher. And eventually it reached the 12th dimension, and this is where the dragon came through. And so this is why I think I have a natural, and now the dragon is just there with me every day. So they're now just all talking through me every day, and they're there and they're showing me what I need to do before past, present, future. So literally stepping into the multidimensional self and being held and guided by them. It's like I'm seeing everything all at once, right? It's like the next level of the 5D human. So it's absolutely profound. And then after the 12th dimensional being, which was the dragon that came through, what happened was that that energy literally became the 14th dimension in itself. And I'm again watching ripples, and I'm seeing the dimensions, and I'm literally this huge presence began to speak through me as my body is having fit still. And so as that started to slam, as that was slamming through me, it was never ending, right? It just did not stop. It did not stop.
So,
all that could come out of my mouth was, wow, it's the creator.
yeah. So you were obviously, I mean, a lot of people are going through a lot of stuff right now. I want to take it back to Huna and then to our new friend, Jakra. Okay. So a lot of people are experiencing a lot of different things. There's been a lot of dragon presence. And I particularly want to ask Huna about this after hearing from these three ladies. You know, the dragons can be, as an example, very intense and a little bit scary and unnerving. It seems like there's more, it's more openly being discussed, Huna. I guess it's a two-part question. One, before we get to our new friend, one is what's going on over the last few weeks? And two, there seems to be more frequency in the experiences of what I would call not heavy energies, but powerful energies, might call them dark energies or that type of thing. Are these energies being presented to us because we're ready to integrate with them? Is there anything to be afraid of?
No, nothing to be afraid of. Number one, we said yes to everything. Got to remember that. Must remember that. And not only did we say yes, the dragons said yes, the dragons of land, water, sky. There are three spirit beings, the three spirit beings. And there's a lot of the ancient new gates opening now, so it's not necessarily that the lion's gate, the lion was coming through. The lion was coming through another gate. So it was visiting through another gate. That's why there was so much so powerful about that, to share more about that. But there are a lot of ancient gates coming through, opening, and the dragons are organizing their councils right now. Well, they have been for the past 2 years. A lot of dragon birthings with the dragon councils, the system of the dragon councils. One of them being in Hawaii. It's a very important one that's actually in Kauai. Also Dragon Tour in Leith Hill, which is in Surrey. Surrey is a new convergence point for the dragons. Right, I don't know if you know where Surrey is, but it's down the road from Glastonbury, and it's actually a new convergent point for the new tour. So a lot of the ley lines are moving from Glastonbury, Avebury, Salisbury, Tor Tower, moving to converge at Dragon Tour.
Yeah.
And there's the councils, again, the dragons there. I was there recently, dragon meeting. They're converging into their councils right now. My Sasha is speaking about the seat and what they're talking about, specifically from the second dimension, right? The second dimension is where the mix is coming from. The mix comes from vibration, frequency, energy, mixing into organic intelligence, and that's where the dragon energies are. That the land, water, sky, and then mixing up into the form can come through. So a lot of that is speaking in many dimensions, because the Dragon Council of the upper universe, which is the 24th council, it's the Dragon Council, the Creator Dragon Council, okay? And they're organizing a lot of the dragons in the 19th dimension down into the 11, 9. A lot of the councils are organized. So the familiar languages you're speaking, that you're hearing quite often, are specific groups that actually, when we get a chance to align and come together through the speaking, we can find where the seating and this calling of council, this merging group that everyone's been talking about for the longest time. Well, since 50 years, since 55 years I've been here, they've been talking about it for 55 years. At this time now, we're everyone speaking, find where we're going to sit, find where we're going to stand together in our group.
So let me just say this before we introduce our new friend here, and then we'll get back to Laura, then Kimberly, Sasha, in that order. Just in a quick reply or a shorter reply, does this, and either reaffirm it or just add to it, is basically what you're describing and what people are experiencing, these interactions, these mergings with these councils and with these energies and essences and entities. Is this, I guess, in plain terms, is this each one of us opening the code within us?
You talking to me?
Yeah, just quick, and then we're going to go to our new friend.
The language is the calling of the gates, okay? And the calling of the gates is Hokni, which means the gifting of life. And the calling of the gates of Hokni is who is calling who.
Yeah.
Okay? And then there's Tahni, which is the tears of the dragon. That's the language that many are speaking, which is the tears of the dragon language, which is called Tahni. And another basis for this, a strong foundation of it is Hahni, which means the celebration of life, either sorrow or joy. But it is Hahni. These are and then this next one is Rahni. And Rahni is given on earth. And this language speaks to the four main tenets of all civilizations, of all star nations, all planetary nations. Right. Without four, civilizations do not aren't able to stay together. They fall apart. But they're also very, very important to understand.
Yeah, right on. So it sounds like everything's converging. We got a new friend here, Jakra. Jakra, did I pronounce it right? Jakra?
Jakra.
Jakra, I got it right the first time. I never get the names right the first time.
You're the linguist.
How are you doing? Where are you from? What's going on? Any opening comments? Just jump in. We're going to go around the Well, that's a mouthful right there. Now, can you, as I ask the others, when you do that, can you translate that, or is it more of a
No, that's why I wanted to share. It sounds like, I think Huno is his name Huno? I would love for someone to tell me what the hell I'm saying.
Yeah,
I have different things that come through in different ways. I have songs that come to me. I have songs like and I don't know what it is all the time, but it's coming through. And I have been awakening more and more. And with the groups I'm in, with the people I met, my friends, the support and the real unconditional love, the things that is spoke about, I am living this. And the more people, I'm on here right now with you, and I've heard of you through like Shanine and other people that to me are these inspirations of the world, because we are all here. And I realized I'm in that starship looking down at the earth going, what is man doing to this planet? And that is my passion. And that is how I think all of this is coming through, because I have broke free and separated from the matrix and all of these other levels of things you want to talk about. And I saw that you went live, and after watching it on Facebook for a little bit, I realized, oh my God, all day I've been singing in light languages by myself, and the neighbors can call me nuts. But I said, oh my God, I'm going to go on there and share this. What am I saying? Who knows something? What is it that is happening? I know I'm a divine being, just as you all are. But what more? How more can I shape this then to help humanity?
Wow. Wow. And so a quick question to you, and then we're going to run over to Laura, and we'll come back to Hoon at the end of the circle and see if he can translate what you said and give us some feedback on that. Jakra, this last few weeks have been very, very intense for everybody, like over the top, you know. And
yeah, let's all laugh out loud about that.
So let me ask you, what do you think, from your perspective, where do you think we're at? What's going on?
There's a global awakening.
I mean, has it amped up the last few weeks? Has it hit?
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Boom! 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 Boom!
Yeah, and it sounds like you're finding alignment in your closest circles, or even in your circles on the internet and that type of thing. Which is, we'll go to that topic. Laura, you've been living over there on the land, on the sunny. What is it? The sunny, whatever it's called, the
Sunny Coast.
Sunny Coast, and you're. It looks like you're in somewhat of a communal environment, or maybe at least out on the land and with some cool people. Have you seen, as you've been aligning more and more, doing this work for the last 19 years, are you seeing the reciprocation from the universe matching your energy more and more?
Well, what's been happening is I've just been shifting away from the old paradigm. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's a very sort of solo, in some ways, very solo and sovereign journey, because I'm led by the heart, and I'm guided to do what I'm guided to do in the moment. And actually it's been in some ways a journey of being by myself, because I've had to do it despite what other people think. And it's actually created, you know, issues in some of my circles, just me following my heart, because I'm sort of going against, and it's all my own creation, it's all my own projection, and I've had to face the backlash or whatever, and it's all just been my version of reality that I'm having to walk out of, you could say, the old paradigm, the matrix that I was engaged in. But yeah, there's a peace. There's a peace available. There's a settling, and an ability to be. Yeah. You know, and to notice the little things, to be out on the grass, and I've just started, you know, cultivating oyster mushrooms, and you know, in my garden, and it just something so simple, and to be able to communicate, to merge with other realms. You know, I have cats, and to be able to actually just things that are really dear to me. Like, I've always known that I would be I could merge with other dimensions and other realities, and that I could be like a bridge or a portal.
Bless you.
What's that?
Bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and it sounds like to me that in response to the question that things are aligning, things are being reciprocated, but there's a certain amount of sovereignty that you have to express or actualize by making choices of, say, let's put it in human terms, walking away from people, walking away from certain situations. Okay. And that's something I think that's been coming up a lot right down at the ground level that people are talking about, and also based on their behavior, mine included, projecting, you know, becoming consciously aware of things that we were unconscious of, shadows and that type of thing. So Kimberly, have you had that same type of experience? Have you had to say goodbye to people, walk away from people as your journey's progressed?
Off and on through the years, it happens. I mean, I'm back here in Kentucky because it brought me back, but I was on assignment for 6 years. I was just been a gypsy traveling. So I was in Sedona, and my brother died. So I came back to Kentucky. And so I knew I was pretty clear on a soul level, but that I still had DNA stuff to work out. And I got slammed face back into it with family. And so I feel like part of that for me personally was I kind of had to go back in denser energy to see what it was like for everyday people that are walking in what they're walking in. I forgot. I forgot what that was like to be in that, because it was not a part of my consciousness anymore.
Yeah.
And it was almost like I had to walk it again to have compassion for everybody.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? You know how sometimes we get at that level that we're like in such a new age bullshit expanded place, and then we kind of forget what it was like to be in it. So that's what my journey's been. And then in the last, through the Mercury retrograde, I love Mercury retrogrades because we really go within them. And now I'm back connecting to my avatar self, you know, the part of spirit that dreams me in.
Yeah.
And it's like, so I've been feeling like I'm Kimberly that woke again, instead of Kimberly that kind of went into complacency, because I was back in a area that has that energy, that oppression grid that's here.
Yeah. It sounds like you found a deeper sense of compassion, like being out and then going back into the goo, you know, and all that heaviness, and you've actually utilized it to shift even higher, which
and we've been doing a similar trail, because I was in Sedona and then I came back here, and then I left last year and went to Kauai and was there for, you know, you go to Kauai and you end up staying. I ended up being there 6 weeks. I went for 7 days and stayed for 6 weeks. I got some people I want to are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I got some people I want to connect
not
you
for
to
very long. I'm getting the call too, so I'm not here for very long.
Yeah, I got some people I want to connect you to before you leave the island. People that's been there for a long time that I don't know if you've connected to them yet. So I'm wanting to do that. I'm going to speak some light language.
Okay. Well, you know what I was thinking. Now, let me know, and you still do it if you want to do it. What I was thinking is Sasha get her comments on the subject at hand, and I was going to go back to Huna and see if he could give us a little translation on chakras.
Some of chakra stuff is he's bringing in. He's doing ancient lost tongues that were on Earth that are gone.
Wow.
And so when he was speaking, and some of that is for him to remember and to waken back up. I'm not saying that all of it's that, but some of what he's doing is more tongues that have been here before, and they're like faded.
And together we do this. That is the message. Thank you.
Well, I'm all about adding frequencies to an ever expanding vibration, trying new stuff, remixing everything that everyone brings to the table. So I see this as a big opportunity. So I'm not going to give it all away, but if you'll hold that, we're going to go around the horn with something very similar. At least I'm going to put it on the table and see if you guys are interested in doing it. But let's go back to the last person on this subject. Then we're going to go back to Huna. In regard to Sasha, as we've evolved, especially the last few weeks, it seems apparent that there's, I don't want to say there's friction, but there seems to be people making that choice, as Laura was talking about. It's not just the universe going to match your vibration, but you actually got to do something about it. You actually got to make choices, new choices, which sometimes means, and we know not permanently because everything's one, severing relationships, taking space, that type of thing. Are you experiencing that? Is it difficult? What's your perspective on that?
Well, I think if we look at the joining of the sovereign field, right? So if we look at what it is to step back into our own self-mastery, which is what was taken from us in the Matrix. So we're coming back into that self-mastery, which basically requires for us to purify the program in the masculine and feminine energies, so that then the pure mother and the pure father can then work with the child and the human and work with the human first. So it's requiring that. Almost, I use the term sovereign alchemy. So we're becoming like sovereign alchemists. So it's sort of like, well, is there something in my field that doesn't honor my new self? And my new self in that balance merge is showing up for myself. So that's the masculine. I show up for myself first, no one else, myself first. And the feminine is I'm receiving. And anything that doesn't hold that field of sovereignty now is being shown up for what it is. Now, if we're awake and we're sensitive to that energy, we will instantly feel a drain. And the mastership in that is to say, no, this is not benefiting where I am right now. It's toxic to my field. I'm now going to just zip that up. And that can come back to me when it's ready. And it's holding that space of honorability that I'm holding for myself. So this is like the new template now that we are stepping into on this next platform of 5D, which is so wonderful because it means that once we're in that balance, then we can do this, you know, we can make a wish, we can dance in this child, in this joy of this multidimensional creative field, which is so exciting and fun and divine. And, you know, it's not serious, it's actually beautiful. And this is igniting the creator self, and the creator self, which is coming back to what you asked, Todd, is about choice. And the human has that. You know, these higher dimensional beings, they put us first as humans. It's back to the human because we have the free will of choice. And in the moment of choice, we choose our destination. So, for example, if I don't know what I'm here to do, well, what's my destination? Well, say I'm feeling upset and angry. I'm going to choose the opposite of that. I'm going to choose grace. Okay, I'm just going to start there. That's the baby step in the human field. I'm going to choose a destination of grace, and boom, those doors are going to begin to open. And then when you get to grace, so what's the next step? Inner peace. Okay, I got to inner peace. What's the next step? So working like that in that field by choosing, by creating.
And at the ground level, we're having to make some tough choices. To thine own self be true.
Totally.
I'm going to go back to Huna, 2-part, 3-part, and we're going to make a final round or two. So number one, do you know what Jakra said? And
yes.
Kimberly, okay, go ahead with that one.
Yeah. So what Hakra said was, what basically he said was, as below, so above. Know thy majesty here and know thy majesty there. Know thy inner strength, the essence of the inner strength, which is the Ihi. Mana, Ihi, Mana, what he was saying, which is the essence of the majesty of the self, as below, so above. Now, get this understanding, that's number one. Number two, he speaks the language of the Ma. Okay, there are 5 root race languages on this planet, but they're not just on this planet. They did not go anywhere. They are in the land, water, sky. Okay, and so as below, so above. The language is still high and up and down. Up is down, down is up. I spoke of this. There are 2 wombs, the celestial womb and the terrestrial womb. And the quicker we get to feeling this understanding, the understanding is capacity. And the capacity to process above 100,000 to 1 million souls through your system at the very basic level. And I'm asking my Huna, and I'm working with them to increase their capacity to be able to withstand 500 million plus to 1 billion souls passing through each one of them. We are going to populate Earth very soon, 20 billion souls coming in. I'm preparing for this as well. The Dragon Councils are really kick out, because this level of light, moonlight, let's say moonlight and sunlight, right? Let's say shade and bright light, and under the tree shade and out from under the tree light, right? Because it's not dark, it's not shadow. It's a level of capacity that we have said yes to. Exactly what Sasha's saying about bringing the self into the grace and moving through to these levels is really to be able to stand in capacity what we are. One of the 5 root race languages is to help you call the gates, call your own gates, call each other's gates. You are a gate. You are a 1-star chakra star Ma, white star nation gate, and it's calling each other. Okay, so this language of light language, it should be different, because if I speak to you in Swahili, which I can, in Druid language, my language, other languages, the Mana language of the Middle East, the Tamil and the Hindu, you will think it's light language because you're speaking the same languages that are on the ground here still. All of you are. And I've had many decades of sitting with many elders, many areas to hear and know and feel this. And so that's why right now I'm moving towards the 5 root races coming to the one language. And this is what I've been studying for the past couple of years to bring that. That's why I can hear it. It's not a matter of hearing, really. There's all of it. There's the seeing, the feeling, the touching, the smelling, the tasting, the remembering, the knowing, and then being you. I am you. Just to remember that I am you.
Yeah, that's what I kind of had in mind too, and I was going to ask a very obvious question: Can you speak a light language? but I know you can speak multiple. So let's, if you guys are open to it, so because we've got another show coming up. We're going to keep doing these open mics. We're a little bit in flux right now.
Thank you, Puna.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, all of you. And so what I'm saying is that I think we're going to try to keep engaging this format and just let it evolve because it's kind of a freestyle thing. Just like the light language, as I understand it, after having this show, it's a very improvisational. Let it come in. It goes out as quick as it comes in. So I was thinking maybe going Laura, Jakra, Kimberly, Sasha, and then back to Huna. If you want to just give us some light language, and we'll go right to the next person, right to the next person, right to the next person, and end with Huna, who might have some comments on what was said, and then his own if he wishes to, without having to explain, and just going through the different light languages that you all have to offer. Laura, did Eli want to
get some baby language going there?
I think Eli's going first.
Yeah, let's let Eli go first.
You want to say something?
Like that.
Laura, you're up.
He's
after
saying
him.
we're all awesome.
That's right. Well, and the point being, nothing has to be explained, right? So, do you have any parting light language, Laura?
I feel good with I think I hand my turn over to Eli.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jakra.
Honchia katamana mana sekanti. Esa katana mana awe sekasama. Ala are sikimina hanana manawa.
I love it. I love it. Kimberly, you had something special, right?
Sotena nakitora she nokola he sino kareatara shote kenento kiriatara eshete kora na sote kiritora eshetera uno sata karituro shete kitu kasata na karituro sati.
Wow. Thank you. Sasha.
Yeah, I'll bring through some Kiara Kora, I guess. Okay. Toanya teate rokomba tiania, ketiano tiandora kiania, vetia kor hamia, tia tekor hamia, iator koanar koandor amboro kompiata tian, vetiar kian vehonar kiat vehian oria konia dora kiemboro kom, viar kiat Vero, Kianor, Hamai, Tian.
Beautiful.
Huna, let me ask you, is there a collective message between these light languages as we try to mix them together, and then any other comments you have in any language you want to put out if you feel it resonates?
Yeah, what I was saying, and a little bit of what Hakra said, was speaking to the great and the mean. He's speaking to the great and similarly of Kimberly, a couple of words from her in there about sitting together. There's something about sitting together, the great and the many. But the theme through it all is the what Huna means. Huna means one. Hu means one. Na means many. Huna means one in the many, many in the one. That's what Huna means. And this is the way of the Huna, is the way of the one in the many and the many in the one. And so that aspect, yes, that is inescapable, actually, because your language is pulling it all together. Like I said, who's calling who? It's the calling of the gates.
Wow.
So if I can hear this, go ahead.
Do you have any relevant or anything you feel is relevant that we can? I thought we could do is have you say whatever you need to say in whatever language you want to, including English, and then we'll end with Eli.
Then end with Eli, yeah. He does. So I would like to share the sovereign queen, the sovereign king, and the divine union of both. Okay.
Yes.
So this is divine queen and king in sovereign union. Okay. O ip to no nu ib ma il I. That is divine union.
Wow.
This is sovereign queen.
Bless you, brother.
This is sovereign queen. I. This is sovereign king.
Wow. Thank you all for that. Wow. Let's see if we can end this with Eli. Eli, you got anything else you want to say? Eli?
Todd, you're so amazing.
Say something.
Oh, man.
That's just sheer telepathy right there. So everybody get ready. Everybody get ready. This is the new language. Thank you all.
I love you all. Thank you for having me, brother.
Thank you all very much. It's good to see you.
For what you're doing. Thank you.
Huna, can I ask, how do I find Huna?
Huna is at HL Foundation.
Yeah.
Right there. Find him in that. I think we're gonna be
Orchard. You know, I'm not Jock Rob, but I really am interested in your skills. I want to know what the hell is coming through me.
There you go. He's got some great work he's doing. We're going to be doing some more collaborations once we get settled, Morgan and I. So we're going to be in the state of Flux for a few days. But you can also find him at, I think it's HLIFoundation.com. Is that right?
Yes.
HLIFoundation.com. Love you all. Thank you so much.
Love you, Todd. Thank you, everybody. Much love.
Bye, Eli.
Bye.
Bye.
time goes on, I feel our next step is our connection and our unity connection to each other.
Yeah.
And the power and the divinity of that. Now, one, like you were talking about, even one person putting something out, what we're doing here, putting into the divine matrix, is extremely and extraordinarily powerful. And I feel, I think you were saying that, our soul imprinting that out into the world is more significant and powerful than artificial things.
That's right.
Because of our soul. Because the artificial things doesn't have individual soul.
That's right.
Of source God essence.
That's right. It can only copy. It can only copy. And the other thing is that we now have the elementals, the plants, the animals are all with us, not to mention the galactic aspects and our multidimensional aspects, but we have, that is soul. That is the I am soul. And that's why it can't keep up with us anymore. We've tipped it. This is a great broadcast.
That's wonderful how you said that. What the soul is, the divinity, the connection. And we need to hear it.
Yes,
even though we know it. I know coming from the ultra-sensitive blue ray starseeds, because a lot of the beings, they know it. They kind of know it. Sometimes they're quiet about it. And they need to know, we need reassurance, or we just need to know that to match the frequency and the connection. And I love what you said, because the words that I hear is vitally important that we know of soul and what the soul is. I like your connection of soul. The soul is the elements, and our unity alignment with the elements. I mean, think of all the elements.
Yeah.
The power, the divinity of that, and the galactics. Yeah. Because we are that.
Yes.
We are, like, each one of us is a representation from our groups.
Yeah.
Like, we're the astronaut humans.
That's right.
I came down, I'm here from my group. I'm here from many of my groups, and I see it all the time. We're the ones. So we have our lineages that we're individually connected to. We are incredible.
Yeah.
We're just, I mean, I thought of that. I'm like, we are supersonic, incredibly, exquisitely amazing. Beyond that, all these beings and all this cover up, all this stuff, they got to do all that. They're so afraid
That's
of
right.
us.
Oh my God.
Us humans. They're so afraid of what? Oh, the human God essence, soul potential. They're so afraid of that they are doing. I've seen it. They've showed me what they're doing. All this disruption, and it's big. It's gargantuous. This ridiculousness. We know. We don't even have to speak it in specifics. It's all over. The conspiracies and all the stuff. It's out there. It's true. However, we're so all that. We're so amazing.
Yeah.
We're God essence and four multi-dimensional, elemental, galactic, all, and that's why. But that's why. Otherwise, that wouldn't exist. Like, well, they wouldn't need to do that because they're not all that. But we are all that.
Right.
We are so all that, and I feel we're so close.
You hit it tonight, though. You actually explained it a way I haven't heard before, and I'm going to jump on the highest buildings from this day out, because all it takes, and you said it. This internet is a physical representation. It's something that was brought in actually to counter us. But what they didn't understand is that one single soul who's aligned with the elementals and the plants and the galactics, who's open and has the faith and the knowing and speaks it. There's something about speaking it. When this happens, it's more, the whole world can't hold it down. The whole AI aspect of the world can't hold down one soul. So all we got to do is get up there and start doing it. That's all we have to do. That's what you're doing tonight. That's what you did tonight, explaining that. That's what Amanda did with her two friends at the tour today. You could see everyone's tears of joy. Everyone was connected. You could see through the ethers. And the same thing's happening now. And now the dam's open. They can't stop us. In fact, this is the Jubilee. This is it. This is why we came. This is it. We didn't come just to do the work. We came to have a party.
Exactly.
Interesting, I don't know.
Yeah, just spontaneous. Okay, we're live now. Hang on a second. Let me just make sure it's good. All right. Pleasant surprise. Valentine's come back on the show. What's it been, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks, I guess.
Yeah, just spontaneous. Okay, here we go. Hello, Star Prize, Susan Keatley. Got 3 people in the house. If these shows resonate with you, please share. Heather Houston. Just give me a second. Kyle Timothy Holland, Monica Peterson, Kathy Waldowski. Blessings to you too, Star Price, and everybody else. Ray Dre. Very cool. Cool name. Debrielle. Yeah, it is great to be Karen Isis. Jody Lee's here. All right, we got 19 people in. Let's get started. So about 3 weeks ago, Valentine reached out and said he wanted to do a show. And he introduced us to his buddy, his plant, his soul,
Yes, the
his
flower.
soul brother. Yeah. And then we had a good discussion. So you said you were inspired today and you wanted to come on. What
Yes,
inspired
that's
you?
The conversation with Benny about how things are going right now with the universe, and I just want to connect with the Soulogy network to share my experience recently and what I really feel and think about, to be honest, about this spiritual like experiences we had, or like the unity where the flow goes. And I feel like we should, I'm a little embarrassed about to be honest, about the things and the flow, because people are yeah, we got the flow, so now we need to make the money, so they're using the flow for manifesting things in life. And there's so the others, I guess, who really trying to work on themselves, and really it's important to have a clear vision about things and where the flow is going, because sometimes I feel like I'm insecure a lot of times. I'm insecure, and I'm like trying to get the answers. And
thank you.
But yeah, that's it so far.
So, well, beautiful, man. I mean, a couple of things jump out at me. One of them is that you are a little bit embarrassed, and the other one is you at times feel a little insecure, and I think all of us do, and have, and maybe we're getting away from that. But what have you gone through since the last time we talked 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Well, I gotta say I feel amazing by the connection with with beautiful souls and seeing things around me, like the rainbows. The rainbows. I go to the mountain and I'm trying to be with one with the nature and the universe. And when I see a rainbow, I think of all the friends or the other persons who have experiencing the same thing spontaneously or and yeah, I've seen an awakening map which got me staring into for like 15 minutes, and it was amazing. And it turned out that we're guiding ourselves from our deepest states of being, and we're experiencing an great illusion, I think, of what's of yeah, it's real love, but sometimes I feel like I'm totally in illusion with reality, confused, and the answers are really that close but so far sometimes. And no,
Does it feel like you're in a video game?
yeah, a lot of the times I'm searching for the stimulation, because sometimes life got me like into the stimulation, and I'm searching who I am between the simulator. Can you explain me why is that?
Can I?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Hey, I'm just the host. You're the one that's supposed to explain everything, and you have been explaining some things. One of the things you,
as I remember, the last time I was talking about the teleportation.
yeah, but what you were doing was basically taking us like we were standing in your shoes, and I think the thoughts that you're having are thoughts that everybody's having, very similar to that. The other thing you cut out a minute ago, and you were saying, when you cut out on my end, you were saying you saw a map of the awakening. Is that what you said?
Yes, I saw on the internet, like on the Instagram or I don't know, social media, the greatest awakening map. And there were the artificial intelligence, a lot of things that got me into the like traveling into the future and projecting what will happen next. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It just came to me, so it must have come from my higher aspects or yours or both or whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
Because I know you're going to be totally honest.
Yeah,
that's what we need. How powerful are you? How powerful?
How powerful I am? Oh, that's a interesting question.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can ask me too. I hadn't even thought about it, but whatever. But how powerful are you in respect to you? In other words, in respect to that place, you in the universe that no one else can enter. I mean, it's where you stand with yourself.
Well, it's an interesting question, because I don't really test my powers, because I don't really need them.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So let's change the word.
Let's change the word.
How expansive are you? How awakened, aware are you? I don't know what the right word is. It's many words, I guess.
Yeah.
How powerful is your love for the universe, for yourself? I mean, that's the power I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that's
being.
something different, because the power, the power which I think lies in I think we have power of the heart and the power of the mind, and the power of the heart, I think it's much more impulsive, much more to be experienced, and they're connected with the mind. And I think the power of love, I think that's it's the one that keep us going, keep us inspiring, and that's the source of all the things we're living here. And how I managed to keep my power, and to, I've been working as a waiter, and how I speak to people, I empower them by my words. And because the connection you have between the heart and the mind, it's very important. I think that's my opinion. That's how we uplift other people, but not the outer world, the inner world.
Yeah. So have you seen a lot of magic the last couple of weeks? There's been a lot of stuff going on.
Magic,
synchronicity, magic, flow.
Yeah, since New Year, I've seen a post about the magic. They think the magic. I think the magic is so misunderstood, and the real magicians, I think they're on some level they try to like distract you from your perspective to see them. And sometimes the magic is working, sometimes the magic will not. But since we turned on the magic, was the last 2 months, I guess.
Yeah.
And the things are I'm seeing flashy things all around me. I'm seeing these energies, like I'm turning to the right, and they're glimpses of some prana shit, or I don't know what is that, but definitely the magic.
Yeah. I was just sitting in a parking lot, and a rainbow starburst appeared, and then it came crashing into my face. So I think a lot of people are seeing stuff. And maybe what you're saying about the magic, maybe we've reached a point now where we're not hypnotized by anyone else's magic, whether it be from the most beautiful, loving intent or not. Maybe we have become so empowered that we're operating on our own magic, and that magic, when two magics come together, creates more magic.
Absolutely. That's a good conversation about the magic and how the energy is multiplying. Because the flow, yeah, it has intelligence by itself. The water signs are intelligence, but they also are predictable, and they also are like into this duality. They understand better the duality. They understand better the emotions. So they, like the water sign. I'm a Pisces, so I don't even know what to tattoo, and I decided to tattoo a whale on my hands. Like there is the whale, and I didn't even know that the whales are my spiritual animals. And after a month later, I Googled it and I found out that whales are my spiritual animal. So when we're talking about the flow, we have the emotions. That's why this is like intelligence era of the flow of the water, of the emotions. That's why we're so stable emotionally, and the violence is on the I guess on the lower existence now. So we're much more tolerance, and that's where from where we gain our this strain, this literally the strain of this magic that is happening. I think the flow causes all this magic and the things because the emotions. Yeah, I'm getting shaky here.
Yeah.
I've got too deep. It's hard to explain this.
Well, Shaz Hargreaves says, this is making me cry. I'm starting to understand on a deeper level, and I've been saying this, and not because I'm smart, just it's obvious. It's not so much the words, it's the intention, it's the heart, it's your energy coming through, whoever that person is that's inspiring other people like you were inspired today. That's that magic expanding in the masses. It's happening very quickly, like what you're talking about. We can clear things very quickly. Our tolerance is the word you were using. Our tolerance, we've expanded. That allows us more tolerance, and like you said, the magic is spreading.
Yes, the energy is always multiplying because we try to always to be real, but we don't know if we know what's real, what's fake, and the one energy who is multiplying, and if we're honest about it, then we reach to many more, because the masses. Yeah, that's the question. Why are we doing this? Why are we chasing the money? Why are we because we're a star, we're shooting stars, we're shooting at the stars, because that's why it's touching, like it's touching, like I don't know.
Yeah. Really, there's no words for it. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's no
words for it. We're operating on some type of higher level of feeling.
Exactly the higher emotions, because if we had a higher thoughts, like the thoughts, and we also have, I think, the higher emotion, and where from the higher emotions came to us, and I'm trying to find the place where the emotions came from, and this, if we like, I don't know, it's deep stuff. Yeah. I have watched a documentary about the whales. And they said that they're like species like the dolphins.
Yeah.
And if the dolphins are most intelligent, then the whales are also intelligent. And if they're my spiritual animal, I should learn more about them. And they it's a mystery because the cameraman can't even record the whales into that deep state of the sea, because it's the pressure of the sea that pushes real hard. And sometimes my emotions, like going into deeper meditation, which as I improve my meditation, by the way, like as I go deeper, I found more of where this where the to connect more with the source, and connect more with the depths, not just to chase higher thoughts, just to even fighting the ego. It's all about fighting the ego.
Yeah. Yeah. But I like what you said about the higher emotions. I like that word tolerance, more tolerance, because if we're expanding, it's almost like, so much of the stuff that we've done out of love, like this false impression of love. And because things didn't always go our way, we would have like hard feelings or blame from our emotion of love. But on the other hand, there seems to be a more powerful side to us now, which is that I think what you're calling the higher emotions, which is the compassion of love. That no matter what somebody does, you have compassion, if that's what you want to call it.
If there is a man who can understand another man, that is you thought, because you're the chosen one to connect with me to this level of emotional being. Like it's just a being. It's not, my emotions are totally clear. Like I'm open. And what I wanted to say is, it's like what I wanted to say was okay, I'll take a moment just to figure it out.
Take your time.
Yeah, you were talking about the compassion, and my spiritual awakening started, and when it started, I read in the internet to learn how to be more compassionate. And when I found out about the numerology, and I found out my path number, and the path number is 1. So I'm born on 27th of February and 997. So if we simplify those numbers into the path number is 1, which is very, very like it's godlike. I don't know how to say. It's really not coming from. I always try to not to bring out my ego, because I don't want it to be that egoistic to be the god, or because I'm not the god. Because about the creation, because when I learn that, and when I read about these numbers, and when I the compassion got me thinking for more about the world, more about the spirituality, more about the souls, caretaking, loving the self, and just the reflection of reflect on each other. But the compassion thing got me a little disappointed, and I always get to compassion myself, because it's endless. It's endless.
Yeah, it is endless. But I love what you said about the higher emotions. That resonates. Bobby O'Rourke says higher frequency in the. You're welcome. Thank you. higher frequency in the body isn't so easy to express through words as it is energy in motion continuously. End quote. We can not always keep up with it in words, unquote. Bobby O'Rourke, thank you for that comment. That was a cool comment. Sasha Grace, who's going to be coming on, says she's also a 1. It means creative expression, leader. Yeah. And Ivania says, hello, gorgeous. She's talking to you.
Wow.
She lives in Tasmania. She's beautiful,
Wow.
beautiful.
Yes, I love intense people. I love intense people because it's not easy for them, and I totally understand them. The good intentions in the people. We need more good people with good intentions, because we all at some point want to be a badass, the man who is spiritual acknowledged and to kick asses, but the good intentions to show other people how to create their own frequency is the key, I think, because I'm Pisces and my undersign is Scorpio. That is double emotion. Like I have to really absorb my emotions to the stage when they didn't got me distracted or really I don't know, but it's deep. All I wanted to say is to keep the good intentions in the people, to see the good intentions with the people. Yeah.
Wow. Very cool. Somebody else made a comment. Let's see here. Marcy Duros, I have three grandchildren now going through their awakening.
Okay.
Wow. So, I mean, yeah. Here's another one from Bobby O'Rourke. We're so expansive. And once we have connected with someone's soul and energy field, it can travel unlimited in time and space between one another, sending thoughts and feelings to one another. And this is why telepathy is just happening so more easily and quickly. Yeah. Very cool.
Exactly.
It's a contagious.
It's the leader. Yeah. If I'm thinking about the leader and what should I lead to? What if I'm the leader, I should lead people outside, to be a businessman, to be a doctor, to be but that's not my intentions. My real intentions is the spirit. And I really enjoy to talk about the spirituality, about the not the philosophical, not from philosophical view, but with the connections we have. We need to learn how to connect to the oneness, because I'm not who is leading you, but we are leading ourselves. But I'm just the medium of what's happening right now.
Yeah. You should do more of it.
Definitely. I'm so glad.
What about? Go ahead.
I'm so glad we're doing this. My heart is going so crazy, but it's all love. Like I'm trying to explain this spiritual phenomenon of love and how to really connect to the love field, to expand, really to expand the love field.
Wow. The phenomena of what is love, the energy of love. Phenomenal explanation.
Exactly.
I was going to ask you a question, but if you want to keep going, keep going. You're on a roll.
No, you can ask me. You know, if I go to that deep state, I don't know where the flow goes. So I might get lost. So
you might get lost.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're coming through loud and clear. You're coming through loud and clear.
I've seen a lot of leaders that they're really. I think a true leader is the one who walks always the last from the what was the word of the masses, the one who always walk last from the masses, like that, which can correct where are we going, because if you're a leader, it doesn't mean to be the first. I saw a picture of group of the wolves, and the younger one, the younger one, I think they go first, and the leader is always last.
Yeah, that's right. He's always behind him, not just right behind him, but from the space, from a distance. I've seen that picture. I love that. I think that from these comments and the vortex that we all create on these shows, because everybody is an equal part of this, whether you're watching or on the screen. But the question was, you brought up the question, what's a leader? And somebody here says, well, Yvonne says, feeling your love. And Shaz says, I feel this young man's heart. I am feeling it too. My point is that maybe a leader is someone that can have such an impact from their heart that other people feel it. Maybe that's what a leader looks like in this new place we found ourselves in.
I'm grateful. I'm very grateful. What more can I say? This is true experience right now. I've been caught up in the matrix for so long, and I'm alive. And I don't know. There were also think about the Illuminati, the thing that we were reflecting, the love we were reflecting. I was a little scared about Illuminati and all that stuff. So I gotta keep 100% clear and honest about myself, who I really am, who am I, and to give love unconditionally, and to be pure, not to to be real.
Yeah.
Always.
Oh yeah.
Can I see the comments? Where are the comments?
You'd have to look on your phone. I can read some to you. I can put them up on the board if you want to. Well, no, this thing ain't working. Soraya Williams says, totally agree, and resonating. A leader is someone who shines their light and enables others to awaken. And I think if we look at our past, obviously we've had some leaders that didn't have the collective's best interest in mind. But you got people like Gandhi or Martin Luther King or Robert Kennedy, people that their hearts affected other people's hearts in a positive way.
Yes.
Yeah.
we don't need no more leaders. Like, it's okay. It's okay to enjoy the moment, to enjoy this era of awakening. So I'm really not interested, because I don't really got that much experience like Gandhi or Moji or Osho or some other spiritualist out there. But my experience so far, I'm fully fight. I'm really I'm really enjoying being me, because I think it's a gift to fight, to be real fighter for love. Like, we need more love warriors, because the love warriors are not that are not that are not that are not that sometimes it's hard to be love warrior, because you have to be real protected from your family. My family always got my back, no matter what happened with me. I get a lot of troubles. I'm honest. So all this wisdom, it came to me by the spirit. It's not just really the intelligence or the conscious. It's really coming from your spirit, because the more you absorb with your spirit, of course it's out of physical, it's out of like mental, and I don't know, this is really just it's spiritual.
Great explanation.
Thank you.
Have you connected with a lot of people since that first show? Have you connected with anyone? Made any friends?
Yeah, I made new friends like Jody, and they're awesome. I'm also connected with people who are older than me, and I try to understand them, to be in their position, and to understand what they are doing, how they're helping, and yeah, that's it.
Right on.
Yeah, and just a second to see the comments, if they got any interesting question that I can answer to, because the flow goes.
Well, all the ladies are loving you.
Well,
they're sending you love.
Once I hate the way we speak low.
No, I think I don't know.
The way we speak. Oh, by the way, I came from Macedonia. My Macedonian language is too hard to be understand, because it's Slavic.
Can you do? I've never even heard it, but I've seen the way the letters go, and it looks pretty interesting, and it looks ancient. Can you say like a mantra or a prayer or an affirmation in your native tongue? I think the energy of it would be a lot like light language.
Да, много more natural.
Yeah.
По-природно звучи на македонски, кога ќе зборувам.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Можам да ви прочитам нешто. I'll try to read something for you. Anyone interested in anthropology?
Absolutely. I love Atlantean Gardens, Robert Sepper. He does some great stuff on YouTube. Just give us a few sentences.
Okay. This one talk about the evolution. As you can see that.
Yes.
Теми на антропологијата. Еволуција. Содржини на поглавието. Еволуција на еволуцијата. Некоја основна генетика. Адаптација. Потекло со модификација. Потекло на видовите. Преглед. Прашања за дополнително размислување. Белешки, референции и информации. Современи проблеми. Дали еволуцијата е факт, теорија или само хипотеза?
No, very nice. Thank you for that. Can you say, let's see, can you say, how do you say I am soul?
Јас сум душа.
Јас сум душа.
Јас сум душа, да.
Јас сум душа. All right.
Душа, да.
Душа.
Duša, right.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Very cool. Man, feel free to reach out to me again. It was good synchronicity like the first time. We're going to jump on another show in 20 minutes. So it ought to be real interesting if you're still up. You might want to watch it. I think it's going to be real good with a guy named Jeremy.
I will.
We'll catch up again in a couple of weeks and see what's happening. And if you get
I'll try to upgrade my knowledge about the spirit. So
you gave us a lot of soul code today, all of us old people. And if you get over here in your
thank you, Soulogy Network, and thank you, Todd, for this.
Yeah,
it's my honor to be a guest here.
It's an honor to have you. You take
care. So it's Saint Valentine's Day. Don't forget about me. February 14th.
I don't think you're going to have a problem with that. Just waiting on Ivania. There she is. Hi, April. Hey, Vanya.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah? And how you been doing since we talked a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, wow. It's all happening.
What's happening? What is it that's happening?
so many different timelines and things playing out at once, yeah.
So the last time you were on, you had those diagrams, which were I was able to relate to very easily. And then were we going to have a show after that? I can't remember.
Yeah, we were due to do a show with Monique.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, and so what was going on then? I mean, I saw a couple of your posts too. I can't recall them because I just can't. But I remember they were real-time intel. So where's it been for you the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I was sort of taken offline. So when I say taken offline, I mean I go into like a void.
Uh-huh.
And whenever that happens, I know something really significant is coming. So at the time I was taken offline, I was noticing the timelines playing out with the ego versus sovereignty, judgment versus knowing, really starting to play out. and having to look at whether that is an aspect of myself, whether that is an aspect of something else, because there's so many levels of truths, right? So while I'm saying this might be on each multi-dimensional level is another layer of truth. So in truth, we're all one, yeah? We're all source children, brothers and sisters, of equally loved and equally valued and cherished. That is the truth of who we are. And then we go down in levels of consciousness, of different levels of knowing, different levels of sovereignty, down to the old human program of ego.
Yeah.
And when the human program of ego switches off, sovereignty comes online, and it takes a while to get used to the feeling between the old ego and the new sovereignty. Still the same things will present, but they're on a different layer because our souls evolve at different levels, right? Just like humans evolving at different levels, our souls do the same thing through the collective consciousnesses. So it's a navigation through sovereignty playing out in one timeline. Another timeline's playing out embodiment of their collective consciousness of one here in their body. Other timelines are playing out pure source connection and pure light body vehicles, which I kind of went through all at once. Things happen in extremes to me, but that's obviously what I do, extremes. So yeah, I don't know where I'm lost on a tangent now.
No, you're not on a tangent. No, I think it's important because it's actually what's happening, and I don't think anybody has the answers, period. But it is that as the ego wanes, the soul soars. So there's all kinds of stuff that comes with that. You know, you have these revelations and epiphanies and experiences, and it's the ego's involved with that too. You know, I mean, it is. It's challenged, and we're conscious of it sometimes, and we're unconscious of it sometimes. And then you get into what you said earlier, what was the other word that you coupled with judgment? Knowing.
Knowing. So
you have this knowing, and, you know, I haven't met anyone that has the knowing 100% right all the time. But, you know, I keep going back to the same thing, which is I don't need to worry about everybody else. I don't need to worry about anybody else.
No. And is it Melissa Dean that said, stay in your own lane? Is she the one that says that?
Yeah. A lot of people say that. But
stay in your own lane because your own soul evolution. So you've got sovereignty on every level of soul evolution.
Yeah.
And different levels of knowing and sovereignty going together.
Yeah.
Because you're having an experience of such dense duality here, only to experience unity of one, then to go back out and experience a different level of polarity on another, not as dense as here, but still existing, right?
Yeah.
So there's more sovereignty, a different knowing. How do you know if you're in ego or you're in sovereignty? Ego is, it feels like jealousy. It feels like
chaos.
It's not a nice feeling. How do you know if you're in sovereignty?
How do you know that?
Compassion. You feel it.
Yeah, compassion.
Somebody can stand before you and say something that is completely not part of, when you are in your knowing and in your sovereignty, when someone comes in front of you that is not in alignment with that, you have compassion for that being. But that doesn't mean that you accept that into the light, into the source of where you are aligned. It's okay, I have compassion for you. We're all children of Source. And you're allowed to play out your own reality, but not in my reality of what I am here to do within the oneness of humanity.
Yeah.
Then that goes further as you go on to different dimensions within the oneness of that soul evolution collective consciousness. So always building while we're in the pure stream of Source, we're in the oneness. And when we're out in the other, we're experiencing a different level of awareness, sovereignty, knowing, union, polarity, which is preferred, which is not preferred, all the way back.
It's tricky. Jed Riverstone says it's like everything mixed together all at once these days.
Yeah.
I saw a great post by Heather and I'm going to forget his name. Powers. Heather and her other half. The Powers of Love. And they were talking about relationships, but I read it as any interaction at all. Any interaction that you have, and we have to, hopefully we don't have to continue to personalize everything. We can just look at it as energy as opposed to having compassion for a person, maybe compassion for the situation. I don't really know how that works. But what they said was that I'm going to use this, my own words, in terms of replacing the word relationship. In any interaction that's imbalanced, which is really what we're coming from, which is codependency versus collaboration or co-creation or unity or whatever. One person takes on the negativity, and in essence, it hurts the soul, and the other person takes on the, I was right, so it feeds their ego. So one ego grows, one soul gets hurt. And I think that what you're saying is there's judgment versus knowing. And how do we know that? Well, the only way the only way we can know it, I guess, is to experience it and take it into ourselves to the best of our abilities, because we may
hide from yourself, right? You
True.
can't hide from yourself.
Well,
You know where you're at.
Well, you do. I don't.
You do.
I don't. Sometimes
Really?
No, I don't. Am I in judgment or am I in knowing? Because sometimes when we get this information that comes in, it's a big deal. It comes in, and obviously there is a knowing to it, but it affects the ego. So how do I know how do I know when I believe I'm in knowing that I'm not in judgment, at least to some degree? You know what I mean? So I don't know how that works. I like what Jed's comment was, because it's all mixed together. And I think the reality of it is, for me anyway, the reality of it is, okay, what's the right way isn't so much the question as in what's the new way? Like what can I do for myself that works for me, that, is in alignment to the best of my ability at that point. So I don't know. Now, when you're in knowing, you just know.
Yeah. Because you're running it through Source that you are, right? And in that Source, in that pure stream, all is. And if you have a speck of ego, judgment, you know that's not going in the stream. It's a stuck. There's no flow. So you'll have to work hard to push that through the stream. If it's an all-knowing, it just flows. It feels like utter truth. It's coming from the stillness and the purity of all that is. Yeah? And that becomes your stillness and purity of all that you are. And when you're out of alignment, you know it, because you just don't feel good. It feels like before you were awake, completely immersed in that reality. There's fear, there's confusion, there's chaos.
Yeah. So it's a mixed bag, and back to Jed. He says a couple of comments, one from Jed, one from Morgan. So Jed says, when we discern, we have compassion, love. When we are judging, we don't.
No, we don't, because we're judging from a place that's not of purity. It's an illusion. That is the ego. It's a false projection.
Yeah. And he goes on to say, although there can be a mixture / layer of both. Now he says, always choose to respond from the love, not react from the judgment. If you are able to in the moment. Morgan says, I feel like I see all the new creations manifesting at the same time that I'm experiencing my old creations collapsing.
Yeah.
So, going back with both of those comments in mind. So it for me recently, I just realized that it doesn't matter what's coming at me, because my perception of what's coming at me is my perception. It may not be the intention of the other person, but whatever, that doesn't even matter. What matters is my response, my reaction, my reply, however you want to put it. That's to me where I'm kind of at, is like, okay, well, if something knocks me off my square, it doesn't matter about right or wrong. What matters is to stay, and I hate to sound cliche-ish, but centered, balanced, 0 point, whatever. And the only way I know to do that, that seems to work, is to feel whatever I'm feeling with my mouth shut.
Yeah, totally. So when I got taken offline and I was feeling judgment. Yeah?
Yeah. You were feeling judgment when you got taken offline.
Yeah. I was feeling judgment, and I was sitting with judgment, and I'm thinking, am I feeling judgment through this fire? Because I don't feel anything of the old. I feel compassionate. I feel loving. I still felt connected to the love that I am, but I had a feeling that I was feeling judgment. So I went right into it. Am I feeling judgment, or am I feeling sovereignty? And every time I went to judgment, it felt awful and it didn't flow. Am I feeling sovereignty?
So was it one incident? You don't have to be specific, but was it one incident that you were sitting in that was a microcosm reflection of your whole sitting with judgment?
There was a comment that was judgmental of me. It wasn't intended to be judgmental. I don't think so anyway. But when I looked into it, I couldn't understand why that person could not see that I wasn't coming from a place of what supposedly that's where I was coming from. So I sat with it, and I like to run everything. Is this within me, right? Is this within me? Because I spoke about last time how I felt that shadow had been done, but I will still go there first. It's like an old program, I guess, that runs. Is this within me? Is this an aspect of me, or is this another aspect of me? So I look and I go in and I feel, and it was difficult because there was a part of me there having trouble of letting go of that old program.
Yeah. Yeah.
That old looking inside, really, is this in me? And I wanted to dig, and I'm like, this is not within me. What is this? I needed to go deeper into what is this presenting, right? And at the same time, different levels are coming in. Galactic aspects are coming in. So I'm seeing all the different levels. So then if I come from a place of sovereignty where I believe that I'm coming from, how do I react from this situation? Often that's in stillness. Sometimes that's in not in my reality. Sometimes that's not on, that's not okay. Because there's different levels of integration, timelines, soul involvement, collective consciousnesses, different realities and creations playing out all over the top of each other. And we're going from one level to another all at once.
Yeah.
We learn from the ground up, and then we're thrown into this huge multi-dimensional pot, and you can work on it all at different levels, right?
Yeah.
But when the ego goes, it really is the last thing to go.
Yeah.
And then you step into sovereignty, and where the subtle switch is so subtle.
Yes.
But there's a knowing instead of a judgment. It's all heart. There is no head. It's all heart. Heart knowing, head judgment, ego.
Yeah. And so you have, and again, it's all going back to ourselves, right? So I had somebody make a post in regard to me or Soulogy or the show or whatever you want to call it. And I didn't take offense to it, but I knew, no names were named, but I knew that it was talking about Soulogy, about Todd, about Morgan, about the show, whatever. And I read some of the comments, and there was quite a few comments, and most of them were saying, "Hey, do you really know if this is what happened? Because you're assuming something here. Have you talked to the people?" So I wrote this person. I wrote them a message, and I said, "Hey, I hope I don't know if that was about, Soulogy, about me, whatever, but here's the situation." And, that was that. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, it's not about anybody individual. It's about what we're talking about. So this judgment is coming into play of knowing, judgment, knowing, trying to know the difference. It's coming into play when people come at us, but it also comes to us when we make assumptions, judgments, that type of thing. And I've tried to watch this more recently because it's just coming to my field, for myself and my own thoughts. And so the first thing I'm starting to understand is shut your mouth, because if you know something, right? Morgan coined that phrase a long time ago with me. If you know it, why you got to say it? So I know I'm good if I just don't say anything. I may not be okay up here. I may still have that thing playing here, but I realize that it's a twofold situation. It's a situation where energy comes at you, and it's a situation where you observe something. Both cases, you can be in judgment. Okay, so how do you stay in the knowing? And I brought this up on the last show. I want to hear what you got to say about it, because it's exactly what you're talking about when you went offline. And there was a lady on here about 3 weeks ago, and I don't remember who it was, and she was talking about how she maneuvers and navigates through everything moment by moment, and that she had broke it down to where if the loop started to play in her head, and the thought processes of judgment, and really, is it judgment, or maybe it's just a loop that, you know what I mean, with the face of judgment, that she would just say, she would just command in her power and her sovereignty, no.
Yes.
No, stop playing now. No, I'm done. So it's not a person, it's a loop. It's like you were saying, why is this is not me, right? So I started applying that recently, and it's seems to be working.
It's a disempowering loop. It really can be a disempowering loop. It is a disempowering loop when you're continuously stuck in that loop of because not everyone's on the same evolution here with humanity and beyond humanity with soul evolution. So some of it can be you, yes, on another level. Some of it could be you standing in front of you. Other times it's not. It could be, I guess the point I'm trying to make is the more that you look for something wrong with you, the more stuck you will be with this wrestle of, is this ego or sovereignty? Because at some stage, your knowing will kick in and your sovereignty will kick in, and it's like a roar. This is the roar we're feeling, right? Through this Lionsgate, every year this same thing comes up that I notice through what I've been receiving over the years at this time of the year. So it's finding that, yes, I do know this, and I stand in this. I stand in love. I stand in my own knowing. And it's an I am moment. It's an I am for we. Yeah. Because until you claim that, you're still out as particles floating around looking for something to join with. Yeah. It's here. It's in that stream, and that stream is isness, pure stillness, and through all collective consciousnesses that are in divine flow, there is that oneness. The knowing of the oneness, the knowing of the sovereignty of that oneness that goes through all dimensions, all universes. Yeah. I don't know if that's making...
No, that makes sense. I mean,
but at some stage, you just got to step into that knowing, and it's compassionate, right? It's not a, I want to kick your teeth in or something. That's that's an ego thing. But yes, you do feel the fire coming. It's like it's wanting to blast you off. It's like, come on, you can do this. Step into the fullness. It's that powerful love that's moving you, that wants you to step into that knowing. Yeah. So that you can say preferred, not preferred, yes. No. And until everybody does that, we can't get to unity, consciousness of one humanity.
And I think there's absolutely. And back to the two comments Jed and Morgan made, they're both playing at the same time, or actually multiple things playing at the same time. So maybe, being quiet is obviously, many people go offline now, for a day, for an hour, whatever the case is. So obviously that seems to be, and that's been written about for, on all the books, all the sacred books and all. But maybe because we're writing a new template, we do have to make a decision,
yes.
And win or lose, so to speak. There's no wrong decision. It's just that maybe you make a decision on this side one time and you make it on this side the other time. And in the first case, maybe later on in retrospect, you realize, oh, wait a minute, or something happens and the universe shows you, hey, wait a minute, you weren't in alignment or you weren't conscious. And then on the other one, you get that validation, or the knowing, and you get signs or whatever, synchronicities that you're right on the money or whatever the case is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it seems to be emphasized, or what's front and center is the human interactions. And I don't just mean, like you and me or me and Morgan, we live together. I'm talking about like you saw a comment or I saw a comment. And those are interactions. Those are just as energetically impactful on the subject that we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's helpful. I knew this was coming. So when I say I mean all of me. I don't identify with a billion aspects. I am all those aspects, right? So when they come into your knowing, you are just you. So when you get taken offline, so for me, when I get taken offline, source is still holding me, but I'm not getting any direct information. So all of me is flowing through and we're all going, okay. So I was told it's time to step forward and step up further. And you are going to have to speak about things that are going to make people uncomfortable. And when I downloaded that, I felt sick.
Yeah.
And I had an instant, I will not go there because that will appear egotistical. And I went, I will not. I don't like the spotlight. I'm a shy person, not because that's something that I need to work through. That is my soul aspects. We are shy. We just are. we're not shy in showing love, but we're shy of going out in public, right?
Yeah.
So that's a thing. So I'm like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? So then that comment comes forward. And then I take it and is this ego?
Yeah.
Is it judgment, or is this sovereignty?
Yeah.
I know that I have to deal with this. I know that I have to move through this, or I can't step up to do what I came here to do and be. So,
and this is the real tug of war, call it spiritual, mental, emotional, whatever, but this is the new template. The new template's being carved out. It's only going to be carved out through, and I don't mean this in an ethical or moral way, but it's only going to be carved out through making decisions and moving forward bravely and you know, again, not in an ethical or moral way, but being wrong sometimes, reassessing. There's 3 comments here I want to bring up and then see where you go with it.
Yeah.
Once, and this has been a big deal. I think one of your posts addressed this. I know I've seen several people do it. Morgan talks about it in this past month. But that we're currently practicing self-worth and self-value. New programming about what would remain quiet about, what we will not. Chaotic reset of a new level of love for self. Now, here's another comment that matches this. Let's see here. Valerie Peterman. Sovereignty and free will choice is choosing not to play in someone else's game. It takes 2 to tango. Just because someone holds a baton out for you to grab onto doesn't mean you have to take the bait. You know, so it's a real human. It's the ultimate human experience of taking things into yourself at all levels and taking out. You know, I've been trying to look at people as energy. You know, and take the personality out of it. And you know, I gotta believe, based on what you're saying and other things I've been reading, that many people are in that space, you know, in that chaos, you know, in that unknown, in that I don't want to say abyss, but which is really where creation's carved out of.
yeah. So the highest truth in every level of frequency is oneness. We are all one. In all of those creator consciousnesses, we're all one. Right back to source. So the highest truth is we're all one.
Yeah.
One children creation of source.
Yeah.
That is the highest truth.
Yeah.
Then you come down or up, because we're going up and down really at the same time from ourselves, source, up to source. In between all these frequencies, dimensions, is another knowing, sovereignty, level of integrating the higher truth. There's a certain level of truth that is reached at each frequency.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so ego, take that away, then we've got one level of sovereignty. And then we'll get another level of sovereignty, because you're dropping all that. Polarity doesn't exist in the pure one stream flow, but it does out there, right? Because you've got like dark particles. It does out there, but in that flow, no. It's different levels of polarity on every single frequency dimension.
Yeah.
It's just that we integrate them differently. But the truth is, the oneness of all. We are all children of creation. Now, so many of us knew that in our human, beyond the human programming, whether we didn't have that active, like in the playground, someone smacks someone and calls them something, and it hurts. It hurts you because you know that we're all one. You feel it. It hurts. Yeah. Other people want to smack that dude out for smacking that dude. And then there's judgment, but he did it and he started, whatever. Right. And then there's just one on the outside observing the ultimate truth that what you do to someone else, you do to yourself and you do to everyone else. Because you're all one. Now that level of knowing is where it's at every level, but that we still have to work through all these different layers of that truth. And it's okay to step into sovereignty. It's okay to say, that's not where I'm at, because humanity as a whole is in a frequency, a really high frequency of unity consciousness and oneness. And we've put this diverse group of beings of all sorts of galactic heritage, angelic, blah, blah, you name it. What you see out there in 3D with different nationalities, races, whatever, you know, welcome to galactic beings.
Yeah.
All down here doing the same thing that's happening on another level so that we can work this out, so that when we get up there, we've got a different way of looking at it, right?
Yeah. And to apply it here.
Yes.
Which only seems to me, maybe I'm different, but it only seems to me that there's really no choice but to do it in a moment by moment basis.
Yeah.
You know? And until I would think, that it would become more of our nature or second nature. You know, second nature it just becomes like a cruise control. But I mean, I don't really see anybody like doing that right now. But I do see the people that at least resonate the most with me are the ones that the first and foremost thing they do is take it into themselves and have a real discussion, dialogue within themselves, within their multiple aspects to include the ego. And that isn't always something that you can do in 5 minutes, you know, and sometimes you can, and sometimes you just know, and sometimes you might think you know, and sometimes you do know.
Yeah. Sometimes you do know, and they're that. So know thyself. That's where it's at, right? Know thyself so that you can move from that. If you know yourself, you will find love. You will find purity. You will find stillness and knowing of who you are.
Yeah.
The ego at some stage is going to have to get kicked to the curb, and sovereignty will take over.
Yeah.
Not just for you, but for all.
Yeah.
What we're doing here is impacting all, on all layers, on all levels, beyond our own earth experience, depending on where our soul evolution is going, right? So this is going to always be part of our soul evolution, working on this knowing, going back into unity. So it's still the truth is that we're all one, always coming back to the same truth.
Yeah. And if you look at, it's almost like if you look at every situation and every person or whatever as a polarity. I mean, if there's nothing but 100% connection, communion, balance between the two, and this is coming from one person's perspective, not both. You know what I mean? I'm talking about what goes on in our internal dialogue. You look at everything as a polarity to some degree or another. How do you find that middle ground? Well, you can't really find it by trying to gain anything from the other one. You know, I mean, I guess you can in some relationships, but I mean, overall, I'm just talking about the moment by moment experiential, right? I mean, so if you say something and or I say something and whatever, there's some ground in between us.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And maybe that's why I love this show, because maybe it's just having a conversation, you know.
Totally.
I like what Ingrid Esme, I don't know the rest of her name, said the other day. She said a lot of great things, actually. But when she talked about feeling the emotions, you know, it's another thing I've been trying. One of the things she talked about too, which, you know, I got to work on, I've been working on, as an example, is anger. It's okay to feel anger. And I asked her, is it okay to feel anger? Really? She said, yeah, but there's a difference between anger and rage, you know. And with the other emotions, there's always a, you know, there's always a caveat, right? There's always a part of it that's illusionary or not okay or misaligned, versus this feeling the emotions thing. I think is a powerful deal.
Yeah, it is. And anger has another level. Anger can become soul fire.
Yeah. Had enough.
Anger, it becomes soul fire. It's put through the fires of love, and it feels electric. It is. It looks like fire, but it's more electric. That's the only word I can see when I see soul fire, right? It's such a powerful force, powerful vortex that moves you. Anger used to cripple you. Soul fire moves you. It's like a haka, right? But take the anger out. It's just part of sovereignty, soul fire, whatever, so that you then, the way your soul fire fires for you is unique too.
Yeah.
When you get over the anger and move into that, and you get over the ego and you move into that, you have this beautiful movement of all that you are, moving you through all these experiences so much easier. When I jumped back into my sovereignty in a new way, it was freedom. And then I went through the light body, which is obviously for another show, the light body merge activation transmission.
What was that like?
Yeah. I was sharing with Mum, because she's been overseas. She's actually outside, sitting outside at the moment, but
Bring on.
yeah, I will. She'd love that.
Bring on.
I was sharing with her last night. Well, before I shared, she walked through the door, and she's very, very intuitive. She's been on this journey a long time. And she said, I'm seeing these lights formations. I'm doing this. It's blue, it's white, it's gold. You're just light, right? What have you been doing?
She's talking about you?
Yeah, because she'll see. She sees things. So I tried to explain to her, and I burst into tears because it was just such an experience, you know, the love, the expression, being able to express the fullness of all that I am and all of me, yeah? Being able to express that through the light, through the music, through the colors, through the formations, was the most freeing feeling that I've ever felt. It was incredible. It was like, why I ever thought I'd want to stay in the physical body longer, I have no idea, because you just can't express this heart love enough unless you can be the light, be the music, be the sound, be those emotions, all of that love into one big, it's like being the fireworks, the laser show, the music, the orchestra, every instrument in it all at once. And this gig that just is epic.
Yeah.
So you see all those orbs and things that do the transmitting, yeah? And I used to know that they were me, or aspects of future humanity, right? Until you be that, then you no longer know that. It's like a whole other appreciation and level for humanity and other light beings that communicate this way, and how lucky how lucky they are that we can communicate that way and travel along these light networks, pathways, and communicate. And just the scope, it's, I just said to Mum, I wish that everybody could know how loved they are, how huge they are, how this is, what the planet looks like. You know, it's like a reflection. It's like Creator was Father, Creator, and then you've got the Earth, which is now Mother Creator, and humanity is the child of that creation, that new creation of pure source creation. The love of everything for this planet, for our Creator. It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's just so beautiful. I'm getting emotional, but I might just, I'll get Mum.
Go get her. No, this ought to be interesting.
She'll come on in a second.
Yeah, this ought to be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So has she always been aware of you, aware of your abilities?
You can ask her. Here she comes. I'll just get another chair. Here, Mum, you sit.
Oh, I don't want to sit down, you. G'day, Todd. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
What is your name?
Eleanor.
Eleanor.
Yes.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you for coming on.
You too. I was just outside.
I was asking Yvonnya if you were always aware of her abilities and her sensitivities.
Oh, I was always aware of the sensitivities. Yes, always aware of that. But not of how she's progressed. Not when she was little. I wasn't aware of that then.
Oh, okay. I got you. And do you feel like you have some sensitivities, some higher sensitivities?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. The apple doesn't fall far
My
from
mum, so did my grandma. Yes. But
Todd, I grew up in a house of, my mum used to be a medium. She turned that off. She asked for that to go off. But I grew up meditating with like pictures of Yeshua and Mary, and we'd sit there. I was a tiny child meditating with my mum.
Wow.
In touch with all these aspects of me from such a young age. And, you know, Mum, when I grew up, Mum had cancer. She cured herself with the way that she was thinking. Miracles happened in our house. It was a natural way of living.
I think what I always found important was to teach kids not what to think, but how to think for themselves. And to listen to their own intuition and be connected with something higher than themselves.
Because you let me go to any religion I wanted to.
Yeah, although I'm not a religious person.
But Mum's was always find out your own. Find your own way.
Another funny thing about the sensitivities at present is I might go to wake up in the morning and I'll think, oh, gee, I'm experiencing something and I don't know what it is. And I'll tell Ivania and she'll tell me exactly the same thing, but she sees it, she puts it in a different language to what I do, because I often don't know what it is I've seen. But I just say to Van, oh, you should know this. And then it turns out it's, you know, we have a similar link about things. So that's interesting.
So I'm curious, Eleanor, so, you know, they say that there's a lot of people waking up in the world today.
I believe that too.
I mean, I guess you've seen, you know, you've seen a lot of change, I guess, in growth. I think, you know, if I just go back, I'm 57. If I go back, I don't know, to the 80s, 90s, I think I've always been optimistic, but there was a reason to be pessimistic about the world. There was a reason not to believe that, hey, what's going on here? I know that I can tell you have a strong faith. But do you see things getting better? Do you see things being more positive with people waking up?
Me personally, you're asking?
Yes.
I have the feeling it's like everything's going a bit chaotic because everything has to change and the changes are coming. And I think they're moving quickly, and that's why I think there's more awakening, because there has to be more positivity. We can't keep on destroying the planet and destroying each other. And instead of there being cooperation and helpfulness, it's about who makes great loads of money out of another war, and everything seems misshapen and grotesque if you look at it if you just look at it on that physical level. And I think the more awakening there is, and the more people begin to want a change that's helpful and beneficial and kind to the planet, to other beings, to the way they treat themselves, the quicker we'll get through it.
Wow. And so what's the number one rule of the road, in your opinion, Eleanor? For anyone?
For anyone, my number one rule? Well, I think everyone's entitled to what they believe.
Yeah.
Everyone, even if you don't agree with it. But to become more tolerant, I think, and I like the idea of forgiveness, and I think kindness. I always use the word kindness rather than love, because, I mean, after all, I do love ice cream and chocolate. But being kind has a whole different meaning for me, like just finding little ways to be kind to others, even people you don't know. That's my rule of the road, I think.
Yeah.
And it's a simple little thing.
Yeah.
It's not way out there and what have you.
Yeah. Wow. So do you guys ever sit around and talk about these types of things?
Yeah, we grew up like that.
when don't we? Last night we were doing sharing light language, because sometimes Mum has a hard time expressing her human emotions. So she said, I'm going to express it through light language. So we had a conversation through different levels of light language, right? Speaking to each other.
Then I said to Van, when we cage things in words, we can have difficulties. But often our heart knows what it wants to say, and something deeper than us has a knowing too. But finding the words can be difficult. So I said, I'm just going to sing in my funny talk, light language, and you can answer me in yours.
Wow.
We ended up with the dragons at the end.
So I said, I'll ask you. I'll tell you something I'm upset about, which no one likes to hear because it's a bit negative. I said, I'll tell you something that's upsetting me, and then you can answer me, so you won't know what I'm asking. But we did ask to be centered first. We each became centered. And then we had a singing conversation because we sang it. Because when you sing, a different part of your brain to that verbal part of your brain is activated. And it had quite a wonderful ending, actually. Had a beautiful ending. I felt very uplifted and we had a giggle. And I think to enjoy whatever you're doing is important. You know, to have fun, to have a laugh, not be so serious about everything. Because the world's serious enough.
Yeah.
And I was saying to Van, I've just come back from visiting my grandkids, and I said, you know, I think one of the most beautiful blessings in the world are these new little ones coming into the world. And it's such a blessing to be able to be with them and to see through their magic little eyes. And I said to Van, remember when our little one, who's 19 now, 16, she called me to have a look under the garage, and she told me very seriously there were 1,000 moths, and they'd come from South Africa. And she said to me, look at them all. Well, I had a look under there and I couldn't see anything. But I said, wow, isn't that magic? And then she showed me underneath the house 2 little holes in the ground with grass in it and little bits of food. And that's where she fed the fairies. And I was to be quiet. And I thought, it's such a blessing to get out of this headstrong world where everyone's competing and everything, and into a little magic world of moths and fairies and butterflies and something beyond everything, which awakens a magic within you.
Yeah, we had a show on before this with 5 other people. Had 5 people on the screen, and each one of them did light language.
But, did they?
Yeah, but one of the ladies, actually from the sunny coast in Australia, she had never come on, and she came on, and she had a friend with her who had a baby, Eli, and he must have been, I don't know, maybe 4 months, 6 months, something like that. But he had a lot to say. So we had everybody go out the door, do a little bit of light language, and then we ended with Eli.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I have to watch that.
Yeah. It was interesting. Because like you said, you know, it's the words, well, I don't mean to say cheapen, but the words take away from, you know, the feeling, just like you were talking about your conversation last night. How long have y'all been conversing in light language together?
Well, singing.
When we didn't converse in light language, we're very connected in telepathic. We always have been.
Yes, I always know what she's thinking. It has been rather difficult at times because I remember when Van was about 18,
Careful
she had
with these stories.
Oh,
yeah, we want to hear these stories.
but she said to her friend, watch out what you're thinking, because
yes.
Mum knows what you're thinking.
Yeah, you couldn't go anywhere or do anything.
Yes. Yeah, so we've always known. So it can be quite difficult because often you like a little bit of personal privacy. And, and you know what the other one's thinking.
Talk about transparency.
You sort of have to be honest. You've just got to fess up that you're not perfect. And so you grow to weather your own imperfections, which isn't easy, really.
Yeah.
If you're a person who likes to be perfect. To be constantly faced with your imperfections.
I can relate.
Oh well.
I'm not the mind reader though. So.
Yeah, there's always a receiver and another one.
I'm on the other end of it. So.
Oh right. Oh.
Well, this is beautiful. It really is.
Oh well, thank you.
It's been a joy, total joy. Would love. Do you guys live together? You said you were out visiting. Okay, so.
But I'm only 5 minutes away.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow.
I've just come back from Europe, and I said to my daughter, "Oh, there's so many portals over there," and swimming in the Atlantic Ocean was unbelievable. It was very, very beautiful.
And you picked up on the portals here at my place since you've been gone.
Yes, I walked in last
portals.
night and I said, gee, you've got 3 new vortexes coming into the house, and I can walk into them and feel where they are. And I think, gosh, isn't that amazing?
How does that happen? I mean, you're obviously very sensitive to that stuff. Do you?
Oh yes, I am. Well, I used to work with it too. I used to do healing work before I retired, and I used to always work in a vortex, and I was aware of other beings coming nearby. I even met a woman once, and I couldn't help myself. I just said to her, "You know, you're not from this planet. You're an alien." And I'd never said that to a living soul in my entire life. And after I heard myself say it, I asked her to forgive me. And she says, "No, you're right, I am." She was amazing. And then she ended up teaching me a whole lot of things too. And she asked me why. I said she was an alien, and I said because of the inside of your body.
And her crystals too.
And when I looked inside her body, I could see that the organs weren't right, and they were all actually held up with light, as though without that light they'd fail. And she told me that she did have an issue in that way, but she really believed she was from another planet too. So I thought, well, you know, there you go.
Wow.
Mum has that gift of sight and then the communication with it. And so even though her understanding isn't there, she still sees it, translates it, and is able to just accept it.
It seems to mean something to the people I talk to anyway, to the ones that that need it. I'm able to help people that way.
Fascinating. So,
yes, bring in more awareness and awakening.
Yeah.
Really, now she's starting to come out. Now she's warmed up.
Okay. So is there any way you guys could do a little song for us? One of you?
Oh no.
Oh yes, why don't we? What a good idea.
I think so.
Yes, yes. It doesn't have to be perfect.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
All right.
What are you going to do?
Well, just sing in light language to each other. I'll tell you something beautiful, and you can answer me. Ai kawaya ishawikalu ai
kunata hikaru inagara inagara urukotete
Akata akata
inagara
kiatatana hatana hatana katiwa.
Wow.
Just for you.
Thank you. Wow. I think I'm going to go back and cut this part out of the show and put it out there, and you know, in a positive expression for people.
But it was a lovely thing.
That's what I mean. Cut it out and put it out its own little video, just that little section. It's for a little quick meditation, quick little pick-me-up for anybody that listens to it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Y'all are beautiful.
It's time to come together, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
We should do this again sometime.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get Giovanni to do light language for 6 shows.
Oh, and light language. I did light language on another show.
I think you did.
The thing is with me,
and I've got a new song too.
Vanya has always had a beautiful voice, and she loves music, and I've done the same. And I had to give up singing because I was just so terrified of not being perfect. Now that I'm older, I don't care. If people like me, that's good. If they don't, they don't. And that's their choice. But I enjoy what I do. And I said to Van, why are you worried? Because if it comes from your heart, who can say it's bad? If it comes from your heart, then for you to express it, it's fine. Just don't sing too long.
Wow. Beautiful. Totally beautiful.
I get her to sing for me. It takes you forever to get her to sing.
It used to. It used to. Yeah.
We'll just get you on whenever we need her to.
Part of stepping forward is in that knowing now. So if I share my music, that's sharing such an intimate part of me. That's that expression just before that I feel with that light that I was saying that I became with all of that. That's me. That's you're seeing me. And so I used to be very shy in that, and now I realize that if you show all of you, if you share that, that is sharing the love.
Yeah.
Sharing your gifts with all, for all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our little song had a little bit of humour in it too.
What was that?
Mum's always putting humour in everything, aren't you?
Oh, well. Just when it was a bit nervous. Yes.
That's a good thing.